This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh?
My introduction to the Metro franchise is a bit strange and convoluted, but bear with me for a second. In 2014, for some unknown reason, I, a broke teenager, had access to PlayStation Plus, the premium subscription service on PlayStation hardware, and with that subscription you get some free games every month. February 2014's lineup happened to include Metro Last Light, the sequel to Metro 2033. I'd never played 2033, but like I said, take a broke teenager, throw in a free game, you get the idea. I fell in love with Last Light, and I probably played through it 2 or 3 times that month, telling my friends all about it and obsessively trying to get through it on the hardest difficulty, Ranger Hardcore. And eventually, as a stupid 13-year-old, I realized the game I was playing was actually a sequel, and more than that, it was an adaptation of a book series. Unfortunately, at the time, I didn't have an Xbox 360 around, so I was out of luck on playing the first game, but thankfully, I didn't have to wait long because Metro Redux, a bundle of both 2033 and Last Light, remastered for then next-gen hardware, was just a few short months away. Once I got my hands on the Redux bundle, I fell in love with 2033 and Last Light all over again, drawing me in with their cinematic presentation, its dark, creepy atmosphere in detailed environments, and a unique setting. Admittedly, I haven't played either of these games since somewhere in 2019, when I replayed them in preparation for Metro Exodus, the conclusion to the main game's trilogy, but all 3 entries have had a firm spot in my mind as foundational titles in what I seek out for more meaningful, substantive experiences in games. Today, I want to dig into the Metro franchise, covering 2033, Last Light, and Exodus in one go, taking a look at these games for myself for the first time in almost a decade to see how they hold up individually and as sequels. Before we get into the Moscow Underground though, I want to take a step back to talk about how the first release, Metro 2033, was developed, how we got a strange cult classic book out of Russia turned into a worldwide phenomenon with a highly anticipated new entry on the way in 2026. In 2007, Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl came out, developed by GSC Game World, a Ukraine-based development team that had painstakingly created the game over the course of 8 or so years. Stalker, obviously, is the focus of this video, but with that release, something big happened internally at GSC. Employees quickly became unhappy with how they were being treated, with disputes over wages, crediting, profit shares, and just about anything an egotistical CEO could get away with. 3 of those employees, namely, I'm so sorry for these pronunciations, Prokhorov, Shishkovstov, and Maximchuk, decided to leave the company to strike up at the industry on their own, starting up 4A Games as an independent studio. A few months later, GSC's CEO, who is still their acting CEO, decided to fire their entire art department, landing even more ex-Stalker devs at the new up-and-coming 4A Games. Prokhorov, again one of the founders, says that with his experience at GSC Game World, 4A Games was founded with a priority on its people, not money like GSC, because if you have a good team, sooner or later you'll earn the money. So, with a couple of programmers and a team of artists, 4A Games had to make a move, and they decided on looking towards literature, specifically a cult hit that was booming out of Eastern Europe, Metro 2033, a post-nuclear science fiction horror novel based in the Moscow area and their vast, interconnected train tunnels beneath the city. 4A got in contact with its author, Dmitry Glukhovsky, who was excited at the opportunity to have his work adapted into a different medium, and being an avid gamer himself, he was enthusiastic about his world reaching a new audience. Glukhovsky is a pivotal part of 4A's success, I think, besides the obvious fact that they licensed his material for their debut game. His support and open-mindedness to their work was a breath of fresh air in an industry that was still seen as juvenile in the 2010s. Where authors might admonish adaptations of their work, Glukhovsky fit right into the team and embraced them, as seen with a quote in a VentureBeat interview stating, "Somebody asked me if I feel that having my book turned into a video game somehow degrades it. Bullshit. Their work isn't a castration of my creation, but an enhancement. It promotes it, gives it a huge additional audience, and basically just lures teenagers into reading." And he was right. As a teen, I did seek out reading 2033 and found myself falling in love with the world further, appreciating the games even more and replaying them over and over until I put down Metro Exodus. With the first game, the team strived to adapt the book faithfully, taking the general story and plot and thrusting it into an interactive play space, though twisting some elements and cutting others due to some differences in the mediums, but mostly staying in line with what Glukhovsky had originally written. When approaching a sequel though, 4A Games took Last Light in a completely different direction with their own story that was approved and propped up further with Glukhovsky's blessing, splitting the continuity between the book and its sequels and the new game world that 4A Games had created, continuing further with Fukowski writing Exodus alongside the team and pushing past the core trilogy in Metro Awakening, a virtual reality title developed by a team separate from 4A. Metro 2033, Last Light, and Exodus all released to critical acclaim for their world, the writing, and unique take on player immersion in a game space. All of that and more has stuck with me for the last decade. To this day, the Metro games are just about unmatched to me in bringing the player into a world through the eyes of your character, while managing to deliver an interesting setting, story, and a cast of characters that I fondly remember. Hopefully, all of my praise and fond memories still hold up. So let's begin, entering the whispering, winding tunnel system beneath a nuclear winter in Moscow. So you might have noticed how long this video is, maybe even comparing it against some of my other uploads. I don't usually talk about an entire franchise in one go, so hopefully this holds up with my usual content, but I also want to explain my reasoning for heading up such a large project along with a few other clarifying statements. First up, I want to make it clear that this will in no way be a video about any of the books. I've read 2033 and 2034. I really love 33, and I'm mostly conflicted about 34 if you're curious. I've never read 2035 because I think it's a little weird how much that book had become homogenized with the stories seen in the games, specifically Last Light, so it never really interested me. That being said, with the game Metro 2033 being a close adaptation to the book of the same name, I will occasionally use excerpts from the novel to help deliver some points or ideas that I think the game fails to properly explain or convey. Otherwise, this video is entirely about the Metro games. I respect the books, I appreciate the source material, it's just not my wheelhouse for commentary in a video like this. I also want to make it clear that since I'm focusing on the games and that continuity, I will be referring to characters as what you would see throughout the games, specifically their names in the English translation. Certain characters are in both the books and the games but have completely different names entirely, so if you're confused about who I'm talking about, it might be a different translation than what you're familiar with, and hopefully the visual on screen clears things up. Back to talking about the video though, I will be talking about all three main entries. When taking a look at Metro 2033 and looking back at my time with the franchise, I realized I'd only ever played the Redux version of the game, so naturally that should be the version that I make a video on, right? Taking a look further at the Redux release and its development, I was reminded that 2033 was essentially ported into Last Light, using the updated 4A engine and most of Last Light's assets to recreate the first game from the ground up, making the two games near identical in most ways, especially visually in how the games play. I also want to make it clear that with the Redux packaging of 2033 and Last Light, with these games effectively playing the same and feeling so similar, I'm going to talk about the gameplay of the first two titles interchangeably, referring to them as the Redux games, unless stated otherwise, like if one of the games does something explicitly different from the other. I will be talking about them in release order regardless, so the gameplay between the two titles will be showcased over the course of both entries' runtime. If I miss anything or get something wrong, maybe something I claim is in both games isn't in one of them, whatever, feel free to yell at me in the comments. Getting back to the scope of this video, since I realized these two games are so similar, I decided to pivot the video towards covering 2033 and Last Light in one swing, then maybe making a video on Exodus and Awakening if this one did well enough. Then I got to thinking about making those separate videos, and I quickly realized that a retrospective video essay thing about a VR game probably wouldn't perform very well at all, so I thought I'd just lump it on to the end of the Exodus video, a little bonus review. And since it's come up, I do want to clear the air by saying that I acknowledge Metro Awakening exists. Hell, I even played it for this video originally, but ultimately I didn't really enjoy my time with it, even as an avid fan of VR titles and someone who worked in VR game development. Plus, my process for these videos was already being spread thin and covering 3 games at a time, so adding a 4th with the extra layer of virtual reality was just more work than I felt it was worth for a game that I didn't really enjoy. This is my first time trying anything like this. You could say the Fable video was 2 games in one, but I wouldn't. So this might get messy, it might feel long-winded, but hopefully this all turns out alright. I'm gonna separate each game into different chapters in the description, so if you want to hop between games or just find natural stopping points, it should all be included below if I did my job right. Oh yeah, spoilers for the entire trilogy after this. Talking about the story in Metro 2033 is a bit difficult, not because it's bad or I think it's poorly told, but because I think a lot of the experience comes from how you take in the information around you throughout a playthrough. Playing 2033 has a lot of quieter moments, a lot of tension, mystery, and time to leave the player alone with their thoughts to think about what the hell is going on around them, and what the main character's part will ultimately be in the story that is unfolding. I love the story in Metro 2033. It's weird, it's unnerving, it's heartbreaking, and it all comes together in a completely unforgettable unforgettable journey into a strange but not too unfamiliar setting trapped in the train stations beneath a major city. I want to do my best to try and give the storytelling in Metro the spotlight that it deserves, but I would wholeheartedly encourage you to try the game for yourself or play it again if it's been a while. Metro's stories are deep and personal, and I think there's something to be seen and gained from experiencing the titles for yourself, especially if you can come to it with a new perspective from the last time that you played the game. I've definitely changed my tune on a few things in each game this time around. Starting 2033 first introduces us to a difficulty selection, which might not seem too exciting to talk about, but Metro gives the player two important options up front to tailor their experience. First, you'll be picking between the Survival and Spartan modes. Survival is intended to be the true 2033 experience, taking notes from the original 2010 release and focusing on resource management with tense combat encounters and lethal combat. The Spartan mode is more in line with Last Light's original design, bringing a more action-focused experience that pulls away from having to scavenge for supplies and ammo to let the player focus on combat and the story. I think the Spartan mode is largely misguided for Metro as a franchise, and I'm very glad that there's an option to play both Redux titles in the survival setting. I love having to scrounge for a few bullets for the next fight, unsure if it'll be enough. I love how nervous rationing out oxygen filters can make me feel in the moment, and I think things like that help the player put themselves into the world a lot better than the Spartan difficulty. A big part of Metro's appeal to me is the believability of the world and the effort made to place the player into the main character's perspective, and I truly think a lot of that perceived struggle is lost when you're happily mowing down enemies without a second thought. The next decision that we make up front is the actual difficulty of moment-to-moment gameplay, largely affecting combat. You have four options: Normal, Hardcore, Ranger, and Ranger Hardcore. It might sound a little confusing, but I promise it's actually really simple. Normal and Hardcore are your typical steps in difficulty, the baseline for the game and a progression of the challenge with tougher enemies that deal more damage. The Ranger difficulties are the same, but with the added bonus, or maybe detriment, that almost your entire HUD, or heads-up display, is disabled throughout gameplay, with a few exceptions to help navigate the world and interact with items. The Ranger difficulties also pump up enemy and player damage, making fights quick and punctual on both sides, with Ranger Hardcore amping up damage further to maximize your suffering. A few other important changes that come with the Ranger difficulties are a reduction to your maximum ammo reserve, which I think cuts every ammo type you can carry in half, while doubling your throwing knife capacity, letting you get a little more flexibility in stealth, which we'll talk about later. Last, the Ranger difficulties also limit you to only carrying 2 guns instead of 3 as seen on the standard modes. I love the inclusion of the Ranger difficulties, and they're my go-to when replaying these games. But the keyword there is replaying. I cannot in good faith suggest that someone try these games out for the first time on the Ranger difficulties. Combat will be tough, and sure, you can be as good at games as you claim to be, but it's outright difficult to progress in Metro without knowing what and where you can interact with things, which is almost entirely removed thanks to the HUD being disabled. This mode is definitely included for people familiar with the pace and flow of the story, where to go and what to look for, that kind of thing. So while I do love playing on Ranger and even suggest it as the best way to play these games, save it for a repeat playthrough. The Ranger difficulties just add to that feeling of entering the world through your character, making fights intense, difficult, and over with in just a few gunshots. The removal of the HUD is a huge plus to me personally. If you've watched any of my videos, you've probably heard me suck off minimal HUD designs in the past, and this is as minimal as it gets. And now that I've said that, keen-eyed viewers or anyone not listening to this on a second monitor, hi, thanks for tuning in, you'll likely see that the heads-up display seems to be present in my footage. Yeah, I know what I just said, I like playing without the HUD, but I promise I'll get into why later, and I promise it's more interesting than me deciding to play on one of the normal difficulties. Once we finally start the game, we open with a narration from our protagonist, Artyom. Artyom is a silent protagonist throughout the entire runtime of his trilogy, but we'll hear a lot from him in every chapter transition and loading screen as he reads from his personal journal. I think this is a great way to give characterization and personality to an otherwise silent character. Obviously, he isn't so silent to us, but throughout gameplay, we're entirely put into his perspective and left to our thoughts on his journey. I like the journal entries as a way to guide the player's thoughts too, not so much to tell you how to feel about what's happening or what's to come, but maybe lay the groundwork for things to think about while you're playing, giving you some insight to how Artyom feels, but not telling the player how exactly he or they should react. I'm not going to read every single one of these, that would make an incredibly long video even longer, but I do think these journal entries are worth listening to in their entirety every single time I play the games. Artyom has a proper growth and progression as a character through these entries, and again, I think they're a great way to guide the player into his thoughts while still letting you breathe and piece things together for yourself in actual gameplay. For now, Artyom is filling us in that we're joining him at the end of his journey, questioning if he can finish the last leg of the mission. We join him with an ally, Miller, as they climb to the surface to get out of the metro. I really like this opening on the surface as a quick way to introduce the player to the world seen throughout the games. You might be wondering why we're down in the tunnels and why there's creepy monsters around. Well, you don't have to, because we're going to see first and foremost how fucked up the surface is and how inhospitable things have become up here. It's a fantastic way to immediately set the stage for why people are huddled in the dark beneath the surface and how that could be seen as the only chance of survival in this world. As Artyom and Miller exit the service hatch to meet up with some more allies, they're quickly overrun by hostile mutants. Artyom is overwhelmed and falls to the ground. With his squad slowly being picked off, his memory goes back to the beginning of his mission, sending us back 8 days earlier as he relaxes in his home. The world of Metro takes place in the Moscow metro system, hence the name, where a small fraction of the city fled beneath the surface after nuclear strikes during World War III in the year 2013. 20 years have passed and the people of Moscow have settled into their new home, though with dwindling supplies and growing mutant populations, life isn't easy and the people inside the metro have gotten desperate, with new factions and parties rising in the tunnel system to complicate things even further. The intricacies of the metro human populace aren't the focus of this game, we'll save that for Last Light, though it is important to know that people have been down here a while, but they're trying to make the best of things, sprouting up new cities and towns at stations or stopping points throughout the metro system, like the one that we'll be joining Artyom in, Exhibition Station, a neutral trading station famous for the tea that's brewed there. We come back to Artyom staring at postcards in his private room at the station, captured by pictures of the old world until he's interrupted by his stepfather, Alex, telling him that one of his father's friends is arriving now with news from other stations. As the two walk through Exhibition, we're stopped along the way a few times by people asking Alex for his input on recent attacks happening at the station, leaving many citizens injured, dead, or in a complete mental break in their hospital. Slowly, we overhear that the attacks have been from a new force that's growing in the metro that very little is known about. All we can see now is what they do to people, again leaving them gravely wounded, dead, or with broken minds from incomprehensible mental struggle. We reach an airlock off the side of the local hospital and Alex's friend, Hunter, enters to bring information from other stations to try and help Exhibition understand the recent attacks. Hunter tells Alex that there isn't much to say, that most stations are talking about what's going on here at Exhibition with the new threat, and Alex fills him in that they've started calling the new presence the Dark Ones. Hunter isn't easily intimidated though, saying his order has a motto: if it's hostile, you kill it. The talk is cut short as mutants begin to tunnel into the station through ventilation shafts, giving us a quick combat encounter against a small threat, and the men resume their talk immediately following the interruption. Hunter tries to downplay the Dark One presence, suggesting that this is nothing more than a usual mutant attack, but Alex begins to spiral at the threat he thinks the Dark Ones do impose, using our fear and distrust of the dark and winding tunnels in the metro as a psychological weapon. I want to interject with a few excerpts from this moment in the 2033 book to better explain Alex's opinion of the Dark Ones and give more insight into Hunter's view as well, as I think the game fails to communicate the weight behind Alex's fear of what could be growing in the metro. Alex begins to explain the threat he believes the Dark Ones pose to Hunter, saying, "Evolution, the laws of which you understood, has already created its new branch. Humans must step aside for a new, more perfect species. Our time is up. We are extinct. Surrender, Homo sapien, you have been dethroned. We are living the last days of our life. It might take 10 or even 100 years, but all the same." I really love this impassioned speech from Alex, though this is an extremely shortened and paraphrased version of it. It's one of the most powerful parts of the book for me, even with it being so early on. I do think the game eventually builds to the terror that we should understand for the Dark Ones through gameplay, but the book puts it into words so clearly this early on for a reader, and I think the game could have benefited from implanting that terrifying thought now to build on it in what we're shown later. In the book, Hunter spits back to Alex, "Fuck your evolution. Let the other species wait their turn. If man chooses to capitulate, then I refuse to be called one and would rather become a beast. And like a beast, I will sink my teeth into life and gnaw on the throats of others in order to survive." Again, this is a powerful excerpt so early on, in the same conversation no less, but it's laying an important foundation for Artyom's perspective throughout the story, both in the game and the book. I wanted to use Hunter's response from the book because again, I think the game's version of this conversation comes up a bit short, but these ideas that Hunter has, the concept of fighting back against any hostile force, is something that grows in Artyom, but it is mostly seen through the narrations given in loading screens and in collectible journal entries found in gameplay, which again would be difficult and a little tedious for me to stop and talk about constantly. I love these dueling perspectives laid on so thick so early on. Even if the game doesn't do it the same justice in this conversation, we're still being told two things: we should be scared or we need to fight with everything that we have. The two are interrupted again by an attack at the front gate of the station. As we all arrive together, we see the aftermath. The attack has already ended and there are a lot of casualties for Exhibition's people, both in death and broken minds. Hunter seems convinced that something more is happening here, and tells Artyom he has to investigate what's happening around Exhibition, but he also gives Artyom a mission. If Hunter doesn't return to the station by the next morning, we have to go to Polis Station to report to someone named Miller. Hunter gives Artyom his Spartan tags as proof of his faith in Artyom for this task and to allow him passage with his order, then wandering into the darkness, leaving Artyom with his philosophy that any threats must be eliminated. Hunter never does return, giving Artyom the push he needs to finally leave his home station for the very first time. Artyom lies to his stepfather, saying he's joining a caravan for a round trip to Riga, a local station, to serve as protection and come back with the traders, but he knows that once he arrives at Riga, he'll be taking the first steps into a much longer journey. The caravan we join with consists of a couple of other men, another guard, a trader, and someone that tags along at the last moment for an easier ride, and the conversation amongst these three lead me into talking about another pillar of storytelling in the Metro franchise. A lot of what we learn about the world in our progression through it is told through expository dialogue, such as these three on the caravan chatting about where they're going and what they're doing. Often, the player and Artyom aren't being talked to, but there are conversations buzzing around them, letting you fill in the gaps or even creating the foundation for information as you move through the world. I think this is a great way to let the player discover the world for themselves, along with being a good inclusion for a silent protagonist to get information without having to speak up. It can be a little awkward when the games try to come up with excuses to not have Artyom speak.
What, can't he speak for himself?
But I would say most of the time, the expository nature of these conversations feel natural. I do get it if these are an attempt to make a joke out of silent protagonists, but to me, it feels like they're coyly dancing around the issue instead of a wink and a nudge to the player. Another way we deepen our understanding of Artyom and the Metro is those collectible journal entries I mentioned a moment ago. These ones are less effective to me as they're outright missable in gameplay, and let's be honest, most players don't like reading, especially outside of genres where reading might not be the norm. I think making these journal entries appear automatically for the player with chapter progression would be a good way to make sure that they're showcased, because the information and development seen in them from Artyom is key to his character. I think including optional voiceovers for these journal entries would help some more stubborn players too, but that's a much smaller issue to me. Really, I don't like that these journal entries are collectibles when they add so much to the story and world. If 4A wanted to have collectibles just for the sake of gamifying things, I'd try something like Spartan tags found off dead members of the Order, fitting in line with the world and keeping something for completionists to hold over people's heads. Joining back with Artyom, he's catching up with the caravan to Riga Station. The men on the railcart talk about how dangerous traveling between stations has gotten, between mutants, conflicts with the Red Line and Nazi forces, or bandits occupying any space between protected stations. We're stopped a short way from our departure by someone warning us about a collapse up ahead, diverting our path down a service tunnel that the caravan leader seems hesitant about. The men on board share some concern, but we start down the side path until they begin complaining about suddenly getting tired and intense headaches, until one of our company starts telling us that he wants to hurry since he feels bad for them as they endlessly weep. The rest of the crew questions what he's talking about, but Artyom can see them too, with shadows of people lining the tunnel walls. The caravan slows down as all the men begin to get more and more tired, and an anomaly in the Metro passes by, seemingly knocking everyone unconscious. Artyom suddenly has a vision of Hunter, trapped in an endless void until a Dark One approaches him. Hunter states his beliefs again, saying that the only way humanity can survive is by eliminating the threat. He fires at the Dark One and the bullets don't seem to affect it, with the Dark One putting him to sleep with a simple motion. The Dark One approaches Artyom, reaching out to him in a non-hostile gesture and walks away, then getting shot again as it walks away with the shot seeming more effective this time. Visions like these will become a recurring motif in Artyom's journey, and I really enjoy them. I love these surrealist visuals, the way the environments play with the architecture of the Metro, with the unnerving presence the Dark Ones bring, a more supernatural force growing with each vision. It all comes together in extremely solid and terrifying ways to communicate major plot points or just to amplify our fleeting knowledge of this new threat and the Metro at large. I do think this one might be a little heavy-handed with repeating Hunter's message already, but I can excuse it as an interesting moment to create a visual of the Dark Ones for the player, showing us their strange, alien-like anatomy up close for the first time. The vision ends and Artyom wakes up in the tunnel as the cart slowly creaks down the tracks. He wakes up another man on the cart who begins pumping the lever to keep us moving as Artyom stands guard with his gun ready. Some mutants charge us, one of the men on board is ripped from his seat, but we manage to keep them at bay, and we slowly creak into Riga Station, barely making it to their defensive line to hold back our pursuers. Artyom and the survivors of the caravan head to the bar to celebrate their narrow escape, with the other men thanking Artyom personally, saying he was able to resist the Dark One's influence long enough for everyone to wake up and guide them all back to safety. As we leave the bar, a child stops Artyom to let us know that a man is waiting for us nearby. We follow the kid and we're introduced to Bourbon, wanting to hire Artyom after overhearing the story of our ability to resist the Dark One's power. He offers us his gun and passage further in the metro in exchange for protection against the so-called Cursed Passage, so we join up with him for the next leg of our journey as he takes us through a smuggler's route outside of station territory, fighting mutants and bandits along the way. Eventually, Artyom and Bourbon find themselves in a mass grave, trying to proceed through a service tunnel. Bourbon gets a bad feeling about the place and is quickly validated in that, with a vision appearing for the both of them. Bourbon struggles to open a hatch against an unnatural wind, pushing them both away from the door and trying to drag them into an evil presence deeper in the tunnel. The two fight the tunnel's influence and barely hold on, until a Dark One reaches out to Artyom and pulls them through the doorway, closing the gate behind us and sealing away the dark presence. This vision stands out against the last one in a big way. I love that it seems to be brought on by the metro itself, no anomaly, no Dark One to carry it, just a completely inexplicable evil force on hallowed grounds. Supernatural, incomprehensible horror becomes Metro's bread and butter, at least for the first two entries, creating a unique setting and tone for the entire world. Something past the mutated creatures, the rust and radiation, something new and alive in this world, something that few understand or even accept. This vision also gives us a new impression of the Dark Ones, with one saving Artyom and Bourbon from the tunnel, again adding to their mystique and potentially guiding a player into questioning Hunter's advice. These visions are effective tools for the storytelling and world building, feeling completely unique to Metro and adding so much to the game's identity to separate it from similar titles. I love the supernatural side of things in Metro. I really love the way it's used for horror and tension, and I think it's a strong pillar for these titles to stand out with their narratives. Artyom and Bourbon press on further, eventually reaching Market Station, a large trading hub if the name didn't imply that. Bourbon seems to have a bad reputation around here as an untrustworthy guy, leading him to doubt that they'll let us pass through the main gate on their railcart, so he devises another route, asking us to pick up some oxygen filters and meet him near the station's surface exit. Together, the two step out into the Moscow wasteland, Artyom's first time seeing the surface in his life, finally seeing what's left of the world above them. It's a powerful moment, I think, showing us the complete devastation that's been left from the war and the uninhabitable state the city is left in. Obviously, we saw this earlier in the opening of the game, but this step-out moment is important for Artyom, and it feels just as effective for me as a player even with the prologue. We're quickly separated from Bourbon as his route falls apart beneath their weight, sending us to explore and find a way to meet back with him along the way. This chapter leads me into talking about the gameplay seen on the surface and the handful of hazardous, radioactive zones we'll encounter in the metro tunnels. Essentially, sometimes the air we have to walk through isn't so good for Artyom's lungs, so we'll have to find ways to navigate that, namely through the use of a gas mask and oxygen filters. The gas mask can be worn and taken off with a single press of a button, making the transition quick and easy as the hazardous air comes and goes. When wearing the mask, you are fully immune to anything that might harm your breathing, radiation, spores, smoke, or otherwise. However, that immunity comes on a timer, specifically 3 minutes per oxygen filter. You can see the time remaining in the filter with a quick glance at Artyom's watch. You can even bring up his left arm to get a closer look to precisely gauge how long you've got. The watch face changes depending on which mode of the game you're playing, Spartan or Survival, which I think is a fun touch, though the Spartan watch is iconic to me, and I do miss its presence when playing on Survival. There's a couple of audio cues in gameplay as well to signal that you're running out of filter time if you want to spare the glances down, which is a huge help in the heat of the moment, with cues for 60 seconds remaining, then 30 seconds, and eventually hearing Artyom gasp for air if he's breathing a spent filter. Once a filter is out, you have to manually change it, again with just a single button input, taking from your reserve of filters and Artyom's equipment and asking you to scavenge for more if you want to keep moving forward. You also have to make sure that your mask isn't in too rough of a shape. If it becomes too badly damaged, oxygen will leak from the filters and run out much quicker, asking the player to hunt down replacements in the world. I love this system. I think it creates a unique sense of dread and tension when exploring, literally limiting your oxygen to give you a short window of safety to be in any given area. It fits the post-nuclear setting, it fits the horror and stakes of the world, and I think it all comes together in an easy enough way to grasp, though made difficult enough to make it a worthwhile engagement, not making it a useless system by becoming negligible, but also not getting too tedious to become unfun. Having to ration out breathable air when you're running off your last filter with only seconds of oxygen left is such a specific but interesting experience in these games. I always remember that creeping uncertainty of if if I have enough air to tough it out and find another filter, or enough to barely drag myself to safety, something I've never quite replicated in any other games. While we're up here on the surface, I also want to talk about how gameplay shifts and becomes more open-ended and dangerous when you leave the metro. In the tunnels, it's largely a linear path of progression, asking you to walk from point A to point B and shoot or sneak around whatever's in between. On the surface, there isn't a tunnel to guide you to your next objective. A lot of the environment is then placed and curated in a way to give you subtle, in-world navigation markers that make exploring feel natural, but still giving you a nudge if you need some guidance in these larger play spaces. The tunnels have some of these too, and I think it's a great inclusion in both parts. But again, the tunnels are often linear routes, so while appreciated, it's much less of a necessity. These are great too. I love subtle ways to keep the player informed and on the right track, and I think Metro absolutely nails it. It would be easy to just have a navigation marker or in-world blip to walk towards, but Metro tries and succeeds at making you use your surroundings to help you move forward. Another way the game shifts a bit on the surface is with discoverable caches of resources placed throughout levels. In the Metro, you're often looting bodies or maybe finding old stashes, but out here it gets a little more interesting. These supplies are unmarked caches that can be discovered with a little bit of exploration or light environmental puzzles, typically asking you to find a key in the world to then locate a locked safe nearby. These were added to Last Light and 2033 through the Redux packages of the game, but I think they're implemented naturally in both games, giving the player some incentive to poke around and expanding on the flow of gameplay on the surface. Leaving the Metro brings on a lot of uncertainty in our characters, but through gameplay it can bring that same feeling to the player, amping up the need for proper resource management and asking you to explore the world in a new way. The surface gameplay is just as much part of Metro's identity as the Metro itself, and I think both coexist to create unique gameplay that is easy to comprehend yet hard enough to expect players to carefully navigate and manage the world in a different way. Across the surface, we encounter a couple of new mutants, see some weird shit, get lost a few times, but eventually we meet back with Bourbon. Together we fight some mutants but are quickly overwhelmed, forcing the men to flee into an airshaft leading into Dry Station. Bourbon warns us that the station is under bandit control lately, so we'll have to move along quickly and keep our heads down. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he leaves the vent, he's caught and taken captive, so we're forced to fight or sneak through the station to try and save him. While we do, we seem to get some unseen aid from the shadows, taking out some stragglers and generally keeping things running smoothly for us. Eventually, we do meet up with Bourbon, dropping in on the bandit leader holding him at gunpoint. Bourbon takes a chance at disarming the bandit, knocking him to the floor, but his captor shoots him from the ground with another gun nearby, though Bourbon gets his shot off too. Both are dead, and we're greeted by our mysterious benefactor climbing down from a vent above, telling us that he's here to help and offering to take us out of Dry Station. We take him up on the offer, and he introduces himself as Khan, and in our time with him, we can put together that he's an older, well-traveled philosopher of the Metro, with his language coming across as more thoughtful and calm than others we've met so far. Khan tells us that he's heading to Cursed Station, another stop leading us closer to Polis to find Miller. We travel with Khan through maintenance routes and back paths, entering long abandoned tunnels. Along the way, Khan shows us how the tunnels speak, showing Artyom that if you listen closely to the pipes of the Metro, you can hear the screams of citizens trapped inside, even attacking us if we peer in for too long. Continuing, Khan shows Artyom how we can concentrate and respect the dead that are trapped in the Metro, appearing as ghosts or shadows that are stuck in limbo in the tunnels, forced to relive their final moments. Our time with Khan will be short, but it's some of my favorite parts of the Metro franchise. Khan elevates the mysticism and folklore of the Metro by deepening Artyom and the player's perspective, though only giving us a surface-level understanding as that's all he can give. The Metro works in strange and unknown ways. This time with Khan also capitalizes on a lot of the horror elements. Again, those supernatural tricks, the fear of the unknown, the creatures that lurk in the dark, all building tension and twisting our perception of reality in this new civilization underneath Moscow. I think Khan's inclusion is important, in part because he is in the book, though to a much lesser extent, but also because he acts as a vehicle for the incomprehensible nature of the Metro. Because Khan sees these things with Artyom, because he can explain them to a degree, we can understand them as observable phenomena, like the anomaly we saw in the tunnels near Riga Station. They're not just one-offs for Artyom or hallucinations from anything else. And honestly, I think that makes the setting much more terrifying. Knowing that these inexplicable forces exist in the Metro after the war can lead a player into wondering what is truly possible beneath the surface, and slowly we will uncover more as we continue. While we're here, another way that Metro uses horror and discomfort in its favor is the overwhelming claustrophobia seen in the game's levels. I'm not actually claustrophobic or anything, at least I don't think so, but the playable space seen in Metro does unnerve me with the restrictive and confined areas that you're forced through, thanks in large part to how our understanding of the world is drip-fed to the player and how those things use the darkness and unending stretches of concrete in their favor to scare you further. You're trapped down here with whatever's going on in the Metro. Sometimes you're forced into intimate space with it. Sometimes it's just you and whatever the hell is creeping around the corner, and it's fantastic. I love the way Metro uses true darkness in its design and the way that spaces you're forced into add to an overall uneasy experience. Eventually, Khan and Artyom find a railcar to continue their mission to Kursk Station. Khan reveals that he knows what Artyom's mission is, to seek out the Spartans in Polis, though he questions if that is the path he should follow or it's the only path that we've been shown. He adds that Kursk Station isn't far now, but it's been under attack for a long time and has been left mostly abandoned. Arriving at Kursk, we can see how bad things are. We fend off a large pack of mutants and Khan gives us demolition charges to try and blow up the tunnels that the creatures are pouring through, leaving us to wander into the darkness on our own while Khan holds the line with the remaining survivors. The sequence leads me into talking about the sound design and music seen throughout the Metro games, which strangely all take the same philosophy spanning across all 4 entries. I would call Metro's sound design minimalistic, which isn't to say it's bad or underwhelming, because I think there's clear intent behind it being so minimal. Often you're left with just the immediate sounds around you, Artyom's footsteps on the cold concrete, snow crunching under his boot, the rustling of gear and equipment as you check your supplies, and I think all of this becoming the focus of what you hear is meant to lull you into a sense of isolation. You are alone in the tunnels, or one of very few things left on the surface, and the lack of distracting sound around you is here to remind you of that. When there is some additional noise, it's also meant to unnerve you. Gunshots in the distance on the surface, not knowing whether it was someone's final stand or someone taking another survivor's life, or the distant howling deeper in the Metro, a creature hunting its prey, or is it closing in on you? The ambience added through sound is important in horror, and I think Metro nails it by bringing in these elements sparingly while letting you sit with yourself for extended periods, keeping the player on edge and curious about what could be lurking nearby. But thanks to some great 3D directional audio, you'll be able to track what's lurking with ease. The sequence in Kursk Station especially highlights this for me. As we're creeping through the tunnels alone, mutants will come through the passages around us, and slowly, we can follow their footsteps to make sure that they don't get the jump on us. This persists with any and all sound design throughout the game. You can always follow sound naturally and keep track of enemies with it, which is a huge help to both stealth gameplay and trying to stay on top of aggressors. Another reason I would describe the sound design as minimal is the lack of music tracks in gameplay. There are songs that will come up in specific sequences, like the mass grave we find with Bourbon, bringing in an ambient track to add to the sense of dread building with our discovery, but largely, the game leaves you to the sounds only characters existing in the world would hear, or what would be called diegetic audio for any other dorks out there. I like the design to leave the player with mostly natural sounds in gameplay, because I do think that music would detract from the tension built from the rest of the game, though the music that is used manages to elevate the emotions that are trying to be struck at the time. I think having traditional exploration tracks would feel misguided against the overall design, leading to an isolated feeling. It would remind you that you're just playing a game and say, hey, this is the part where you walk around all by yourself, don't you feel scared? Instead of letting the game fill in the blanks on its own with the world and your reaction to it. One smart decision for the music used in the game is a layered dynamic track featured in combat. The combat theme rises with active engagement and fades as the fight ends or the player slips back into stealth, letting quieter moments speak for themselves but adding a backtrack to loud gunfights. I like this a lot. The lull in music adds to the tension of creeping past enemy lines, but once the song picks up, it almost fades into the action, just becoming another part of the sequence like the songs used for ambience. As we creep through Kursk Station, eventually we find a spot to plant the demolition charge, collapsing the tunnel the mutants were swarming through. We circle back to Khan and the other survivors, with Khan telling Artyom he's going to stay here to help their people recover from the attack. Khan sends us to the Armory, a station that manufactures most of the weapons found in the Metro. Khan warns us that the Armory should be independent, but recently the Red Line has moved in and brought the station into a paranoid police state, where citizens are rewarded for ousting any insubordination to the military. Khan also adds that in the Armory we should find a friend of his, Andrew the blacksmith, who should help us continue our passage to Polis. When we arrive at the Armory, we quickly learn that Khan's warnings weren't for nothing, as Artyom accidentally walks into an interrogation and gets himself cuffed, leading into a chase through the station until we happen to run into the man we're looking for, Andrew. He tells us that the only way he thinks we can get out of the Armory now is to sneak aboard a Red Line troop transport to the front line of a conflict, with Artyom riding in the undercarriage of their railcart. So we climb aboard, head off with some of the latest recruits, but somewhere along the way, Artyom is knocked from the underside of the cart by some debris on the track and… oh, yeah. I've been trying to avoid it, but the Redux packages of these games have been left in a sorry state. If the game isn't outright crashing every time you load a new level or reload a checkpoint, it runs pretty poorly and will eventually crash anyways. Performance is one thing I can excuse, and yes, I'm being completely serious. I get it if an old game isn't optimized for new hardware. There's no real way to future-proof a game to always work with whatever new tech comes up 10 years later after a game's release. But full, consistent, easily reproducible hard crashes to the desktop is absolutely something that shouldn't be ignored, and it's embarrassing that 4A games, or maybe their publisher Deep Silver, have decided to leave the game in this state. It seems to be a pretty widespread issue too. This isn't something that just affects a small player base, specific hardware, or operating systems. These are long-standing crashes that have been ignored and left to the audience to theorize on what might be causing it. So let's kick off everyone's favorite part of playing older games and troubleshoot why the hell it keeps crashing. Initially, I wasn't super bothered by the crashes. It happened every time a new chapter was loaded, but thankfully the game autosaves at the beginning of a chapter. So if all I had to do was boot the game back up at the start of a level, no biggie. I marked that down in my notes to bring it up and kept on playing. But then I noticed sometimes it crashed before the autosave happened, leaving me on the last checkpoint of the previous level, forcing me to play through the end of the chapter and begin the next one, crossing my fingers that the crash wouldn't happen on load this time. This was less than ideal, so that's when I started looking for fixes. First, I saw a lot of recommendations on certain graphics settings, specifically turning off tessellation and advanced physics rendering. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of what either of these mean. I'm not a technical artist or software engineer, so I'd probably embarrass myself. But what I will tell you is that advanced physics is an NVIDIA-specific rendering technique that might be working off a base implemented 10 years ago with the Redux release. So I thought, yeah, maybe that wouldn't work with the newer NVIDIA hardware that I have. That makes sense to me, so I turned the setting off. Then the game crashed about 20 minutes later. Okay, so it isn't those two settings. No big deal. I saw a lot of other suggestions online for some fixes. The next one suggested that I deleted the .ogv files for the legal screen and intro cutscenes when you launch the game. Sure, maybe those caused some memory issues. I could see that, so I went ahead and tried. Would you believe it? The game still crashed. Then I found a Reddit thread talking about the crashes with a big claim that they solved the issue and multiple comments confirming the fix worked for them. So I followed their steps, deleting those .ogv files again, downloading a fan patch from PC Gaming Wiki, making sure to exclude replacing the 2033 executable, opening my config file for the game and changing specific values to certain settings, setting that config file to read-only, creating a copy of the original Metro executable and changing its properties to run in compatibility mode for Windows 8 and making sure that I always launch the game from that new executable that I just created. Guess what? The game continued to crash constantly. So I decided to start from square one, fresh install of the game and take it from the top on community fixes and troubleshooting. The next suggestion I saw was to open the game, create or load a save, then delete my configuration file entirely to allow the game to create a new one in the middle of a save, apparently solving something to do with the config file creation at the main menu and problems reading it on every load. Sounds like a bunch of bullshit, but I was running out of options, so I gave it a shot. This is where my issues with playing on the Ranger difficulty began. See, I told you that would come back. I picked Ranger at the top of my playthrough, expecting to get through the game just fine, but when I deleted my config file for this latest fix, this included removing the string that referred the game to what mode I was playing on. So when I loaded my save file in the middle of the game without a config file, the game was forced to produce something and created a default file, with the strings and values in the file pointing everything at the normal difficulty. Except now, with partial progress on Ranger difficulty, but the config file telling the game I was playing on normal, my save existed in a limbo between the two. This created a weird state where I had most of the HUD elements you would have on normal, but I was still restricted by the confines of Ranger difficulty, still only having 2 guns, still having limited ammo, and fights were still amped up for more lethal combat. In fact, later in the game, when I tried to purchase a 3rd gun, the game just outright crashed, which confirmed my suspicion that I was stuck in some weird in-between state. This is admittedly just a tangent about strange difficulty hijinks going on in the background, because deleting the configuration file mid-playthrough did not stop the game from crashing. So what did? Honestly, I don't know what to tell you. I decided to go with another fresh install of the game and work from the beginning again. I found a Steam discussion thread of the crashes and found a single comment pointing to a Polish YouTube video with no commentary showcasing a file claiming to patch the game's executable. This video had a Mediafire link in the description buried beneath what looks to be an attempt at communication, so I clicked it, downloaded the file, and hoped for the best, following the on-screen instructions in the video. The game never crashed again. Neither did Last Light. I don't know what this fix is, I don't know who uploaded the file, I don't know who Luke SLG is, but Thanks. This worked without any other steps, without any other fixes, and just made the game run flawlessly without any new problems. I'm hesitant to link this file in the description of my video just because of the nature of the link and telling you to download an executable off the internet, so I can't in good conscience do so. It did work, but I don't know what it is. I promise I'm no stranger to bad PC ports or unoptimized old games. I think the content on my channel should be proof enough of that, but I think these Redux releases are some of the worst support I've seen from a major studio. The Redux packages of these games are left in an inexcusable state for a large portion of players, but there's an ocean of potential fixes out there for you to try it. It shouldn't be on the shoulders of fans to make the games playable though. This is unacceptable for a modern title, especially one that 4A Games is ready to recommend you to purchase or give away in limited time deals. Unfortunately, these titles are worth all this effort, so here I go getting back to talking about the actual game. Returning to Artyom, we've just fallen from a troop transport car into a conflict between the Red Line and Fourth Reich, two opposing political forces that are fighting for power in the metro. Not much to say on them for the duration of this game, but we'll talk about them plenty during Last Light. While we're here though, this is one of, if not the largest, human combat encounter in the game, so this brings me into a good segue to talk about their part in combat. The Metro games are first-person shooters when they're not supernatural thrillers in post-apocalyptic Moscow. The best way I could describe the shooter gameplay seen in the Redux games would be slow and methodical, though not coming across as sluggish or poorly implemented, instead feeling intentionally meticulous through its design. Aiming and moving your weapons is slow. Lining up your eye line with the sight of your gun takes longer than usual in a shooter, but again, I think this is all part of Metro's play. Combat favors accuracy and efficiency over shooting out a hail of bullets, with a scarcity of resources supporting the effort to make your shots count. Firing weapons feels punchy and satisfying, giving strong feedback with your guns across the board and believable handling for weapons as Artyom reloads a magazine or chambers the next round. When aiming, you have tight, responsive control over your gun if you can manage the strong recoil and kickback behind each shot, giving the player more control to keep in mind when engaging an enemy. While the movement and control of your weapons might be slower, fights are quick and deadly. Every gun has the potential to put down enemies or the player in just a few hits, making smart decisions of when to fire and when to prioritize cover a must throughout encounters. The arsenal available in 2033 isn't huge with only 11 guns, but I feel that each gun is well-rounded and most fit a specific need in combat. There is some redundancy here, like the Kalash and Kalash 2012 both being high fire rate, medium range rifles, but otherwise the guns we can use are unique and interesting to me. A lot of weapons are creative designs brought on by necessity in the Metro, people forced to scavenge what they can and bend whatever pieces they find into something that sort of resembles a gun, to varying success. I love the weapons seen throughout the Redux entries. They're incredibly fun and weird, which lends itself to a more memorable arsenal than most games. Some of my personal favorites are the Buy Gun, added in the Redux release and Last Light's DLC. This is a revolver shotgun built out of spare bicycle parts with a gear for the chamber, handbrake as a trigger, a seat for the weapon stock, and some other fun details. Another gun that I love is the Bastard, a Metro staple. It's a machine pistol composed of various parts from other guns, coming together as a strange, side-loaded carbine that spits out bullets quickly but overheats and jams frequently, giving the gun its name since it's a bastard to use. I much prefer the weird, janky guns of the Metro than the traditional firearms we can find like the Kalash and revolver, because again, it makes using the gun stand out much more if there's something unique to the game. I can't find anything like the Shambler in other games, so why wouldn't I use it here when it's available? We also have a couple of throwables that you can use in a pinch, lending us grenades, firebombs, sticky bombs, and throwing knives. I'll touch on throwing knives a little later, but the rest are great boons for active engagement. They all act as you'd expect. The grenades blow up, the firebombs leave a pool of fire where they land, and the sticky bombs stick to stuff then blow up. Not a whole lot for me to delve into, but again, they are useful. I do think that the time it takes Artyom to throw a grenade and the travel time of the object is a bit slow to make them really effective as split-second decisions, but they are effective as tools when you can employ them. The firebombs do suffer from weirdly smart enemy AI pathing. Most enemies will unnaturally avoid the fire that gets left behind, but that initial impact does burn through mutants and humans quickly. Moving into the spaces that you fight in, the Redux titles have surprisingly robust and intricately designed arenas for you to sneak or shoot through. We'll talk more about stealth later, but these arenas are crafted in a way to make both playstyles viable, with high and low routes available to creep past enemies or give you a better sightline on the opposition, along with surface paths to fight through the main floor of an arena. I think this design for the arenas helps the combat encounters throughout the game feel much more dynamic. A fight isn't just a single plane for you to slowly walk across as you mow down the next bandit. Instead, you can choose to go above or below them, mix up approaches, fall back to higher ground, and more to give the player a wide variety of cover and a decent amount of mobility in a fight, even if Artyom himself moves pretty slowly. The spaces these fights take place in are often cleverly designed real-world settings, which adds a lot to immersing the player in the space, not feeling too much like just another level in a video game. Moving over to the actual enemies that we fight, unfortunately, human enemies are pretty boring in the Redux titles. If they see a player, they shoot the player. Typically, they prioritize cover at a medium distance away from Artyom and peek out occasionally to make sure you can shoot them in the head, then returning fire once in a while if you haven't killed them yet. Every enemy comes with a single standard weapon, either holding a shotgun, rifle, handgun, or some abomination from the Metro, but every enemy seems to have the same script package, regardless of weapon type. Shotgunners won't try to push or flank you, riflemen won't fall back for better sightlines, they all act the exact same, slowly marching towards you while sticking to cover throughout the arena. Last Light will add some armored enemies that take more damage to be put down, while having layered weak spots that you need to hit multiple times, but that's about it for human enemy variety. These guys are underwhelming for sure, but with the quick and dangerous nature of fights, the lack of interesting enemy behavior is patched with intense engagement. I never really notice how similarly enemies behave because I'm caught up in not getting shot myself, while taking the few potshots I can as their barrage eases up. It was only for this video that I took note of how bare bones the AI approaches encounters. Altogether, the lethality of combat, combined with the heavy and purposeful handling of weapons, brings a unique experience to combat in the Redux titles. Fights are quick and deadly, but your place in them is to be calm and collected, slowly picking your shots and managing your ammo to make sure you have enough for the next fight. I really like the engagements seen throughout the games, despite the lackluster enemy AI, thanks to the design forcing a player into a more precise and careful playstyle. Eventually, as Artyom is shooting or sneaking his way through the frontline conflict, we're captured by some Reich soldiers as they get the drop on him while we open a door. We aren't held for very long though, because as the two Nazis think about what to do with Artyom, two more soldiers creep into the room to take them out. Yeah, that was cheesy as hell. The two soldiers introduce themselves as Spartans, members of the Spartan Order, a neutral force in the Metro that tries to fight back against mutants and bandits. Artyom shows them Hunter's Spartan tag, and the two promise to get Artyom to Polis so we can report to Miller. So we head out with Pavel, while the other soldier, Ullman, hangs back to continue reconnaissance on the conflict here. Together, we hop into their armored car and ride back to Black Station, another stop on the way to Polis. We shoot some Nazis in an extended turret sequence, not much to comment on, and eventually the two are forced to ditch their armored truck for a much less impressive rail car. Continuing down the tracks, we get overwhelmed by mutants, and very quickly, Pavel is out of the picture and gone for good, so we're forced to continue to Black Station alone to meet back up with Ullman. I'm conflicted on how quickly human companions are written out of the stories so frequently. Pretty much everyone we encounter dies, leaves Artyom, or is otherwise left behind, and we're forced to stick things out by ourselves. I do think this is a plus for a lot of the game's horror, the themes of loneliness and isolation, or Artyom's growing xenophobia of strangers and the Dark Ones, showing us more and more what new people could be capable of, but writing out any friendly characters so quickly makes human interaction shallow and almost pointless. I get it, we have a silent protagonist, and constantly writing around the fact that the player character doesn't speak back is harder than just having the player go about things alone. But it's not impossible, and we'll see proof of that in Exodus and to a lesser extent Last Light. It's not like Artyom is constantly alone in the book either, and this is just an issue with the adaptation. This is a unique issue to 2033 as a game. Again, one that leaves me mostly conflicted. The people we meet, with the exception of Khan and a few others later, are here just to push Artyom a little closer to his objectives. They feel like stepping stones to the next station more than actual help or partners joining him for the journey, and it seriously drags down my enjoyment of the supporting cast in the game when I know they'll likely be dead in just a few minutes after I meet them. Without Pavel, we encounter another station on the last leg of a defense, barely holding on and down to just a few men left to fight. We join their forces to try and hold the line, but we're quickly overwhelmed when an anomaly approaches and knocks everyone unconscious, just like we saw in the tunnel to Riga. Artyom wakes up to find everyone dead, except for their leader, asking Artyom to report to Polis to let them know that whole station has been overrun. We accept the mission on top of our current objective, might as well since they're taking us to the same place, and we continue forward. While we have a quieter walk through the remnants of Whole Station, I want to take a moment to appreciate something the Metro games nail in their presentation and uphold in every entry. Metro as a franchise puts an emphasis on player immersion through the first-person lens, more than most titles would bother to do. You can see this in obvious ways, in the lack of egregious HUD elements, the diegetic guidance system, and so on, but Metro goes even further to really make the player feel like they've entered the world as Artyom through a couple of different avenues. One that I really love is how committed to the player perspective Metro is, rarely taking the camera away from the player to show you things that Artyom couldn't see. It's a small thing, but the lack of traditional cutscenes, the lack of zooming out from Artyom's point of view make it feel like a coherent and constant narrative being told from his perspective. Sometimes the camera will be shifted into scripted moments, but largely, where other games would have a cutscene for dialogue or exposition, the camera stays with the player, letting you move around and focus on what you'd like to in the moment. This isn't revolutionary or new to Metro, but I really do think it's an underappreciated technique for player interaction, letting the player take in the world from the perspective that they're given and respecting the player to focus on what they deem important. There's an emphasis on Artyom's perspective in first-person physicalized animations too, adding a tangible sense to the player's interactions in the world. Simple things like pushing buttons, pulling a lever, turning a valve all become interactions we see Artyom do because we prompted the character to do so. Again, this isn't a deep, new way to engross the player into a character, but the team cared enough to make smaller interactions feel realized and personal in a way. One specific way that I really appreciate this push for physicalized interaction is the way that you loot corpses throughout the game. And yes, saying that out loud feels weird. But seriously, I love that there's an added perversion to looting bodies in the world. You're forced to upset the dead and contort them during their rest, shifting their body for your personal gain. It's an incredibly small interaction in the grand scheme of the games, but it's always stuck with me that it wasn't as simple as pressing a button to suddenly gather supplies. Continuing on grounding the player through Artyom's actions and building off the lack of traditional HUD elements or guidance systems, a lot of that information is shown instead through the use of equipment that Artyom carries. Things like checking the battery of your flashlight, asking you to pull out a separate charging device, the use of a compass on your journal to find the direction to your next objective, the watch counting down on your wrist as you run out of oxygen, or even pulling out Artyom's lighter to burn away webs in your path. I love that you're asked to interact with the world in ways that the characters in the game would, with some exceptions for gameplay conveniences like the compass and gas mask watch system, but there's still steps towards bringing the player into acting like they're in the game world as their character. Metro nails player immersion, and it's one of the strongest components of the franchise for me, becoming a pillar of design for the games and only getting stronger with each title in the trilogy. Within the remnants of Whole Station, we find a young boy, Sasha, standing over his dead caretaker. We offer to take him along with us in hopes of finding his family in the evacuation party, and luckily we do, finding the survivors not too far away and sending the boy off with his mother. She tries to hand Artyom some military-grade rounds, the currency used throughout the Metro, and we have the choice to deny her payment or take it, netting us some positive morality points if we turn down our reward. Which of course leads me to talking about the morality system found in the Redux titles, an understandably very divisive mechanic. Throughout both games, many actions we take in gameplay net us positive and negative moral points, indicated by a flash of light on the edges of the screen or a dimming effect that sucks out the saturation on screen respectively. The system is never properly communicated in game. You might think this is happening to represent something else entirely because largely, these points are given out arbitrarily. Positive morality points will pop up for entirely random interactions, like strumming the guitar in Artyom's room in Exhibition Station, or even interactions you might think are mandatory, like accepting the postcard from Hunter when you first meet him or taking the recorded message from the last member of Whole Station. I think giving these morality points is outright stupid. A majority of the points earned are interactions you would otherwise ignore or wouldn't think would net you some kind of reward, and the rest are obvious points of progression, making it a near useless system. Negative points to your morality are more quantifiable, representing cruel or harmful actions from the player, like killing people that might not need to be killed, ignoring characters during conversations, acting hostile towards the visions that Artyom has, and so on. I mind this side of tallying up points a lot less because the definitions for negative morality points make a lot more sense. And you might be wondering to what effect these morality points are being added up for. Well, they determine which ending of the game that you will be seeing, in all three mainline entries. In 2033 Redux, you need to gather 50 positive points to see the good ending of the game, out of a total of 99 obtainable points, making sure you also don't dip under that 50-point threshold through negative actions. This isn't tracked anywhere, not that I would want it to be in a game like Metro, but if you're keeping score, you'll need to stay diligent. I don't really like this system, but I want to revisit it in the next game, during Last Light, because I think that title will help me flesh out my defense against the system and how I think it can be improved. Keep it in mind and keep your angry comment at the ready once we get back into it. I do want to take talking about the morality system in the game as a chance to talk about another large issue I have with Redux 2033, and that issue being the entire lack of proper tutorialization for many in-game mechanics. Much like this half-baked karma system, a lot of little things in 2033 just aren't told to the player, at least not in accessible and convenient means. For some examples, the game never tells you how to charge your flashlight. Seriously, it doesn't. Your flashlight dies over the course of about 10 total minutes of use, and at no point will the game mention how to recharge the battery powering your light. The same issue comes up when using the journal. The game never mentions the journal outright or the compass attached to it, nor does it tell you that you can use your lighter as a quicker way to find where to go by following the smoke trail coming from its flame, or even the main avenue for dealing with spider bugs, which again I'll talk more about in a bit. Last Light teaches us that they're weakened by light sources, but the Redux version of 2033 adds them to the game with no information about them, leaving a player clueless to the primary tactic against them. It's a lot of smaller things like this, and yes, some of these are added as 2033 was ported into the Redux version of the game, with some of these mechanics coming from Last Light and now being forced into 2033 in this new package. But still, there should be some indication for these mechanics. I know you can get tips to learn about these in the pause menu, and I know you can look at the control scheme to see a full list of what buttons do, but it shouldn't be on the player to seek out simple gameplay interactions when the game fails to teach them. My partner played 2033 Redux during the production of this video. Sometimes she takes an interest in what game I've been rambling about to her for that month, and at some point during her playthrough, I watched her play the game for a little while and asked her about some of the things the game never teaches you. She was shocked and annoyed to learn that her flashlight could have been charged for the last hour or two. She didn't know there was a morality system ticking in the background, and she didn't know what the point of loading military-grade rounds into your gun was, which we'll dig into more later. The point being, it's hard for a new player to dive into Metro, especially 2033 Redux, where a lot of tips and conveniences aren't told to the player at any point, leaving them in the dark, sometimes literally, on how to properly approach the game. Leaving Sasha and the survivors of Hull Station behind, Artyom pushes forth to Polis. We take a quick detour across the surface to find an entrance to Black Station, and we end up running into Ullman, warning us the place has recently been taken over by the Fourth Reich, telling us to keep a low profile through the station and to meet him on the tracks that lead to Polis, which feels like a great time to talk about the stealth gameplay seen in the Redux titles. Before you initiate a fight, if you're lucky enough to get the jump on your enemy, you have a few options to tip the scales in your favor, and a few things to keep in mind while you creep through the shadows. First, stealth works on two factors, line of sight and sound. If an enemy sees you, they'll be alerted and initiate combat. You can mitigate this by walking behind cover, going through a more circuitous route that can be discovered in arenas, or by disabling light sources in the environment, which is a great consideration for stealth. You can turn off lights, shoot out bulbs, blow out a candle, and more, all to make the dark more inviting for you and harder for your enemies to catch you. I think this is a fantastic way to make stealth gameplay feel more dynamic, creating your own routes through an encounter and introducing your own opportunities through your direct actions in the moment. If you are spotted, you have a little bit of wiggle room with the visible detection. If you're seen for just a second while you snuff out a light, enemies will go on high alert and a nearby NPC will come to investigate your presence. If you aren't found, they'll return to their patrol or back to their idle position. If you are seen for too long or discovered in that high alert status, then like I said, time to start shooting. Sound functions similarly. If you're making too much noise, enemies will come to check it out, and if they find you where they heard something, you know the rest. You can crouch walk to make Artyom entirely silent in motion, so it's pretty easy to navigate and manage this side of sneaking. Sometimes enemies will have sound traps in arenas, like chimes to alert them if something is passing through a specific area, so you'll have to watch out for those too. To take out enemies without being detected, we have a couple of different options. First up, we can suppress our guns, firing almost silent bullets out of the shadows to take down enemies from a distance. A cool detail that Metro includes is visible muzzle flashes, meaning guns emit light as well as sound when they're fired, and the suppressors actually make those less visible so you can use them easier in the dark. Another option we have are pneumatic weapons. These are entirely silent and produce no flash when firing, shooting out physical projectiles that can be retrieved. The only drawback with these is the limited ammo capacity and that you're forced to pump the air back into the guns as you use them, but otherwise they're very solid options. Last, for ranged takedowns, you can throw knives, which I think are always lethal if thrown while undetected. side. Throwing those knives though is very inconsistent. They don't really follow a sensible anchor point to the screen, so trying to line it up with the center of your view won't work. Plus they have extremely tight collision detection, so they can miss enemies by just a hair. If you want to get up close, you can also perform melee takedowns, letting you pacify enemies non-lethally or use Artyom's knife to kill them. I think this is included strictly for morality choices in combat, letting you silently knock out a gang of goons if you want some extra good boy points, but I like the thought either way. Sometimes it's awkward to initiate the takedowns, like you have to be really right on top of your enemy, but maybe that issue's on me. Altogether, stealth gameplay in Metro is pretty bare bones, though it is necessitated by lethal combat and your effort to conserve resources. Enemy detection isn't anything special and pretty par for the course in games, though again, I do really like the idea behind taking out light sources to make their visibility worse. That's always a great inclusion. Your options in stealth are fine, again, pretty standard, but I appreciate an entire class of weapons for stealth if you really like that line of gameplay. Throwing knives kinda suck, melee takedowns are fine if you can catch enemies at the right angle. Again, it's all serviceable, but strangely elevated by it becoming a logical choice to keep your supplies up and to avoid catching some stray bullets. Once we're on the other side of Black Station, we find Ullman waiting for us in a motorized railcar. We take off to Polis, but along the way, Artyom has another vision. A voice tells him that the Dark Ones are not our usual mutant, instead being something much worse. Another voice enters Artyom's head, speaking for the Dark Ones. They tell him that they want to help humanity, that they want peace, and that they want to find a way to communicate. A Dark One appears, stepping out of a haze of light, but Artyom is called away by the Metro, by someone yelling to him beyond a station gate. You can stand and accept the Dark One walking towards you, or run back to the gate, but either way, once the door closes, the vision ends. This vision is disturbing for a new reason. It's now obvious that there might be more to the Dark Ones trying to contact Artyom. They say explicitly that they want peace, that they want to help people in the Metro, but we still have our goal and our orders. If it's hostile, you kill it. It unnerves me that we're forced out of this vision before we can get any more information out of the Dark Ones, since we're getting so close to Hunter's destination for us. But now we have this new development, potentially asking a player to question their motives. Artyom wakes up from the vision on approach to Polis, pulling up to their main gate. Polis appears as a much more grandiose station than what we've seen so far, making it a neat contrast to the visuals of the Metro. It's massive, it has beautifully carved concrete walls, it seems properly rehabilitated in the apocalypse, and just generally more well off than most of our stops. In Polis, we're brought to Colonel Miller, the commander of the Spartan Order. Miller understands our mission and Hunter's message, accepting the goal to fight back against the Dark Ones. Miller tells us to bring this issue to the Polis Council to see if they'll allocate the Spartan forces to join the fight and defend Exhibition Station. And after a quick time lapse, we're joined by Miller again, frustrated with the Council's decision to hold back the Spartan army. Miller still wants to take action though and decides to operate independently, asking Artyom to head to the Moscow State Library on the surface and locate military archives inside to track down a base with enough firepower so we can strike at the Dark Ones effectively. Another trip to the surface and we find ourselves at the library. Miller and another Spartan join us in the entrance, but the other guy gets injured, so Miller has to take him back to Polis, leaving us to navigate the lower levels of the library alone. Inside, we're met by a new danger, the Librarians, a seemingly more intelligent mutant evolved from primates. I'm saving a full mutant breakdown for once we've encountered everything in Last Light, but the Librarians are special here, so I'm bending that rule. The Librarians are unique in the fact that you don't have to actually fight them, and you likely won't want to. They're extremely resilient, tanking a lot of damage if engaged head-on, and they're capable of killing Artyom in just a few swipes. The best way to deal with them is by staring them down, standing your ground, and matching their eyeline when they initially approach Artyom. Miller tells us this tactic when he leaves with the other Spartan, and it proves to be extremely useful to push our way through the archives. I really love this little trick for the tension in this level. You can constantly hear the Librarians climbing around you, slowly trying to find Artyom to test him, and if you break their gaze for even a second, they immediately become aggressive and change the pace of the level. It's really fun and incredibly memorable for the game. It's one of my favorite sequences and has always stuck out in my mind when thinking about these games. Eventually though, we will track down the military archives, locating a map that will lead us to a government bunker, D6, a large munitions storehouse that should have missiles capable of wiping out the Dark Ones. We clamber out of the basement of the library and are saved from a librarian by a Spartan patrol on the surface. Miller is pleased with our results, so we hitch a ride to a local church, the first and only Spartan outpost on the surface. Inside we find Khan, for some reason. He tells us that he's heard about our next move and warns us about the road we're taking, telling us that death will only bring more death, asking us to break the cycle for a more thoughtful and considerate act. The Spartans are ready to mobilize though, so we gear up and take a small squad down to the bunker. On a tram towards D6, Artyom falls unconscious and has another vision. The Dark Ones reach out again, showing him a more serene visual of life and nature regrowing in the metro, taking over the concrete tomb that we've been trapped in. But the vision is quickly cut short as the Spartans wake Artyom up for their mission. Again, this vision is haunting for a new reason. The Dark Ones are desperately trying to tell or show Artyom the future that they have in mind, but we're already set on a path to destroy them, now heading to the final stop to attack them with ballistic missiles. On top of Khan's warning, the player should be thinking more and more about if what we're planning to do is the right thing, but unfortunately, it might already be too late to change Artyom's mind. Once we're awake, we begin our descent into D6. We slowly wake the beast back up from its slumber, slowly bringing power back to the facility and arming the weapons deep beneath the surface. Deeper, we find a horrific mass of organic material, covering the power subsystem needed to activate the missiles. This creeping ooze of flesh covering the walls of D6 is disgusting. I love its presence, and I love that it's left unexplained, leaving it up to the player to interpret its existence. In time, I've thought of this as a safeguard from people that died in Moscow, subconscious or not, acting as a way to try and prevent someone from using the missiles in D6 again, forming into this unidentifiable mass of flesh from anyone dead in the area thanks to some extreme mutation from radiation, creating a creature hostile to anything that tries to come into the bunker. The biomass does appear in the novel, and it has a more concrete explanation for things, though still pretty vague, but this sequence in the game takes place somewhere else entirely and acts different from that similar creature in the book, so I've always loved thinking about what the hell this thing could be. While avoiding and working around the biomass's attempt to stop us, we eventually get the power back on in D6 and begin the missile launch sequence. As we leave with Miller alone, he talks about his vision for D6, wanting to use the facility as the new headquarters for the Spartans to try and help the Metro out of the Dark Ages and into a new age of enlightenment, where the Spartans have authority and the power to protect people. Miller and Artyom leave D6 to the surface with a missile guidance probe to find somewhere above the weather and radiation to successfully pinpoint our target, the Dark One's nest on the surface. Here we catch up to where Artyom's retelling began, joining Miller and a few Spartans as we hold off against a mutant attack. Now our goal is clear though, we're heading to a local radio tower to climb to the top for a clear viewpoint to use the guidance probe. The two narrowly make it to the radio tower and Miller is wounded on the way up, leaving us to complete the mission alone. As we ascend the tower, Artyom is flooded with visions from the Dark Ones, showing him that they're trying to evacuate before the attack, asking him to stop the launch before it's too late for their people, and eventually turning hostile towards him in their words, saying that they'll be forced to stop him. As we reach the top and begin to initialize the probe, Artyom is forced to navigate winding paths in an unending maze inside of his mind, what seems to be a psychic attack from the Dark Ones. They continue to beg Artyom to stop the missile launch and threaten to harm him if they have to intervene, though eventually we hear another voice in this vision, hearing Hunter remind us of our goal, cementing his mindset that if it's hostile, you kill it. Hunter hands Artyom a revolver in this vision and we're forced to fire at a Dark One, revealing Artyom's true position in this struggle based on our morality score throughout the game. We'll start with the good ending because surprisingly, the bad ending is the one that they decided to go with being canon and built the rest of the trilogy off of. If we've been a good enough boy, we can shoot the guidance system off of the tower, letting it smash onto the floor below. The Dark Ones watch this action from beneath us and tell Artyom again that they want peace to coexist with humanity. Artyom sits at the top of the tower and reflects on his choice with a quote, "If we don't end wars, wars will end us," satisfied in his decision to try and broker peace between humankind and the Dark Ones, seeing it as an end to the Metro's war. Artyom realizes that the visions he's been seeing were attempts to reach out all along, and hopes that together, with the Dark Ones, a bright future is ahead of them. I'm also adding this from my understanding and help from the novel, but this also explains that the attacks happening at the beginning of the game around Exhibition Station were attempts at communication as well, with Artyom being the only one capable of receiving their message, hence why people have seen him as the only one resistant to their violence. I do like this ending, despite the morality system, which again I'm saving my final thoughts on for a little later in the video. It makes sense. The last few visions have been clear from the Dark Ones. They aren't a threat and they want to try to build a relationship, not harm the people left in the Metro. Khan's last message to Artyom is cemented here too, with Artyom breaking the cycle of suffering by choosing to do something kind to the Dark Ones, not blindly following the mission to destroy them. It sucks for them though, cause the bad ending is the one we'll be going forward with. This ending is reflected by the end of the book as well, so it makes sense that this was the base for any sequels. Maybe they just didn't want to upset the source material. At the top of the tower, as the guidance probe counts down, Artyom instead shoots a Dark One trying to stop the launch. The missiles fire and destroy their home, seemingly wiping out their entire population. Artyom thinks of a different quote to reflect this ending. He who leads war for the love of his fellow man will defeat his enemies. Artyom is proud of this accomplishment, leading his war to protect his home. He won the war with this attack, but he does wonder if ridding the world of the Dark Ones was the right move. I want to expand on this thought with an excerpt from the book because I don't think it properly conveys the desperation behind the regret of attacking the Dark Ones. I know that the bad ending is meant to reflect Artyom just following orders, following Hunter's creed, but I think the book accomplishes that on top of forcing Artyom and the reader to realize it was definitely the wrong move. It's going to be a bit of a longer quote, but stay with me. The passage loosely reads, Artyom then understood that there was nothing dividing people and the Dark Ones. They were not competing for survival, but intended by nature to work together. Artyom saw the searches to find one who could become a bridge between the two worlds, one who could explain to the people that there was nothing to fear and who could help the Dark Ones communicate with them. At this moment, the first missile struck the center of the city. Artyom jerked back, hoping the salvo could still be stopped, but he understood everything was already over. Artyom tried desperately to discover in his consciousness a trace of that presence which had filled and warmed him, which had promised salvation for mankind and given meaning to his existence, but nothing was left of it. Artyom keenly felt that this light by which would illuminate his life and find his way would never appear again. The ending to 2033, with the full context provided by the book, is heartbreaking. Knowing that everything was an attempt at peace, and knowing that they just wanted to help humanity, and even still, Artyom chose to fire the missiles to destroy them, it's just awful. The knowledge that both Alex and Hunter were wrong all along, that this wasn't the next step of evolution to move past humanity, and that they were never a threat at all, it really just elevates the ending of the game and makes Metro's story much more unique. There isn't happiness at the end of this road, there's just more of humanity's mistakes. This ending, the bad ending, seems to be a more common outcome for players, again thanks in large part to a thinly hinted at morality system, and I'm glad it's the base for the rest of the games. That gut feeling Artyom gets knowing he fucked up is important going forward, and it builds his entire character for the rest of the trilogy. Metro 2033 is a fantastically weird, disturbing, and solemn introduction about failing to understand something new, something different from you, and something you don't quite comprehend. The growing themes of xenophobia are strong with the player in Artyom's knowledge of the Metro expanding with things seeming worse and worse the further we get from his home, but that's the wrong message. Hope for the future is alive and well. You just have to be brave enough to accept it. Metro Last Light picks up the narrative about 1 year after the ending of 2033, 1 year after the bombing of the Dark One's nest. Kicking us off, Artyom begins a narration about the Dark Ones, talking about the perception people of the Metro have about them, seeing them as nightmarish creatures that would tear everyone apart, but damning that as a lie, saying that the truth about the Dark Ones is even scarier. We join Artyom in a dream, huddled around a campfire in a dark secluded tunnel with other men. The men hear shouting and gunshots deeper in the tunnels, readying their guns for an approaching threat. The Dark Ones then appear at the campfire, influencing Artyom and seemingly transforming the other men at the fire into mutants. Though as Artyom stabs one of these creatures, it's revealed that he's been slaughtering these men in a hallucination. Artyom is shaken awake by Khan, recognizing that he's having a nightmare. Khan empathizes with him being shaken by recent events, but he comes with an important message. Khan says that he was on the surface near the ruins of the Dark One's hive and he spotted one of them in the remnants, immediately coming down to D6 to speak to Artyom since he was the only known contact for their species. Khan urges Artyom to try and find this Dark One to communicate with it, but he gets escorted out of the room by Ullman, who directs Artyom to report to Miller. I really like this opening, the first narration, the nightmare, and Khan's message. I think it perfectly builds off of the regret and fear that Artyom had in the original 2033 book ending, though again that intent is a little lost in the bad ending for the game. Regardless, this is a great progression of Artyom as a character. He feels remorseful about what he did to the Dark Ones. It's been haunting him, he knows what he did was wrong, but Khan is bringing him a chance to atone. Walking through D6 leads me to a fantastic part of Metro's visual identity, and the world that it's creating for the player to experience. Environments throughout the Redux games are richly detailed, properly lived in, and borderline overwhelming with how much life is constantly pushing around these tunnels. There's always something around every corner: mushroom farms, jail cells, private residences, performances, vendors, just a constant stream of life everywhere you look. It really makes the Metro feel properly realized as a setting. This isn't just a set piece for the player to walk through. This is how life is for these characters, and we get to see it in great detail. It's a small thing that'll go unnoticed for most players, but a lot of effort and consideration goes into it from the team creating this world, and I absolutely love it throughout these games, with the Metro tunnels becoming some of the most believably real spaces that I've ever seen in a game. While we walk through D6, we eventually come across the armory and get geared up before we meet with Miller, which brings me into a couple of different systems we can finally dig into. The economy of Metro runs on bullets, specifically military-grade ammunition that was manufactured before the war. These bullets only come in cartridges for specific rifles, which can then be used in gameplay as powerful boosts to our damage output, but when used, you're literally shooting your money away. Bullets being the currency down here is interesting, and it makes sense logically. They're not something that could be easily counterfeit, they're small enough to carry in bulk, they're probably plentiful with all the military bunkers in the metro and military personnel left up on the surface. Sure, I get it. But their utility in gameplay kind of confuses me. See, if you load your AK with a couple of military-grade rounds, yeah, you're dealing more damage than you would with dirty rounds, which is what the Metro populace call the ammo that they've had to manufacture themselves. But how much more damage are you really doing, and are those 5 or 6 shots, effectively being $5 or $6, really worth getting rid of entirely instead of going towards your next purchase? I don't think so. The fancy ammo deals about 50 to 60% more damage than regular bullets, at least in my quick, very surface level test, with about 10 shots of dirty ammo needed to take down 1 No Solace, a basic mutant, and 4 or 5 shots from military grade rounds, both loaded into a Bastard, one of the weaker guns in the game. Mind you, I missed 2 or 3 shots of MGR trying to keep the shot pattern tight enough to count each shot hitting the thing, which you likely wouldn't be doing in a regular fight, probably shooting out quick bursts, shooting out even more ammo, so you have to take that into consideration as well for how much money you're burning every time you use these. Don't get me wrong, that damage boost is good, and I will use military grade bullets if I feel like I need some extra stopping power. But should you? No, I can't really recommend it when it's your only means of buying anything. You find these rounds pretty sparingly, occasionally looting 2 or 3 from a corpse, sometimes finding stashes of up to 10 or so you accumulate your wealth slowly with these, furthering my suggestion to hoard them as best you can. Another gripe that I have with these rounds is that they can only be used in rifles, specifically only the Kalash 2012, VSV, and the Bastard, plus 2 more AK variants in Last Light. That's less than half of the available weapons, and it's only one class of firearm, so if you don't like using rifles, which I don't, then you're just stockpiling these bullets without any other purpose. I know in universe these are just a common caliber from before the war, so naturally they only fit in guns that they're made for, but I really think it's a missed opportunity to allow some other guns to get boosted too, maybe with different military grade rounds of varying sizes, equating to something like copper, silver, and gold coins in a fantasy RPG, or cents versus full dollars with smaller caliber bullets against higher calibers. That might get a little too in the weeds for some players, becoming too granular with what you loot and how you manage your ammo, but I think neglecting over half of the weapons available and restricting these to just one weapon type is a lot less fun. So what are we buying with these rounds if we're not shooting them at whatever goes bump in the night? You can purchase ammo and supplies from vendors found in stalls throughout the metro, letting us stock up on dirty bullets, medkits, oxygen filters, and throwables, arguably all more important than a little extra firepower. You can also buy new guns and customize what you have in your arsenal, letting you trade bullets for scopes, muzzle attachments, laser sights, new stocks, grips, and more. The gun customization is neat, but not very deep. It's a great inclusion for player expression and choice in what kind of gun they'd like to shoot, twisting a revolver into a silent sniper or something. But they don't really do anything for gameplay, besides the obvious parts in suppressors making your shots effectively silent and past the cosmetic changes. Guns are always effective in Metro. Whether you have a stock on your Bastard or not, it's going to put holes in whatever you point it at. I do like this system, and I'd encourage customizing your weapons, but most mods don't seem to affect performance much, even if they tell you that they'll stabilize your accuracy or something. And if they do anything tangible, it's just a new sight or laser attachment. While we're talking about the guns, I also want to mention that Last Light adds a few more to our selection, bringing our total up from 11 in the last game to now 18 weapons for us to pick from. Some of these new guns are kinda silly and redundant to me. The RPK, AKSU, and Taiga are all Kalashnikov variants along the Kalash and Kalash 2012, so about a third of the guns in the game are AKs, but I guess we wouldn't be in Eastern Europe without them. 2 new options here are the Preved and the Valve, both being high-caliber rifles for long-range engagements. I'd like to use these, but the engine doesn't seem to agree with long-range projectiles, seeming to spread too wide or drop the bullet too quickly for consistent shot placement when trying to use these guns from a distance. I don't mind bullet drop, honestly I think it's a fun mechanic to try and work to your advantage in shooters, but something just feels off with these rifles in Metro, and they never feel good or satisfying to employ, on top of there not being very many situations situations that call for long-ranged engagement. So once we're geared up with whatever guns we'd like, Artyom finds his way to Miller's office here in D6. As we ride up an elevator to him, we're joined by Khan and Ullman, on their way to Miller as well. Along the way, we hear about reports of a Spartan, Lesnitsky, raiding a lab inside of D6 and defecting from the Order, but we don't get the full story, just secondhand accounts. We separate from Ullman and Khan takes a second to talk to Artyom, telling him that bombing the Dark Ones was humanity's greatest mistake, suggesting that their attacks were simply attempts at communication that couldn't be comprehended, not a malicious act, but one that they didn't understand would hurt humans. Khan also condemns what Hunter taught Artyom, his rules of fighting for his right to survive, saying that the old laws of evolution no longer apply, that survival of the fittest might not be the best course of action anymore. I like Khan's inclusion here as sort of an analog for Artyom's thoughts and the ending of the 2033 book. We already know this about the Dark Ones since I read part of the closing passage from the book, but a player who's coming straight from the game, this information might have gone over their head, especially if they only saw the bad ending of the last entry. It's also a great way to bridge Artyom's thoughts and remorse from the narration in the beginning to greater context needed for the rest of the story, so thanks, Khan. Once we're at Miller's office, Khan interrupts the room to talk about the surviving Dark One. Miller is outraged, in full belief that the Dark Ones are our enemy and that they must be planning to retaliate, assigning Artyom and his daughter Anna, the best sniper in the Spartan Order, to find and execute the last Dark One. Khan tries to tell Miller that this is a mistake, that they're just trying to coexist, but Miller doesn't want to hear it, having Khan escorted out of the room by force. As he's dragged away, Khan begs Artyom to consider his view, seeing this Dark One as humanity's last chance for forgiveness. Miller sends us off with Anna but tells us to return as soon as possible as there might be a war brewing in the metro. If we hang back for a moment, we can hear Miller debrief two soldiers about Lesnitsky, the defecting Spartan that we've heard about. Miller tells them to begin an operation to find and retrieve a container that he stole from inside of D6, suggesting that the container he has could destroy the entire metro. We then leave with Anna, taking a tram to bring us to the surface. Last Slide's story focuses much more on the people surrounding Artyom and around the metro, as opposed to the isolated journey seen in 2033. I think this is a good change of pace for a sequel. We got the groundwork on all the weird shit going on down here, now let's learn about how the people stuck underground deal with it and each other. The Dark Ones and all the supernatural weirdness is still present, but with some friends, enemies, and potentially more, it feels much less lonely out here, and through their interactions with Artyom, we learn a lot more about the metro, even finding new, man-made horrors worse than what we've seen before. I don't want to get ahead of the narrative quite yet though, so as these characters kind of reach the conclusion of their development in the story, we'll talk about them then. I do want to say up front though that while I like the intent behind Last Light being more character-focused, I think it misses the mark with the characters it includes, but again, we'll talk about them as we progress through the narrative. For now, Artyom and Anna reach the surface together, coming up just a short walk away from the remnants of the nest. Anna has some strong opinions on the Dark Ones, insisting that we finish the job and destroy this potential threat once and for all. Anna kinda gives us our first taste of main supporting character, but her introduction here is pretty lacking. She just comes across as dismissive of Artyom and overtly violent, on top of constantly calling him Rabbit.
Come along, Rabbit. Come on, Rabbit. Rabbit, Rabbit. Rabbit or man? Rabbit, Rabbit.
Maybe you're more than a rabbit after all.
Which gets annoying very quickly. We reach the edge of the blast zone, but we're quickly interrupted by some mutants patrolling the surface. I really like this moment, besides the mutant encounter. I think it's important and powerful for the player to be forced to see the destruction left from our actions, forced to confront what we did to the Dark Ones, and seeing how it isn't much different to what happened to mankind during World War III, perpetuating that cycle of violence Khan wanted us to break. Eventually though, the Dark One shows itself, a small, childlike figure. Anna takes a shot at it, but it seems to repel the bullet, ordering Artyom to chase it down. We run through the broken nest and eventually corner the Dark One, as the creature is now weak and out of energy, which I'll be referring to as the Child from now on. The Child imposes a vision on Artyom as he approaches though, showing him the Dark One's hive mind perspective on the missile strike, watching as their race is wiped out and their home is destroyed. We see the Child standing at the edge of the blast zone, seeming to escape before the impact, but the vision is interrupted. Artyom wakes up to see the Child being forced into a cage and were taken prisoner with it by the Fourth Reich, a neo neo-Nazi organization formed around beliefs of a superior race in the Metro. Not an Aryan race like those other losers, but choosing to execute or enslave anyone deemed irregular or deformed. We wake up in a Reich prison, giving us a direct showcase of their brutality and depravity in one of their purity tests, executing a prisoner for having a slightly misshapen skull. One of the other prisoners, a Red Line spy, gets the jump on one of the guards, and together we kill our captors and break out of our cell. The Red spy, Pavel, admits that working together is going to be a little awkward with us being a Spartan and him being a Red soldier, but we'll both just have to make it work. The Red Line is another major player here in the Metro. We saw them briefly in 2033 when Artyom entered the armory and was almost arrested in the station run as a police state. The Reds are essentially the other side of the spectrum from the Reich, being an anti-capitalist, labor-driven society meant to guide its citizens and outsiders into beliefs of equality, though they'll often do that guiding by force or execution. Look, neither of us are here for political discourse surrounding a video game. I'm not smart enough for it, and I don't care enough to pretend to be, so I'll just say that the Red Line and Fourth Reich are common enemies for us, and they're both fucked up for a lot of different reasons. We'll see a bit more of each throughout Last Light, but I'll be commenting on their actions in the game and the narrative, not so much on the politics of these factions. Pavel, though, joins us as the second supporting character to Artyom's journey, coming across as a charming and surprisingly expressive guy. He's quick to help Artyom throughout the escape, quick to accept Artyom's hand and appreciate our service, and we're reliant on each other to make it out of the prison. It's an alright way to endear the player to him quickly. He's funny, he's chatty, and we need his help, but it all feels a little heavy-handed to me and too forced in his dialogue, like him constantly referring to Artyom and himself as the two musketeers. This escape with Pavel also acts as an integrated tutorial to a lot of systems in the game, teaching us how to use light and darkness to our advantage in stealth, the light indicator on our watch, how to charge our equipment, how to manage oxygen filters, and a few other things. I really enjoy this. It isn't too handholdy with tutorial prompts or pop-ups to show us how to do things. Pavel simply comments on something Artyom could do or is already doing, and it telegraphs these mechanics to the player in a mostly natural way. Again, I know that the lack of a proper tutorial for things in 2033 Redux is in part due to the repackaging in the Redux version, but it's nice to see that there was a consideration to teach us things here. With Pavel, Artyom escapes the prison, slowly learning that it's a concentration camp for people the Reich have deemed irregular or impure, with us eventually freeing the prisoners and making our escape into a Reich rally being held by their leader, with us trying to blend into the crowd. As we push through the crowd, we put together that it's a military debriefing, hearing that the Reich has found out about the Spartan headquarters and seeing D6 as a tool that they can take from them to use for the Reich's expansion. That doesn't sound good, but it's about to get a whole lot worse for us as Pavel and Artyom are spotted in the crowd. The two make a run for the station's main gate, but Artyom is shot in the chaos. Pavel supports Artyom as the two walk to a railcar outside of the station, and we push deeper into Reich territory, forced to find our way out on the other side. Quickly though, we ditch the railcar to try and move more covertly, and as we help Pavel into a vent to bypass a secure door, he's caught by the Reich again, so we're gonna have to help him out. We rescued him, he saved us, we escaped together. Wow, we're such good friends. Pavel thinks trying to bypass the Reich is a death wish now, so our plans change to going across the surface together, heading to Theater Station, the closest neutral station to Polis. We make it there, and we can take in the sights, some culture, enjoy a show or two, and eventually we meet with Pavel in the bar to celebrate with some drinks. Artyom knocks back a couple of shots, and Pavel slowly reveals that he's spiked our drink, knocking us out and taking Artyom as a Red Line prisoner. I don't really care for Pavel's turn here. It happens a little too quickly in the narrative for it to feel impactful for me, and again, I think his warming up to the player is a little heavy-handed. It's painfully obvious that something isn't right with Pavel. He's overbearing with friendship, he quickly gives Artyom a nickname, constantly tells Artyom how close he feels to him already. It's not subtle, but maybe it's not supposed to be. I guess I'd like if there was a little more time to ruminate on this friendship, instead of it turning here and never really developing further for the rest of the game. So we're taken prisoner again, but this time we're with the other bad guys. The Reds want info on D6, with Pavel revealing himself to be a pretty high up officer for the faction, reporting directly to the Red Line leader, General Moskvin, and his advisor, Corbett. We end up running into the advisor along with the Spartan defector, Lesnitsky, revealing he was a double agent for the Reds for his entire enlistment. Corbett takes Artyom for interrogation, but is cut short by Moskvin, again the Red Line leader, coming in to speak with us, along with Moskvin's son. His son sees what's going on around here, watching his father beat Artyom for information, how Corbin is drugging and torturing Artyom, and runs out of the room, opposing their methods. Moskvin leaves to follow his son, and Corbett continues with some kind of truth serum, forcing Artyom to talk about the encounter with the child on the surface and bringing on a vision from Artyom's past. Artyom sees himself in a memory from his childhood, sneaking up to the surface with his friends outside of their home station at Exhibition. A pack of watchmen appear and surround the kids, with Artyom failing to run back inside quick enough. A Dark One intervenes, stopping the mutants and protecting Artyom, seeming to be the beginning of his unique connection and relationship with their species. I really like this sequence. It's a loose retelling of a moment from the 2033 book. Artyom sneaks up to the surface with his friends and leaves a door previously sealed from before the war, and with the kids leaving that door open, that was the entrance the Dark Ones would find to start mingling with humanity. Here in Last Light, it's more explicitly shown that Artyom was made special. The Dark Ones helped him and likely sought him out or guided him home, and I think that's a good change. Artyom is unearthing this repressed memory while shifting the established narrative a bit, but for the better, making his relationship to the Dark Ones more meaningful to me. Artyom wakes up for a moment again, overhearing Pavel's new instruction to secure the child, with a trade going down for the little Dark One in Venice Station. Artyom falls asleep again, but wakes up to find Moskvin's son untying him from his bindings and telling us to get out undetected, with our new goal to stop Pavel and find the child again. While creeping through the vents, we can overhear a conversation between Corbett and Moskvin, with Corbett making it clear that he has leverage to blackmail and control Moskvin, using the murder of the previous leader, his brother, to control the Red Line behind the scenes with Moskvin as a puppet for him. Hey, remember the morality system? Not really explained, kind of weird how it tallies up points, and feels kind of arbitrary? It's finally time to revisit that. I think a better way to utilize the system in place would start with changing the name. Morality inherently implies that the system feeds off the player being good-natured or evil, but a lot of the point rewards aren't good actions, they're just actions to better understand the world around Artyom, which is why I would seriously prefer the system to be called something like knowledge points or key intel, or literally anything else to explain that it's meant to represent Artyom's growth from leaving his home station, his understanding of humanity, and his broadening view of the world to become more accepting. This conversation with Moskvin and Corbett is a great example. We overhear something pivotal to our perspective of the Red Line's leadership. We now have a better understanding of how these characters operate in the world, and Artyom can use that knowledge to his advantage. Learning this is not a moral boon though, neither is strumming a guitar or listening to someone talk to their neighbor, but they are ways that Artyom expands his view on life and living. Like every hack fraud YouTube video essayist, I'm compelled to bring up a From Software game, specifically Bloodborne. Bloodborne uses a mechanic called Insight to deepen the player's understanding of the world by physically changing the environment and what is shown to the player as the metric goes up with progress during a playthrough. At the beginning of the game, you can be attacked by unseen forces, but towards the end, you know it exists beyond human comprehension and can see these threats, along with some other neat changes that I won't spoil further. It's a neat mechanic that deepens the player's view of things while progressing through the game naturally, much like Artyom's view changes as we pursue new knowledge throughout the metro. My main point here being that the phrasing, the word morality versus something like insight or knowledge, really determines how a player can view this system. Along with rebranding away from morality points, I would completely remove any moral aspect to these choices. No more pacifist points, no more points for avoiding combat with stealth, no more points for giving out ammo to beggars. Keep this strictly a knowledge system that defines how much Artyom has learned about the world beyond his home station. Keep the points for overhearing conversations, for seeking out information hidden in the world, for interacting with dumb things that make it seem like Artyom has an interest in something new to him. I really don't like the word morality or karma being used here, because again, in tandem with things that objectively aren't moral actions, it just feels bloated and becomes a weird system where you have to both play the game in a specific on-rails way with pacifism and seek out random tidbits of information that apparently make Artyom a better person. I do think that without the moral aspect of this system, Artyom would still make those better, good-natured choices in the narrative, specifically the endings of the games. With a deeper understanding of the world, yeah, I could believe that he sees the Dark One's attempts at communications as a misguided friendly gesture, while an ignorant version of himself just sees this as a threat, and that's what the game and book tell us anyways. It's just framed as a good or evil outcome based on morality for no real reason that I can think of, other than these systems being popular in games at the time. I'm tired of writing and saying the word morality over and over, so I think that's all I have to say, but hopefully my point came across well enough. While we creep through the red-occupied space, we eventually run into an old friend, Andrew the blacksmith, still an ally to the Spartans. Andrew offers to relay our status to Miller, informing him we're back on the trail of the child, and sends us on our way with an armored railcar that he's been building, Regina. Just a quick tangent, but this is my favorite chapter in Last Light. Riding through the dimly lit tunnels of the metro with this shining light being the only safe haven from the encroaching spider bugs, it's a very unique experience throughout the Redux titles. Adding on to that, this level explores a non-linear approach through this sequence, asking you to drive Regina down a straight passage but opening up branching paths all around Artyom to entice you to explore. The exploration is entirely optional, it'll just net you some journal entries, more supplies, and the usual loot, but this design stepping away from the traditional on-rails nature of levels is great to me, and I really like how experimental it feels against the rest of the game. With Regina's help, we reach Venice Station, a waterlogged civilization that lends it the name. We're arriving just in time to overhear Pavel having a conversation with some contractors working for the Red Line, overhearing that they've secured a virus to use as a bioweapon in the metro. That doesn't sound good. Our eavesdropping gets interrupted though, but we're able to tail Pavel as he leaves the station, though he does catch Artyom sneaking around and holds him up at gunpoint. Pavel tells Artyom that he's too late to catch the Dark One, adding that the Red Line wants to domesticate the child and use it as a tool against their enemies. Pavel gets distracted by something shuffling nearby, letting Artyom get the upper hand and disarm Pavel, getting him to reveal some more info. Pavel tells us that if we want to catch the child, we have to head to Oktyabrskaya. Pavel tells us that if we want to catch the child, we have to head to Oktyabrskaya. Nope. We have to head to Oktyabrskaya. Nope. We have to. Fuck. We have to head to Oktyabrskaya. Not gonna try to pronounce that again. And Pavel offers to take Artyom there himself. We don't have to worry about him betraying us again though, as a traitor from Venice comes into the room to distract both men, giving Pavel a chance to escape. The traitor tells us that we can try to cut Pavel off if we use a surface route to get ahead of him, sending Artyom through a swamp on the top side to find a Spartan outpost. The swamp introduces the final enemy in the mutant lineup, so with everyone accounted for, let's talk about some of the freaks that make up Metro's identity. Straight away, I want to give high praise for Metro's creature design. All of these mutants looked fucked up, their anatomy twisted and contorted into their new frames, their features twisted into strange facsimiles to survive this new world. All of them are seriously gross and I love it. The creatures of Metro are unforgettable, entirely unique and incredibly interesting, but I kind of hate fighting them, at least in large packs or even more than 2 or 3 at a time. With Artyom's movement in the Redux titles, the mutants outpace him very quickly and can get in multiple hits in quick succession if you aren't omniscient to their movement or when they'll initiate an attack. It can be very frustrating to go down from a single watchman hitting you just 2 or 3 times because you don't have a chance to react or move out of the way, but that's really my only point against mutant combat. Artyom is slow and sometimes that's frustrating. Otherwise, I think they're great for the world the game is creating. A lot of them actively hunt and tease the player while they're stalking you, slowly closing in, looking for a chance to strike, maybe even falling back to create a new chance to ambush you, and I think that's fantastic. They add a lot to the tension found in moment-to-moment gameplay. If you're not taking in the existential dread from what's happened to the world or dodging bullets from every new stranger you meet, you're probably being watched by something just waiting to find the right moment to pounce on you. There aren't very many different mutants in the game, which I do think is a good thing, a sort of less is more approach, with each different creature behaving in surprisingly distinct ways. Let's walk through each of them, since again, there aren't that many. The first and most common you'll probably face is the Nosalis. These are presumed to be mutated moles, grown into massive carnivores that lurk in the darkness of the metro. They don't have much health, but they deal out quick attacks, extended combos, and usually come in small packs. There's a couple of different versions of Nosalis, but most of them aren't worth a distinction to me. One alternate is special though, the winged Nosalis, which will perch on walls and climb above the player to send out ranged sonic attacks to disrupt your view and deal minimal damage. Next up we have the Watchmen, seemingly the most common creature found on the surface. They hunt in large packs, apparently up to the hundreds, but we only ever see packs of around 10 or so in gameplay. We can see migrating hordes of Watchmen, but you never have to fight more than a dozen. Similar to the Nosalis, they're on the weaker side but can deal out massive damage in melee range, especially since, with their pack, they'll likely be attacking from multiple angles. One unique quirk to the Watchmen is their sentries, specific Watchmen sent out from a pack to recon an area. If you take out the sentries in stealth, like with a suppressed shot, you can actually avoid fighting the larger pack, giving you an incentive to keep an eye on their approach. The last of the common mutants are the Lurkers, mutated rats and rodents. They dig tunnels throughout the metro to burrow and hide away from any predator or prey, emerging to deal out swift attacks then retreating back to plan the next. They go down really easily if you catch them, but they will actively try to avoid your sightline, running quickly behind you and actually entering their tunnels around the area to spring up somewhere else. And if you happen to walk over one of those tunnels, you'll get a nice jolt of terror as we're shown Artyom's final moments, constricted in a tiny hole as one of the Lurkers approaches. All three of these mutants, again what I'm referring to as the common mutants, are all good inclusions. They don't have particularly interesting attacks or strategies to deal with them, past the Watchman sentries, but their behavior and scripting differentiates them enough to make each one memorable and unique, which is where they really shine. Next we have the special mutants, only really being special because they seem to have specific environments for us to find them in, like the demons, large mutated bats that have become the apex predator on the surface. They seem to patrol more open areas left on the topside, flying over streets and fields to find their next meal. They have a lot of health, requiring a lot of ammo to be put down, and they deal massive damage in their swooping attacks, if they don't choose to grab Artyom and carry him a couple dozen feet in the air, dropping you down for an immediate chunk off of your health. They're honestly really scary. You can hear their roars as they notice you, and your only real safe option is to find somewhere with a roof so they can't fly down to snag Artyom. They make surface missions very intense, with a lot of the areas we end up in being their hunting grounds, making them an ever-present threat whenever we have to go above ground. For the next special mutant, we have spider bugs, big mutant spiders if you couldn't guess. Fun fact about me, I have really intense arachnophobia, more specifically entomophobia, a fear encompassing any and all insects, in case you didn't know there was a difference to include more bugs that aren't arachnids. I actually go out of my way to find mods for some of my favorite games to remove insect enemies or whatever might hit that receptor in my little monkey brain. Just seeing bugs or certain creatures give me a really intense reaction. So yeah, these are a fun one for me to deal with. I won't get into all these specifics and personal parts of why they unnerve me and freak me the hell out, but just know I'm suffering for your enjoyment of this video. But back to the spider bugs. They deal low damage but have thick exoskeletons, requiring you to shine your light or turn on lights in the environment to burn away their exteriors and expose their underside, allowing you to shoot them and put them down quickly. You can just focus light on them for an extended period of time to have them slowly wither away, but I'm not staring at these things long enough for that. They move really quickly, they usually come in places with a lot of tunnels for them to hide, and they try to stick to the dark to avoid light sources. They're really well designed, and I think even without my phobia, these are a great inclusion for the horror of the game, making you use your light as a weapon to focus on a single enemy but opening you up to anything you aren't focused on. Their sound design gets another mark from me, and yeah, it's probably because I'm terrified of them, but hearing them skitter around as you approach is so fucking unnerving, and it's really well done. Last up for the mutants in the Redux titles, we have shrimps, introduced here in the swamp in Last Light. These also trigger that kind of fight or flight bugs do for me, so I don't like dealing with them either, but again, it's for your viewing pleasure. Shrimps come in two different versions, male and female variants, with the male shrimps having armored legs that allow them to block frontal attacks. They both go down in a couple of shots if you can get around their legs or find an opening, but they deal out lots of damage with melee attacks. They also have a habit of retreating to water, where they'll try to find a new angle to approach or spit out ranged attacks to harass you while out of your reach. Altogether, the mutants in Metro are great. They're unsettling, they're a serious threat, and they add a lot to the world of the games. They make up for lackluster or even sometimes frustrating combat tactics with interesting, unique behaviors amongst them, and great visual designs for each. The mutants and creatures of Metro are some of the most memorable parts for me, for very good reason. Once we cross the swamp to find the Spartan outpost, we're ambushed by a massive shrimp, leading into a boss fight. I'll talk more on the bosses throughout Last Light in a bit, much like the mutants, once they've all been accounted for. Inside the church outpost, we reconvene with some Spartans, including Anna, who's warmed up to Artyom quite a bit. She admits she doubted him before when they met and regrets trying to act tough around him, especially after hearing about our time behind enemy lines and watching our approach across the swamp. We gear up for our mission to catch the child before the Reds, but we're surprised here at the church by Lesnitsky, again the Spartan defector. He blows through the church and takes Anna captive, collapsing the building and sending Artyom into the catacombs beneath the building. We fight through the catacombs for a while, fight a big Nosalis boss, again more on those later, but during the boss fight, the Nosalis breaks part of the catacomb walling and floods the tunnel back into the metro. So I guess we're at least back on track to the child and now to save Anna. Luckily for us, we washed up right where she was taken to Oktyabrskaya Station. Man, I said I wasn't gonna try to pronounce that again. While we sneak through the place, we're forced to watch the Red Line executing civilians here, claiming there's been an outbreak of some kind of virus. Slowly, we piece together that this is the virus that Lesnitsky stole, with this station being their first victim to test the disease's efficiency so they can attack the metro at large, and force the Spartans out of D6 to weaken its defenses. We fight through the station some more as the Reds try to clean up their mess and wipe any evidence. And as we reach the station platform, we catch up with Lesnitsky and Anna, holding her at gunpoint to bargain for his life. We don't have much of a choice, so we let him go, and together, Anna and Artyom run out of the burning remnants of the station, collapsing at the entrance of Hansa, then carried inside by Khan. The two recover together in the hospital sickbay, and Anna has a complete turn, opening up to Artyom emotionally. She tells him that she's worried about the war brewing down here, seeing it as an end for the people of the metro. She tells Artyom that she doesn't get to talk about her feelings much, but she wants to open up to Artyom with a newfound interest in him. And then they fuck. Let's talk about Anna. I don't really like her portrayal here in Last Light. She's introduced initially as a tough, hardened soldier wanting to complete her mission and uphold the Spartan code. If it's hostile, you kill it. Then she disappears for the next 3 or 4 hours of gameplay, and when we find her again, she's more accepting of Artyom, understanding that he's been through some rough stuff the last couple of days, and she tries to apologize for treating him so poorly, even blaming herself for his initial capture by the Reich. Then, the very next time we see her, about an hour after that reunion, we save her life, then she's opening up to Artyom emotionally, and cut to us raw dogging it in the ICU. And that's it. That's all of Anna's screen time in this game, with the exception of an extremely underwhelming DLC chapter. I really don't like the game's portrayal of the only female character we've seen this entire time, across 2 games, with the exception of a single grieving mother that Artyom speaks to for 20 seconds, or the countless sex workers and dancers we find in a couple of stations. Don't get me wrong, you can put attractive women in your game, you can sexualize them, you can even make them a damsel in distress, but when your attempt to create a more interesting feminine character is just as shallow as anyone else, that's where the issue lies. Anna goes from a character with a rough exterior and maybe an interesting past that created those walls for her, to a more compassionate friend and ally, to a quick fuck for Artyom so quickly that it just feels wrong and, even worse to me, boring. You can tell me that they're trauma bonded, you can say that people might be quick to feelings with circumstances in the metro, and fine, sure, but that doesn't make Anna any more interesting as a character, nor her relationship with Artyom. And to add to that, Artyom doesn't express any newfound feelings for her in his narration either. When we meet with her at the church, he just says he's happy to see her and seems to accept the guilt she's feeling about abandoning him before. In the pursuit of her at Oktyabrskaya, he just mentions that she's there. After saving her from Lesnitsky, he doesn't even mention her and just talks about the virus going through the station and being quarantined with people in Hansa. And then there's no mention of her for the rest of the game, with one exception I'll save for later because it spoils one of the endings. I'm sure it's hard to write a relationship when one side of the party doesn't speak outside of opening narrations, but what am I supposed to feel about this character? She's mean, then she's not mean, then we hook up with her, cool, great feminine representation. I know I said that Last Light is a more character-focused and human story, and it is, but that doesn't mean that those characters are very well written or represented to me. Artyom and Anna are cleared of any symptoms from the virus, so Artyom is off to meet with Khan to continue our search for the child, while Anna reports back to the Spartans. Khan tells us that the leaders of the factions, the Reich, the Reds, and independent stations represented by Hansa are going to meet in Polis soon to discuss D6 and the Spartan occupation. Khan feels that this meeting is going to lead to a war, but maybe with the child we can stop it. To find the child, Khan wants to bring Artyom to the River of Fate, a supernatural phenomenon in the metro, supposedly capable of guiding people to what they're searching for, being a physical river manifested in the metro through leaks and running water. We reach the river together and enter it, submerging beneath the surface as Khan guides our passage, telling Artyom to think of the child and let the river take us to their location. We're brought through multiple visions, one of Artyom launching the missile on the Dark One's home, showing Artyom the remains of their nest, and finally giving us an indication of how we can follow the child. The river shows Artyom that the child is being held on a train in the metro, and as the vision fades, we wake up somewhere new, guided by the currents of the water. I really love the River of Fate. It's just one of those strange and surreal moments of this franchise that's honestly the heart of the entire series to me. It isn't really explained, and we don't dwell on it. These things just happen in the world now with how twisted reality has become. The weird mythos and supernatural energy surrounding the entire setting adds a lot to the world and really makes Metro much more memorable in its storytelling. Khan and Artyom hop on a railcar and begin their pursuit of the train when we overhear a radio call from the Reds passing by, leading to an extended shootout as Khan drives us through the train tunnels, leading me into one of my least favorite parts of Last Light's design. Last Light features a lot more action set pieces when compared against 2033, which I think detracts a lot from the overall tone and vibe of the story and world. A lot of the time the game feels kind of confused, reeling back from the esoteric horror and focusing in on war with big explosions and long gunfights, then giving the player whiplash when it tries to bounce back to the weird and strange part of its identity. I don't think that these action-focused moments shouldn't exist. I understand that chases, shootouts, boss fights, or escape sequences are fun. They raise the stakes and put out some player-facing action, but they feel constant in Last Light and really drag down my enjoyment of the world in Metro, feeling like just another first-person shooter in some moments. It doesn't entirely derail the game's atmosphere, but it definitely pulls me out occasionally, while the general weight of the game feels less heavy and foreboding, again sometimes coming across as just another shooter. Eventually, once we're close enough to the Red Line train, Artyom jumps from Khan's car and rushes to the front, trying to locate where the child is being held. As we reach the cages, the train is derailed by an explosion, with a fiery wave washing over Artyom. The child reveals himself to us, having been dislodged from his holding, then reaching out to Artyom to bring on a vision. The vision is a continuation of the memory we saw before, of Artyom meeting a Dark One as a child and becoming the first link to their species, then showing Artyom with his mother, begging her not to leave him alone. The Dark One and Artyom stand together, with Artyom expressing his loneliness without his mother, but the Dark One tells him that he isn't alone anymore. He's the first, then cutting to the child and Artyom standing together, a direct parallel to that first encounter. The child tells Artyom that he remembers him, that his people waited for Artyom, but he decided to kill all of them, leaving the child alone, just like Artyom felt without his mother. This vision ends and the child faints, seemingly exhausted from the crash or from using his powers to project a vision for us, and Artyom takes the child in his arms to carry him out of the wreckage, leading us up to the surface together. I really love this moment, the growing despair we can feel from Artyom, the better understanding we have of his isolation and need for a place in the world, and now that exact parallel for the child, being on the receiving end of Artyom's actions. It's short, it gets all of that information across very quickly and thoroughly and in so few words. It's one of the most poignant moments in the game, and if somehow a player hasn't gotten it through their heads that the Dark One isn't a threat, maybe now that Artyom has shown some compassion, they will. In his narration for the next chapter, Artyom expresses a protectiveness to the child now, not wanting to use them for Miller or use them for Khan. Artyom just wants to let the child exist on their own since we've taken their chance at a normal life amongst their people. Artyom climbs to the surface with the child and they seem to recover quickly, being back in the irradiated air, recognizing that Artyom has had a change of heart and wanting to help him despite the missile strikes, now wanting to better understand Artyom and humanity. These next few chapters are Artyom and the child alone across the surface, exploring together, learning about each other, but slowly making their way to Polis, and it's some of my favorite moments of the entire series. In gameplay, their interactions are simple. The child grants us some power, essentially giving Artyom infrared vision to see creatures' aura, showing how hostile they are to us, along with helping manage our oxygen by finding some filters for the player. Their interactions as characters, though, is extremely insightful and important, but I don't know how well I can communicate these moments in a video essay against playing through these scenes for yourself. It's a lot of emotional, quiet scenes showing the player visions or memories to think about the larger world, cornering the player's thoughts on humankind and their fight for survival in this new setting, or the simple wonder and fascination that the child has about the old world humanity chose to destroy. I really don't think I can do these chapters justice in just explaining them beat for beat or walking through each vision and memory. Really, these levels are a reflection of the player and what you value in this story, to see if you're willing to stop and listen, to think and reevaluate, or if you're just another soldier trying to trudge along like any other mission, ignoring whatever thoughts the child is trying to make you curious about. The child, as a character in the narrative, is probably my favorite inclusion to the story in Last Light because of these chapters. They really let the relationship and understanding between Artyom and the child breathe over a solid chunk of gameplay, again through quieter scenes to explain the child's thoughts and rationale behind what he sees and learns. He wants to see the dream the Dark Ones had for humanity, and I think he even believes in it thanks to Artyom, even after destroying their home. But ultimately, it's up to the player to seek out this introspection alongside the child in these moments. With this lull in excitement, this also feels like a great time to talk about how Metro looks, speaking on the visual presentation of the Redux entries. I think these games still look great, even for their age, now being a little over 10 years old. Metro strived for a realistic appearance in its rendering, giving us natural feeling environments, human-looking people, and believable mutations of creatures, along with the destruction and ruins of a city to match. A lot of that visual fidelity is carried in the lighting, I think, with dramatic volumes of light filling scenes, warming the darkness away, or often blinding the player with its intensity. The Redux titles also make sure not to shy away from true darkness too, letting the player creep through the shadows or lose themselves in the endless black ocean covering the Metro. I love harsh, intense lighting, and I think Metro nails it consistently. Another way that these games still impress me visually is the sense of scale in environments. From the crowded and stuffed tunnels of the Metro to the expansive, desolate blocks of ruin on the surface, everything looks and feels dense. It really sells the scale of the world around you, even if you're on mostly linear paths throughout it. There's a surprising amount of variety to these environments too, especially in Last Light, with somehow creative and weird spaces in these restrictive underground tunnels, showing the player unique, strange settings consistently. I spoke on it briefly a little earlier in the video, but I love how realized life in the Metro is too, especially through the visuals. Makeshift encampments, quickly fastened barricades, abandoned and overrun checkpoints, sprawling cities of rusted metal and rotting wood. It all feels so alive and full thanks to the visual design of the world being so thorough. Another strong visual component of the games are the surrealist elements shown in Artyom's visions. I love how they're portrayed in 2033. They're a little more cinematic and flashy in Last Light, but they share a lot of visual cues with twisted concrete, blinding voids of white light, and corrupting colors to represent Artyom's fear and uncertainty. I think it's wonderful, and it comes across with the right mix of abstract, eldritch horror and an intense, haunting sense of dread. Animations throughout the game can be a little awkward, with varying quality seen everywhere you look. Characters move in weird, stilted ways, sometimes they reset to default positions mid-action, their faces always come across as uncanny in dialogue, and generally they kind of feel lifeless in motion. But creatures look great, with exaggerated, purposeful movement and disgusting contortions of barely recognizable figures. Artyom's animations for handling weapons look pretty good too, with consideration for chambering separate rounds of the Shambler cylinder, the different motions for reloading an empty gun versus a partial reload. There's a lot of little details to gush over if you're into that kind of thing. The Redux entries still look great, and I don't want to harp on the negatives from a then smaller budget studio, so hopefully the games speak for themselves with my footage. Joining back with Artyom and the child, we're slowly closing in on Polis, though along the way we bump into Lesnitsky on patrol searching for us. We confront him and take him down together, with the child showing Artyom some of his memories to get us some more answers. We see Lesnitsky the day he stole a secured strain of the virus. We see his orders from Corbett to try a controlled release of the virus to test its results, and we see that Pavel is heading to Red Square on his next order. The child leaves us with the choice of executing Lesnitsky or letting him pass away peacefully, but we're on track for the good ending, so we'll be going with the latter, which the child appreciates, seeing Artyom coming to a more compassionate view of life. Together, the child and Artyom continue to Red Square to get the drop on Pavel. On the way, in the center of Moscow, we see the city full of ghosts and shadows of people stuck in between life and death. The ghosts try to pull Artyom to their side, to pull him into some kind of stasis in afterlife, but the child frees us and protects Artyom, teaching him that they aren't aggressive or trying to kill him. They're just lonely and trapped in this existence. We press on and eventually find Pavel and his team, leading to what is probably the worst combat sequence in the entire franchise. This fight is just not fun and far too long for what it expects of the player. To set the scene, we're stuck in the yard of a building while Pavel and his men shoot at Artyom from the upper levels and slowly swarm the yard at the ground floor. This is frustrating for a few reasons, mainly being that there's awful cover for the player down here in the yard. The enemies on the upper floor appear from three sides, though as the soldiers fill the yard with you, you have to constantly move between cover to try and avoid them while trying to avoid the snipers from above. This leads to a constant struggle of finding a place to sit down, shoot a guy or two, then running to the next spot while eating bullets from multiple enemies. Rinse and repeat for multiple waves of soldiers until Pavel decides he's ready to move on to the next phase. My issues also get exacerbated a bit with the child trying to help, giving you enhanced vision like before, but with the snipers having laser sights and the ground soldiers having flashlights, this visual effect just blinds you for its entire duration. Thankfully though, the rest of the fight is just 1 or 2 shots at Pavel while he retreats deeper into the building, then giving us a choice to spare or kill him like we did with Lesnitsky. The child warns us that Pavel isn't red to us anymore, meaning he isn't inherently hostile, reading his feelings as sadness more than anything. The child lets us peer into Pavel's mind too, showing us more of Corbett's plan to strike D6 while Miller is at the peace conference in Polis, striking while the Spartans are without leadership. We're shown Pavel being pulled by the ghosts we saw in the center of the city, and again we can choose to kill him here or help him down from their grasp. We do the latter and further the child's understanding of forgiveness. I don't have anything to add for Pavel really. I think I talked through his character enough when he turned on Artyom because that's the last bit of development that he gets. For the rest of the story, he's just kind of the bad guy in the shadows. We know we'll deal with him eventually, but we only see him briefly for him to just run away and force us to follow. The child reading his aura as sad, not hostile anymore is something, I guess, but he just talks shit to Artyom as we approach, so we don't see anything outwardly from him that he regrets betraying Artyom, leaving his character in the same place since he poisoned us in Venice Station. Artyom and the child have now tied up any loose ends, so it's time to head to Polis and wrap things up, hopefully stopping the red line before they can launch an attack on D6. Oh, and on the way we fight a big-ass bear. There's 3 major boss fights throughout Last Light, not counting Pavel since that's more of a scripted combat sequence, but they're all really boring. Effectively, they're all the same exact fight. A big monster rushes toward you to deal massive damage while smaller monsters try to swarm you for incremental damage. Each fight has one thing to stand out from the others, but those things aren't enough to make the fights interesting or unique amongst each other. The bog shrimp has some allies shooting at it with you, the bear has a weak point on its back, and the Nosalis rhino runs into some pillars, sometimes, I guess. Otherwise, they are the exact same fight in different arenas, and every single time they just don't feel right to me. I don't know that boss fights really belong in Metro. Forced scripted sequences dwindling your supplies and ammo just kind of take away from the stakes and tension those systems add to regular gameplay, especially when it's artificially restricting you when there's filters to pick up in the arena or an endless supply of ammo regardless. I also don't think there's enough to the combat mechanics, Artyom's movement, or how enemies engage you to warrant boss fights. Mutant enemies just run at you and attack you. Sometimes they have unique behavior and scripting, but when they're massive behemoths, they just act like big monsters. Artyom moves slowly, he can't outrun most mutants, and just shoots his way through problems. So I don't think there's anything interesting for him to do fighting something bigger than our average threat, because these fights end up being a game of tag where we stand our ground to occasionally shoot the monster, run away, stand still to shoot again, and repeat until it dies. Truthfully, I think these sequences would be better as QuickTime events, or QTEs, for dramatic visuals and high-stakes moments over this dull, drawn-out gameplay. I know saying I'd prefer pressing a single button occasionally over actual, tangible gameplay is sacrilegious, but damn, these fights are boring as sin on their own. At least they'd be over with quickly if I just had to press E a few times to kill them. With the bear down, Artyom and the child finally reach a Spartan base, greeted by Miller and Khan. How convenient. Miller immediately threatens the child when it drops its illusion to show its true form, still seeing the Dark Ones as a threat. Khan talks Miller down and immediately takes an interest in communicating with the child, telling Miller that the child will be the future of the Metro if we let them help. Miller reluctantly lets Khan and Artyom speak with the child, and they show us a vision, a massive door inside of D6. Behind the door, we see the Dark Ones, hibernating until they can be found again. The child believes that they can be reunited with its people, and Khan gives them the chance if they help us ease the growing tensions in the Metro. Miller wakes us up from the vision, and Khan tells him that the child can help us deal with the Reds and the Reich if we promise to return him to the other Dark Ones. Miller agrees, and we all continue together to interrupt the peace conference being held in Polis. The child again disguises itself as a human boy while we push our way into the courtroom where this meeting is being held. Along the way, Miller tells us that he's heard reports of the Red Line testing bioweapons and plotting to take over D6, but he struggles to believe their intention, failing to believe the truth with convenient lies and a lack of solid evidence to indict them. Miller wants to try and approach the conference with a deal, to share the wealth of supplies and weapons from D6 with other factions, but Khan believes that it's too late. We reach the Peace Council and Khan directly interrupts Moskvin, the Red Line leader. He directs the child to read Moskvin's thoughts and force him to speak them out loud to the council, showing us all a memory of his plot against his brother with Corbett, the plan to kill his brother and take his place, then revealing Corbett's part to attack D6 on top of the planned virus outbreak. Yeah, it really isn't looking good for the Reds. Moskvin confesses to everything and tells us that Corbett is attacking D6 right now, so the Spartans head back to mount a defense while the Reich sends their own troops to capitalize on the chaos. This final sequence feels wrong for Metro too, again like the action sequences and boss fights. I want to emphasize that I understand a desire to increase the stakes, to add some conflict, raise up the excitement in gameplay, but a long-winded gunfight without any stakes doesn't really do it for me, especially one that plays along as a mostly scripted event. With D6 overrun by both sides, Miller orders Artyom to ready a demolition charge he had prepared to blow up the entire bunker, seeing either side as a damnation for the Metro if they had control of D6, leading us into which ending we've earned thanks to our morality points. In the inverse of 2033, we'll start with the C'est la vie ending, or the bad ending, since that ending isn't canon thanks to Exodus existing. Artyom presses the detonator handed to him by Miller, blowing up the entire base with everyone inside. As the fire and shrapnel washes over him, Artyom has a final vision of his mother, telling him not to be afraid anymore. We see a few years into the future as Anna tells her child about the story of how his father saved the entire Metro. Hey, that's her final appearance I was talking about. Look how meaningless it is. Anna finishes the story by saying that the Dark Ones left us, but they promise to come back one day. This ending is really dissatisfying, which I do think is intentional. This entire game is telling you that it's time for Artyom to reconsider things, to grow and express sympathy or understanding for his enemies, not blind hatred to kill and destroy them. And if you failed to do that, then yeah, this is the ending you deserve. Your hero died and everything got worse. Great job. Even reflected in the namesake of this ending, C'est la vie, or Such is Life, just showing a player apathy for how poorly they played as Artyom. The redemption ending, or the good ending, is much better and represents the entire message the game has been building for Artyom and his development. As Artyom readies the detonator, the child intervenes and stops his hand, telling him that they'll help us since we helped them. The child leads their people out of the vault in D6 and the Dark Ones clean up the bunker, minimizing casualties on every side. We then get a quick showcase of some of our major characters, seeing that Ullman died in the assault, Miller was wounded and lost both of his legs, and Khan just disappeared one day. Artyom then reflects on what Khan told him, that the child would be the savior we need in the Metro, and Artyom now believes him, seeing the child's forgiveness as the pardon and salvation that humanity needed, the last light of hope in the Metro. We see the child with the Dark Ones on the surface, telling Artyom that it will be better for everyone if they leave for now, though promising to return. Artyom accepts their departure and accepts forgiveness, hopeful to see them again one day. Again, I think this is a much better ending for the story as a whole, and I love its development and progression for Artyom. We ended 2033 with regret, with despair of what we've done to the Dark Ones, Artyom racked with guilt and nightmares thanks to his actions. But through the child, through our forgiveness and compassion that we show him humans are capable of, he gives it back to us and forgives Artyom, choosing to save one of the last vestiges of mankind from itself, stopping the war and giving humanity another chance to keep on surviving. Last Light has a lot of issues for me, a lot of strange pacing in its gameplay, a weak supporting cast despite an effort to make a more character-focused narrative, and minor departures from what makes its predecessor stand out to me. But I still think it's an incredible game. Artyom learning forgiveness, learning to forgive himself, and successfully passing on that message to someone else is a great way to build off of his ending in 2033, which really holds Last Light up for me despite any shortcomings I have for its narrative. I still love the world that it inhabits, the strange mythos that it expands on, and how it excels in the dread and fear of a post-nuclear world, extending that into gameplay mechanics to put the player into the shoes of your character and much, much more. Last Light is a step in the wrong direction in a lot of ways to me, but it is still a step forward. Downloadable content was weird 10 or 15 years ago. Post-launch updates weren't as common and actual additional content was even more sparse, though sometimes you'd get a couple more hours out of your favorite games, and even still, those few more hours would seriously vary in quality. There was always a balance, fighting between being a meaningful, substantial purchase for a player, yet not being too big and shiny to warrant a whole new development cycle and drain the pockets of those poor, selfless publishers and executives. Last Light, unfortunately, falls into into the camp of bringing minimal, cheap, and worst of all, boring extra content to its players. There's an exception or two to that criticism, but as a whole, I think the DLC seen in Last Light can be skipped, especially if for some reason you're looking to purchase them independently from the game. The DLC released as a season pass in 4 parts throughout 2013, though it's all now bundled together in the Redux release. For my sake though, we'll take them on in release order for that season pass, starting with the Faction Pack. The Faction Pack features 3 different stories to play as 3 separate factions operating in the Metro, showing us a tale from the Reich, the Red Line, and a Spartan recruit. I'll get the first 2 out of the way quickly because there isn't a whole lot to say, and what I have to say isn't very nice. First, we have the Heavy Squad, featuring a mission from the Reich. I think this might be the first time I've played as a Nazi in a game, other than a World War II shooter, so that's something, I guess. I don't like it, but it is something. This mission is the Reich's perspective of the assault on D6, and it is identical to the sequence at the end of Last Light's campaign, just on the opposing side. It gives you a quick showcase of some heavy weapons, the Gatling gun, a railgun, and the Medved, a grenade launcher. You shoot some guys with these weapons for 5 minutes and then it's over. You can't even use these heavy weapons in the base game, so I don't know why the showcase is really here. Next up is the Sniper Team mission, giving us a stealth operation as a Red Line spy. It's a 15-minute mandatory stealth sequence. It isn't very fun. I mentioned it earlier, but the version of the 4A engine being used in the Redux games doesn't seem to cooperate with long-range projectiles, and this mission is just an extended showcase of that. Also, much like the Heavy Squad mission reusing the D6 assault, this entire level is just a lifted set piece from 2033 Redux. And yeah, I probably wouldn't have noticed that if I didn't play the games back to back, and yes, technically in the Redux package, maybe 2033 is reusing this space from the original DLC release, but it's still lazy and it's still boring. Last up in the Faction Pack, we have Kshatriya. I'm gonna pretend that's how you pronounce it. The exception to Last Light's bad DLC. This brings you into the shoes of a Spartan recruit, heading up a mission to retrieve artifacts from the surface to earn his Spartan rank, sending him into the Moscow State Library. Yes, this is reusing space from the base games too, but it does it in a much more interesting way. The Kshatriya DLC brings an entirely new formula to the gameplay seen in Last Light, coming through as a replayable roguelike thing where every time you leave your base, you're running on a timer to retrieve a limited amount of new artifacts, slowly ticking down a list and scavenging for military-grade rounds to buy new gear, upgrades, and equipment to make your next run more profitable. Each run you perform slowly unlocks branching paths, interconnected routes, and shortcuts to allow you to make physical, tangible progress through the level, which is really neat, giving a constant sense of progression even if you don't scrounge up any MGR or artifacts to get some new gear. When you're out and about, you only ever run into mutant enemies, which is a little strange once you notice that, but these mutants can now be harvested for trophies to get some extra military-grade bullets. I think this level only took me about an hour to finish, but honestly it's just a good time. You run through the sewer routes, back alleys, and library tunnels to eventually retrieve a secret Moscow map to complete your mission, and it abruptly ends when you bring that home, which might be my only real complaint. There's no real conclusion. The Kshatriya DLC is worth checking out on its own, against the other missions included in the Faction Pack. It's a really unique experience for Metro and the typical gameplay seen in the franchise, strangely feeling like a prototype for extraction shooters when played in 2026. The next release for the Season Pass was the Tower Pack, another set of underwhelming and uninspired levels to slog through. This pack gives us a tiny narrative hook telling us that we'll be joining an injured Spartan soldier running a new combat simulation to improve Spartan training regiments. Or something, I don't know, it's just pointless technobabble to frame this DLC as a game within a game kind of thing. I really dislike this for Metro 2, this feels too hard sci-fi for the franchise. And I like traditional science fiction, all the bells and whistles of high-tech computers and digitized nonsense, but that does not feel at home in the world that we've been shown throughout these games. The actual gameplay of the Tower Pack isn't very impressive either. It's a couple of arena-based challenges bringing you into a score attack mode to try and get more points to place on an online leaderboard. You rack up points for successive kills, headshots, long-range kills, multi-kills, that kind of thing, which can work and can be fun, but Metro's slow, methodical gameplay feels like it's working against the fast-paced, large-scale, and long fights it's trying to throw at you. And these fights are really long, throwing you into a wave-based format where enemies pour in over time, asking you to kill way too many of them to bring on the next wave just to do it all again. I really dislike this DLC pack. The gameplay feels counterintuitive to what we've learned throughout playing Metro, and not in a fun, oh, this is something unique and different kind of way. It just ends up feeling really bad. The setting is also out of place with the franchise and just isn't very fun to engage with. I do think some of these spaces shown in these levels can be interesting, interesting. It's fun to see 4A experiment with level design not confined by reality in these gray box environments, but looking at fake placeholder assets for the in-universe video game can only intrigue me for so long. Next up, 4A released the Developer Pack, featuring 2 levels, the Developer Pack, yes, it's the same name as the DLC release, and the Spider Layer. I didn't play the Spider Layer. Never have, never will. That whole phobia tangent in the middle of Last Light was true. I'm not putting up with this any more than I have to. The Developer Pack level is actually kind of neat though. It's a showcase of assets, tools, and mechanics to let the player experiment with things or just take a closer look at some characters without the context of the story and without any interruptions. The gun range lets you mix and match parts of weapons to test out whatever you'd like. There's an NPC arena to watch creatures fight each other, and Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, there's this old lady that follows you around the level too. She's included for some jump scares and a weird, uneasy tension. It's just kind of a creepy trick for the sake of having one. I can't say much else about the Developer Pack though, as it doesn't really have anything going on. These were somewhat common in releases throughout the 2010s, and I kinda miss getting that peek behind the curtains in such an approachable, honest way, but as DLC, your interest in it will vary. The final and most disappointing of the DLC releases to me is the Chronicles Pack, bringing us 3 stories of major players throughout Last Light's main campaign to expand on their characters and show more of their point of view, or so it claims. We get a level featuring Anna, one playing as Pavel, and the final one showcasing a chapter from Khan's life, interwoven with Ullman and Khan together in the main story. They are all incredibly short and add absolutely nothing to each of these characters, with the exception of the ending scene in Khan's chapter. In Anna's level, we see her perspective as she provided covering fire for Artyom in the first level of the main campaign. We shoot some watchmen, shoot at the child, then watch Artyom get taken. Then you walk towards the Reich squad that took Artyom and watch as they drive away. And that's the end. This level is 10 minutes long and it seriously feels like an insult. Why, in the attempt to try and deepen our understanding of Anna and maybe make her a little more likable, are we being shown the part of Anna's story where she's the worst to Artyom, completely devoid of any character and given 0 additional depth or development? This chapter is objectively a waste of your time, even if it's only 10 minutes. It does nothing for the story or for this character, and it adds absolutely nothing to the gameplay of Last Light. Next, we play through Pavel's chapter, showing his journey after he parts ways from Artyom in Venice Station, on the way to the Red Square. He gets captured by some bandits and then slowly sneaks out of their camp. The end. Oh, not the end actually. There's a weird return to Venice Station to let you spend military-grade rounds on strippers and a fortune teller who tells Pavel that he might die. Yep, that was worth it. I mentioned it earlier, but the Pavel chapter apparently introduced the idea of lockboxes and safes to find throughout levels, which were then added to 2033 and Last Light's campaign in the Redux re-release. So that's cool, but otherwise this chapter does nothing. Again, not for Pavel's character, and almost nothing for the gameplay of Last Light. Last, we'll check out Khan's level, which is kind of a misnomer since you mostly play as Ullman throughout the chapter, seeing Ullman catch up with Khan after splitting from Artyom as they followed the Red Line train. This chapter gives you a little more insight into the growing tension in the Metro, the conflict between the Reds and the Reich, but not anything new that wasn't established or shown throughout the main story. I do like the duality of the characters featured here though, Ullman being a smartass joker, taking the Metro completely unserious, while Khan is the absolute believer of the Metro's power, entirely straight-faced to the weirdness around them. Ullman slowly wisens up and starts to understand the Metro thanks to hanging with Khan and experiencing some visions with him, and he starts to behave a little more maturely, which is a great development for his character, even if only for this brief chapter. Eventually, the two find a strange anomaly at a campfire, abandoned in a dark tunnel. Khan recognizes the scene and tells Ullman to play along with him, sitting at the fire and reliving a memory of Khan's past together. We control Khan as he fights at this station, slowly getting overwhelmed by Nosalises and being forced to abandon his people, condemning them to the attack as he closes a hermetic station gate in his escape. Khan is resentful of the memory, and Ullman understands that there's a sadness and depth to the crazy old man that he never recognized, and the two then continue on to regroup with the rest of the Spartans. I actually like this chapter a lot. This is the other exception to the otherwise really boring, awful DLC releases along with the Kshatriya level. I love this deepening sadness for Khan, and the way Ullman is forced to confront his lax attitude against the horrors of the Metro. It's all good stuff for both of these characters, and more importantly, it adds to our understanding of them as a worthwhile inclusion to their story, not just being filler content with empty levels to claim that there's more to who they are. Overall, the DLC releases for Last Light are incredibly weak and can be mostly skipped entirely. Kshatriya is interesting and fun, but largely unimportant to these characters and the world of Metro. Khan's chapter is neat to flesh out that character if you're interested in him, which I am, but again, it's largely unimportant. The Chronicles pack is by far the most disappointing to me. Like I said, we're being given a chance to really dig into some of the major supporting characters to Artyom's story, and that chance is entirely missed to give out extremely brief, needless snippets that add nothing to the narrative. Like I said at the top of this section, it was a weird time for DLC in games, but that doesn't excuse these being a poorer quality. Downloadable content as a format was still being figured out, and releases were often experimental to gauge what was worth a consumer paying a little extra for, so I get why these are so minimal and unsubstantive, but I'm still disappointed and unimpressed. Metro Exodus is a departure for the franchise at large, if the subtitle Exodus didn't already tell you that. As the finale for the trilogy, Exodus brings in an entirely new formula for its core gameplay. It strengthens the narrative with a large supporting cast that's actually interesting and well written this time, all wrapped up in a campaign running across Russia, joining Artyom and his allies on their biggest mission yet. I do want to say up front that with the focus on the narrative, specifically with the focus on the characters surrounding Artyom, my coverage of Exodus will have larger chunks of the story interspersed with my commentary on the gameplay, where it was kind of a 50-50 split for the Redux titles. With Exodus being such a large game, the breaks from the narrative are going to come up a little more infrequently, though talking about Exodus as a game has much more in store for us as well. With all of that said, let's begin the final chapter of Artyom's journey. Exodus opens with a narration from Artyom, reflecting on what life would have been like before the war, how freeing it was to roam the world by land, sea, and air, how expansive humanity existed across the entirety of the Earth, and how restrictive humankind has become in the Metro, with Artyom yearning for a return to the surface in his belief that humanity is meant for so much more than cowering in the darkness. Artyom knows that outside of the Metro, the population on Earth was entirely wiped out, leaving around 50,000 citizens of the Metro alone in the world. Artyom still has hope that one day the surface radiation will clear and let humankind breathe in their next chapter, but he admits that the Metro has been a suitable home, if not a little tumultuous with the rise of political disagreement. Artyom doesn't agree with his fate to stay underground his whole life though, choosing hope again against what others believe around him, and we finally join him seeking a radio signal that Artyom believes he heard from outside of the Metro, falling down from a beautiful yet haunting view of the remnants of Moscow. I really love this narration. I think it's a fantastic way to catch people up on the stakes and setting if for some reason they're hopping into Exodus before playing any of the other titles, or just to refresh your memory since it's been a couple of years between releases, but it's a great, quick way to surmise Artyom's driving force for this entry. 2033 was about finding out who Artyom could be once he grew outside of his home. Last Light follows Artyom as he tries to forgive himself for giving into the mass hysteria surrounding the Dark Ones, and Exodus is bringing us his last development, driving Artyom to the life he wants for himself, not resigning to the only life that he's ever known. The life you want versus the life you've accepted are the biggest themes for Exodus's story to me, showcased across every member of the cast we'll be meeting soon, and I think it's a powerful message for this closing chapter in our time with Artyom, but I don't want to get ahead of myself just yet. In fact, there is something before this narration, before we even start a new playthrough. Metro Exodus brings the player 5 difficulty options to choose from, though dropping the 2 different modes, Survival and Spartan, choosing to merge all difficulties into a singular play style, which I think largely reflects the survival modes of the Redux titles, and for that I am thankful, as like I said before, I think the survival mode better reflects the intention of gameplay in this world. The 5 difficulties you can pick range from Reader, Easy, Normal, Hardcore, and Ranger Hardcore. The Reader difficulty makes combat and any hostile presence a pushover, with the difficulty slowly ramping up through Hardcore, until we reach Ranger Hardcore, which I'm just gonna call Ranger from now on because that's kind of a mouthful to say every time. Much like the Ranger difficulties of the Redux titles, this difficulty ramps up the lethality of combat to make fights more deadly. It gives you less resources in gameplay and removes most of the HUD elements to engross the player in the experience. Adding on to the HUD changes, you can also pick from a traditional minimal HUD or pick the the full dive option, removing the heads-up display entirely with a few exceptions for mechanics and systems that are entirely menu-based. I went with the standard minimal HUD for the sake of my own sanity, but I do like this inclusion if you really like immersing yourself in the experience. I think it's a little too far for my liking, but again, it's a good option. Lastly, for Ranger difficulty, the game also gives out less frequent autosaves and checkpoints throughout gameplay, forcing larger chunks of times between saves if you die in combat, while also removing the option to quick save or manually save on your own. And all of this might be the most infuriating and difficult part of this entire difficulty, but I will save my frustration for a little later when this issue gets amplified in one of the DLCs. Much like Last Light and 2033, I do think the Ranger difficulty is the best way to experience Exodus, again leaning on the desperation of our characters and the world being reflected in the player's struggle through combat and resource management. I want to also add that I think the Ranger difficulty is fine for a first playthrough this time, unlike the Redux titles, because the subtractions from the HUD and user interface are much less impactful on your flow of progression. You'll still see parts of the environment that can be interacted with, you'll be able to check your ammo along with some other conveniences outside of the full dive option. The spectrum of difficulty in Exodus is much more straightforward than its predecessor and much more inclusive in its options. If you don't want to engage with the hardships of the world, you really don't have to. But again, I want to emphasize that I think the Ranger difficulties in this game are a great way to further immerse yourself into the world through gameplay. So for this playthrough, I pick Ranger Hardcore, and I promise there's no funny business with this decision like there was in 2033, bringing us back to Artyom on the surface. We catch up with Artyom at the end of his excursion today, packing up his radio and heading back into the underground through a manhole on the surface. We walk through some tunnels that regulars of this series should feel right at home in, complete with these strange hallucinatory echoes in the distance, endless piles of unwitting victims, and of course, some mutants to bring us up to speed on how Artyom controls this time around, but we'll dig into that some more in a bit. The Watchmen we encounter quickly overwhelm Artyom, tearing into him and forcing him to fight until he falls unconscious, barely saved by some Spartans patrolling nearby. The Spartans recognize Artyom and are shocked that a few mutants got the best of him, wondering if there's something more wrong with Artyom. We follow the Spartans as they escort Artyom into the infirmary, as locals in the station comment on Artyom having to be rescued from another one of his delusional missions to the surface, even ironically branding Artyom a hero for his latest belief that he can find something beyond the metro. Artyom seems to pass out from exhaustion, and the two Spartans joke that he'll feel better after a transfusion of some fresh Spartan blood. Artyom wakes up sometime later with Anna at his bedside, with her body language and how she speaks to him immediately cementing that following Last Light, the two have pursued a romantic relationship. I'll talk more about Anna throughout this video, but just to get it out up front, Anna is an amazing character this time around, feeling alive and human, and more importantly, believable as a partner for the main character. Here, Anna scolds Artyom for another trip up to the surface, telling him that there's nothing to find above ground, that there isn't anyone alive outside of the metro. Anna tells him that he has to let go of this dream and accept that the metro is the only life left in the world, but her talk is interrupted by her father, Colonel Miller, entering the room to speak with the two. Just like Anna, Miller is given much more depth this time around. It's kind of a running theme, if you will, that this game has characters that are actually well written and a lot more involved with the narrative. What a crazy concept, right? Miller comes in to say much of the same, lambasting Artyom for his trips up to the surface, seeing his mission as a silly dream that's just going to leave his daughter with heartbreak, on top of losing one of his best men. Miller tells Artyom that the Metro needs his help as a Spartan, but Artyom has continuously chosen a selfish path of dragging himself to the surface, getting hurt or irradiated and needing blood transfusions just to do it all again once he's physically able to. Miller says that it's time to put these foolish ambitions to rest and that he's forcing Artyom to transfer to Polis where he can keep a better eye on him. Miller and Anna leave together, with Anna asking Artyom to please stop risking his life, making sure this trip up top was the last time he puts himself in danger. In case it wasn't beaten over our head yet already, the doctor treating Artyom comes to tell us that people have been constantly giving blood for him for these missions, blood that could be helping other wounded citizens, blood that he keeps bringing back irradiated, asking Artyom if he feels that what he's doing is fair to all of these people. The doctor says that he might not be able to bring Artyom back next time if he chooses to go out again, which I'm unsure if it's an implication that he doesn't want to help Artyom anymore or if he physically can't with the resources that the station has left. Artyom is released from the doctor's care and we leave the infirmary, overhearing an argument between Miller and Anna as she tells him that he can't order them around anymore since they've left the Spartans to be independent citizens. As we come out of the greater station, we're greeted by our Spartan friends, who seem to act like they've known Artyom for a long time, but Exodus is the first time we're seeing any of them. I don't really mind this. I don't think the friendship between the Spartans feels forced, it's just something to comment on. All of these characters, with the exception of Anna and Miller, are being introduced here for the very first time. And I like all of the new Spartans. I think they're a good inclusion to the narrative to help flesh out the cast and give us a few more characters to rely on through Artyom's next journey. I mentioned it at the top, but Exodus's narrative revolves around a large supporting cast, and here's most of them right at the top, introducing us to Duke, Alyosha, Demir, Stepan, Tokarev, Idiot, and Sam. I will admit that not all Spartans are created equally. These men fill secondary roles to the story, and it is hard for them to stand out as individuals for me, but they do feel like a proper support system and a group of friends to surround Artyom, feeling much more human and believable to the narrative than previous secondary characters. They will support some ends to gameplay or storytelling though, giving more expository dialogue and context on a given scenario, guiding us to optional objectives throughout levels, or introducing new mechanics and systems in gameplay. I do think that this is a fine way to include secondary characters. They don't have to be fully fleshed out to support the narrative in big, impactful ways, but they are around to help the protagonist and the player feel like they belong somewhere, though some of them will affect the story going forward and even grow as characters throughout our travel, but we'll get into that later on. Miller and Anna again are the two exceptions to the supporting cast, both being pivotal to Artyom's mission and both playing a large part in his development throughout Exodus's runtime. Anna and Artyom have a much deeper connection and relationship than the last time that we saw them together, and we'll see more of that real soon. She truly feels like a supportive and caring partner to Artyom, and she might be one of the best representations of a romantic interest in a video game, full stop. Past being Artyom's better half though, she also feels like her own character that can stand beside him, past being a woman at Artyom's side. She comes in as her own person and feels much more realized in this iteration. Miller has a lot more growth and depth to his character too, but his story is tied to Artyom's development throughout the journey, so I won't give anything away just yet. Exodus is by far the most human story in the Metro trilogy of games. We're removed from the supernatural for most of the experience, and we're hard focused on the relationships and struggles of these people, and I think that's a wonderful development for the storytelling of these games. I'm gonna spoil the surprise a bit now, but Exodus is my favorite in the trilogy, largely for the connection you feel to these characters and how grounded they all feel in their place alongside Artyom. Metro Exodus has an incredible narrative to explore, and it's in large part thanks to the characters that you'll be supported by. After our warm welcome from the group, we fade out and join Artyom 1 week later, back on the surface, but this time accompanied by Anna to make sure that he comes back in one piece. It seems like another day wasted trying to find a non-existent signal, and Anna is quick to share her frustration with Artyom, telling him that he's not alone in wanting more out of life, wanting to be somewhere with trees and fresh water, but she knows that wanting that is just a fantasy, telling Artyom that he needs to accept that too. The two begin heading back home together, with Anna doubling down on her belief that the world is silent now, pointing to all the destruction left in Moscow, even the city supposedly with the best defenses in the world. Eventually, we're forced to avoid a migrating watchman horde, but suddenly we see a train passing through the remains of the city, something completely foreign to Anna and Artyom. Shortly after the train spotting, an armored car pulls up to us and prompts the couple to approach. We quickly learn that the car isn't a Spartan patrol like Anna had suspected, instead appearing to be an armed force from Hansa, a neutral station in the metro. The armed men take Artyom and Anna hostage and place them in the back of the car with two others, an elderly woman and her son. The woman is confused as to if everyone in Moscow is so hostile, and Anna questions what she means by people from Moscow, asking the woman where else she could be from. She tells Anna that they're from a village a couple of kilometers outside of the city limits and that they've come to Moscow in search of the boy's father, with Anna excited by the news that civilization may exist beyond the metro after all, now entirely apologetic to Artyom that she never believed in that possibility with him. This excitement is cut short with the car suddenly stopping and the armed men taking the woman and her son out of the truck bay. Immediately, they're held at gunpoint and Artyom intervenes. For causing trouble and interrupting their plans, Artyom is shot and the mother and son are executed with him, falling into a pit of bodies below. As Artyom pushes out from beneath the bodies and crawls to get a gas mask on his face, the train we saw before pulls into a station nearby and Artyom finds a runoff tunnel to enter the building through. As we sneak through the station, we overhear an engineer arguing with the armed forces. Frustrated at how they've been operating with killing innocents like we've just been forced to witness, with the engineer being locked up until he agrees to comply with their orders. Artyom greets the engineer, introducing himself as Yermak, who tells us that Anna is being held nearby and is even willing to help Artyom free her thanks to his disagreement with their captors. This section introduces us to our first bit of real gameplay, letting the players sneak around the station to try their hand at stealth or letting loose and giving open combat a go. Let's focus on the latter for now, combat with human enemies and how you engage with them. Real quick, I do want to say that I won't have anything to add against mutant enemies, so you can take this as a section covering combat as a whole in Exodus. Mutants don't introduce anything new this time around, except for the introduction of the humanimals, so there isn't anything for me to say. To keep from repeating myself too much, a lot of the core identity from the Redux titles is here again. The slower, methodical pace of fights expecting you to conserve resources and to more deeply consider when to take your shots. This slow, intentional, and meticulous approach to combat is then emboldened by Artyom and his enemies moving around much faster this time. Artyom overall moves quicker, he goes from crouched positions to sprinting more fluidly. He handles guns a lot more proficiently in his reloading, aiming, and control, and so does everyone else. Fights are still lethal and quick if you place your shots right, and you have to consider how much ammo you're spending in any given scenario. But now it's even more hectic with better, smoother control of your character and quicker reactions from your enemies. I think Exodus finally nails Metro's approach to combat with these improvements to the pace of fights, because while I do enjoy replaying the Redux titles, there is a noticeable heft and sluggish design permeating the experience. Exodus gets rid of that and lets things move even faster, opening you up to more intense gameplay that still asks you to think more than a traditional shooter, closing the loop of that interesting first-person action that the franchise has established. One note that I will take against Exodus' design to combat is how arenas are built and how they flow through a fight. Similar to the Redux titles, they have a lot of routes running through each space, typically giving you multiple paths and vantage points to try and fight from, which is still a great consideration here, but there's a catch. Exodus, for some reason, insists on funneling the player through new hurdles that add a lot of rigidity to movement, forcing you through crawl spaces that slow you down to a halt, now forcing you to interact with and stick to ladders if you want to climb them, and even more that seriously hamper the experience of moving through the arena. I really don't like this approach to movement in space and fights. It really hurts the flow of shifting through different avenues in an arena and slows down the player's pace to a screeching halt. I think some of these hurdles could be removed entirely and made into spaces that you naturally crouch into or spaces that you effortlessly walk across, and the pace would be greatly improved. And while this is my only real complaint against the combat encounters of Exodus, it is a pretty glaring one to me that seeps into every fight. Keeping with improvements to Exodus design, human enemies are now a bit smarter and more interesting to deal with. They are improved by much admittedly, but it is something. Now there's different script packages for the enemies depending on their weapon types. Shotgunners slowly push up to the player to try and blast them up close. Riflemen fall back to stay in long sight lines. There's more sniper enemies that overwatch entire arenas. So again, it isn't anything new or complex, but it is something to improve on enemy behavior from the previous entries. They do still kind of just pop in and out of cover for you to shoot them though. You know, they're still resigned to behave like characters in a video game, which is a shame. I do wish there was a more natural feeling to engaging them and taking them out smartly. Last, for human combat, I want to talk about the arsenal available to the player and enemies throughout Exodus. There's less guns than both entries, down from 20 in Last Light and 11 or 12 in 2033. I can't really remember what I said before, and my count seems to be off, to now only 10 guns in Exodus for us to pick from. I don't think this is an entirely bad choice or one that lessens player expression and creativity, because each of these guns are vastly more modular and can fit multiple roles by swapping in and out different pieces and attachments, but I want to dig into that more a little later on. As a whole, I do wholeheartedly believe that Exodus combat is an entire step up from the Redux titles, improving on the core design of lethal combat that asks the player to consider the shots they take more heavily, now giving the player more motion and movement in moment-to-moment action and extending that to the enemies that you face. Though again, those improvements are rubbing against some strange decisions to force the player down routes that slow down movement to open up avenues in combat, but by and large, combat is more enjoyable and a lot more interesting to me. Whether you shoot your way through or stick to the shadows throughout the station, eventually we reach the room where Anna is being held captive. As we approach, we can hear Anna and the commander of these men arguing, with Anna upset about Artyom's presumed death and angry with these men for acting against Hansa's supposed neutral status. We burst into the room and struggle with the commander, then holding him and one of his men at gunpoint once we get the upper hand. As Anna and Artyom reunite, Anna notices that Artyom's Spartan tag, the one given to him by Hunter, stopped the bullet that would have killed him. I wonder if that's meant to symbolize anything. The couple's moment is cut short as the commander jumps to Artyom again, struggling with his gun in hand until Artyom opens fire and destroys the communication equipment in the room. Anna helps Artyom push the commander away, and the man begins to panic at the damage we just caused, telling us that we just destroyed a signal jammer that covered all of Moscow, the only thing keeping transmissions from coming in and out of the country, the only thing masking Russia from a still ongoing World War III. Slowly, on the map in front of us, we see signals popping up across the globe, with radio transmissions overlapping and reacting to this new sign of life from Moscow. Anna is stricken with grief and surprise at this, apologizing to Artyom for never believing in his mission, and shocked to hear that there's even more life outside of Moscow, expanding her worldview even further than what we just learned from the old woman earlier. The commander in the room begins to signal an alarm to the rest of the station, but Anna quickly knocks him out, though the message and alert still get across. We need to get out of here, and thankfully, our new friend Yermak is here to greet us, and he agrees to escape together, using the train engine in the station to drive out of the area. We fight some more baddies and eventually reach the train engine, slowly pulling out of the station. Our escape is interrupted pretty quickly though, with some flashbangs and smoke bombs entering through the vents of the train, leaving Anna, Yermak, and Artyom to be held at gunpoint again. Our captors immediately give the order to execute Anna and Artyom, but a familiar voice, or at least one revealed by the captions, Damir, objects to the decision, with a few other friendly faces chiming in with him. Miller steps into the engine room and notices that his daughter and son-in-law are the captives being held, shifting the power in the room onto the Hansa soldiers as we're freed and the Spartan guns are turned around. The officer representing Hansa tells Miller that everyone in the train car will be court-martialed, with this offense being seen as treason to Russia. Miller seems to be overwhelmed with this revelation and tries to collect his thoughts to proceed, but Anna doesn't relent, seeing her father colluding with the effort to hide Moscow from the rest of the world. Miller blows up at her and Artyom, telling them that they don't know what they've just gotten into, that his hands will be tied politically to protect us, but again, Anna wants answers. She presses Miller about the signal jammer and execution of civilians, while the Spartans in the room seem to be confused what she's talking about until Miller silences the room and promises to clear the air later. Miller orders Yermak to continue down the tracks to let Anna and Artyom escape Moscow while the potential fallout from today blows over, but the Hansa officer refuses to let them go. The Spartans speak up in their defense, outnumbering the Hansa soldiers, so Miller decides to toss the Hansa men overboard and continue with dropping Artyom and Anna outside of the city limits. Anna takes Artyom aside outside of the engine room to chat and vent her frustrations, appreciating the Spartans standing up for us and disappointed that her father has been hiding something so important from all of his men. I really like Anna in these last few scenes. Again, she's finally acting as her own person and character in the narrative, but she's also working as a talking piece for Artyom and the player. She's asking all the right questions. She might even be guiding the player or filling in the blanks for one that isn't paying much attention. Either way, I appreciate her inclusion as an independent character and one to support Artyom's voice. Anna lets out some steam about Moscow being hidden from the world and how Artyom specifically has been tricked for so long, but the talk is interrupted by another train car approaching. The other train, an armored transport car, begins barking orders to us through a speaker, commanding us to stand down and pull the brakes before they're forced to open fire. Miller speaks up, lying that the brakes on our train aren't in good shape, but asking Yermak to begin slowing down to buy us some time while the Spartans formulate a plan to destroy the transport's engine. We land on tossing a makeshift explosion into the engine's firebox, and Miller volunteers Artyom for the execution since it's our fault that we're all in this mess. Thanks, man. Quickly, we sneak through the train cars and manage to toss the bomb into the engine compartment, narrowly jumping back to the Spartans just in time to set off the detonator and derail their entire train. Miller interrupts our hero's welcome from the risky maneuver to remind us that we're now going to be branded traitors and saboteurs of the state, now forcing everyone on board to flee into the countryside, leading us into the unknown at the beginning of a harsh winter. We join the crew a few hundred kilometers outside of the city limits, pulling over to devise where to go and coming together to decide on a plan. Anna comes in from outside of the engine room to tell everyone that there doesn't seem to be any radiation outside. The air seems clear and perfectly breathable, with Miller confirming he suspected that would be the case. Anna presses him again for answers, asking him who the people at the train yard were and how he'd know the air was clear, so Miller decides that it's time to come clean. Miller tells the group that the Third World War never ended, with most of the country under enemy occupation. The Russian government then decided the best course of action was to play dead, to block any communication with the outside to make it seem like there was nothing of value and no life left in Moscow. Anna continues to put on the pressure, asking Miller why he couldn't share that with the Spartans, and more specifically Artyom, who's been risking his life constantly while Miller knew his mission would always be fruitless. Miller admits that he wanted to talk, but he was only briefed a short time ago with a short "you talk, you die" policy on the information. After mulling it over for a moment, Idiot, one of our Spartan comrades, suggests that if we're branded traitors to the government, maybe we can all move on together from Moscow to find somewhere new to settle down, with Miller admitting that might be the only logical course of action right now, continuing that he's heard radio transmissions from something called the Ark. What a subtle name. Hearing that the government has been working on a restoration project to rebuild society in secret, giving us a new home to search for. Miller asks Artyom to search for the transmission on the radio, and what do you know, we find it pretty quickly, broadcasting a message to send any supporters to a rally point, sending the crew towards Mount Yamantau. Together, the team quickly accepts the idea of joining a new pure cause for restoration, especially with us learning that the surface isn't as inhospitable as we've all been led to believe. So everyone is in mostly good spirits about our new purpose, and we close out the opening chapter with the gang dubbing the train the Aurora, and taking a drink to their new lot in life. That was a big chunk of the narrative to go over, but like I said before, Exodus has long stretches of the narrative broken up by long blocks of gameplay, so in the experience of playing the game, it feels a lot more natural, but in my retelling, it's honestly a little harder to balance. With the prologue complete, we're mostly open to the rest of the game, though it still follows a linear structure for when and where we'll be heading. I do want to take a moment to pause here though and talk about the framing for the rest of the story, because in a game called Metro, we're going to be spending the rest of this entry outside of the Metro. I do believe that this was a much needed change for the franchise, especially in the third game of a trilogy that was entirely focused on the Metro in the previous two entries. Don't get me wrong, I love the Metro, I think I've made that pretty clear so far. I love how weird it gets down there, how unnatural things have become. But seriously, I think 3 games in a row within the same setting would get a bit tiring. Admittedly, being outside of the Metro does lose some of the mystique and charm of the supernatural elements surrounding the world, but now we get to focus on the people around us and create a more intimate narrative. But again, the franchise needed to stretch its legs a bit, to show players something new and to get these characters out of the world to let them develop past what they've known their entire lives, which again plays into one of the major themes of the story, the life you want versus the life that you're stuck with. I really don't agree with a lot of fans of the series being upset that this game leaves the Metro behind, claiming these stories should never take place anywhere else, because honestly, that seems entirely restrictive to the storytelling. There's only so much concrete tunnels and neo-Nazis I can put up with in a row, but seriously, 3 games of the same thing might feel a little lazy, and worse, it might get kind of boring. I completely understand 4A's desire to leave the Metro, and I think it's an important distinction for Exodus to expand on the world outside of the cramped underground, though I do think there are some misses on that front. While we trek across the Russian countryside, we don't dwell too much on specific places or new cultures and civilizations that have popped up in the 20 years since the war, which I really do believe is a shame. We kind of only get a taste of new factions outside of Moscow, and we only see each new group for a single chapter revolving around them in the story. I'd like it if there was a proper villain to stick with us for the runtime of the game, or maybe some friends that join the crew that have been part of an entirely distinct culture that we learn about in our time with them, but we don't get much of that expanded worldview, again, except for brief stints in secluded levels. I love the decision to go beyond the Metro, to grow and see more of the world, to allow our characters and protagonists to develop beyond what we've seen so far, but I can't deny that there are some drawbacks to this decision, though I'd never agree that it was the wrong one to make for the end of this trilogy. We join the crew as they continue east, chugging along towards the Volga River. In his narration for this chapter, Artyom quietly questions the government's intentions if they've been willing to let Moscow citizens suffer in silence for 20 years, but he accepts that heading towards the Ark is the only course of action right now. Anna joins Artyom outside of the engine room to speak about her concerns too, seeing her father's blind faith in the Ark as a problem, though relenting to the cause much like Artyom as they're out of options right now. She apologizes and laments for not believing in Artyom's mission to see life outside of the metro, but she expresses a new level of dedication to Artyom's cause now that we've gotten a new glimpse of possibility on the surface. Our ride across the Volga gets cut short though as we barrel through an encampment placed on the train tracks and a group of men on a handrail fire a few rounds back at us, disabling the engine of the Aurora. The group on the railcart rides towards a church nearby and Artyom heads to the engine room to debrief with Miller. The colonel assigns Anna and Artyom on a scouting mission to see what just happened and who we bumped into, even wondering if we just accidentally attacked someone from the Ark, completely oblivious to the chance of anyone else surviving on the surface. As we disembark together, Tokarov, another Spartan, stops Artyom for a second to hand us off a new backpack that he's fashioned for us, introducing one of the biggest changes to Metro's gameplay formula. Crafting items and supplies is now a core part of our progression and key to our survival out in the world. Not crafting like that, don't worry. It's streamlined and simplified for ease of use and, well, simplicity. You only need to gather 2 components to craft things. Materials, which are any physical bits and bobs, things like gears, metal scraps, nuts and bolts, and so on, along with gathering chemicals, those being more sciencey stuff like mushrooms, liquids, medicine, anything that might have a chemical component. Both of these are plentiful and can be found all over the place, with chemical components being a little harder to come by thanks to material pieces being scavenged from most enemies. With your chemicals and materials in hand, you can craft a handful of useful toys and supplies to keep us chugging along, letting you create throwable weapons like grenades and throwing knives, or craft useful gear like medkits and air filters for our gas mask. You get the full range of crafting when you find workbenches, which can be found on the Aurora or placed sporadically throughout each level. At a bench, you can craft any throwable equipment, any ammo that you'd need, or you can repair your guns using your chemicals and fix up your gas mask with materials, again giving you the full suite of crafting and prepping when you happen upon a workbench. When you're out and about without a bench, you still have a limited pool of crafting available, letting you make throwing knives and decoys, more on those later, medkits and filters, or ammo for our Tihar, which we'll dig into soon. I don't mind the limitation on crafting without a workbench. I think it's a good way to incentivize the player to make an effort and find a workbench or settle down in the Aurora for a bit, so honestly, I think it's a smart decision. As for crafting as a whole, I think it's a great inclusion to Metro's gameplay. Without the economy and services of the Metro to provide us gear and ammo, this is a good way to bypass that to make sure the player can stay stocked up and supplied throughout a playthrough, though still ensuring there's a constant of resource management in gameplay, but now turning its head a bit and asking you to scavenge a little differently. I really appreciate how simple crafting is too. Again, technically only asking you to pick up 2 resources. I can imagine a world where you had to get separate items for specific needs, cleaning supplies to repair your guns, explosive components to make bombs, casings and igniting agents for ammo, and while that might fit the niche of some other games, I really don't want that in my action horror first-person shooter. I get it if crafting as a whole is a turnoff for some players, but I do think it's a smart way to navigate the need for resource management without the safety net of being able to buy whatever you want. Now you can craft whatever you need, provided that you bother to pick things up. Catching up with Anna and Artyom, we slowly approach the local settlement, with Anna taking a sniper's position nearby as Artyom paddles a boat across the river into their dock. Anna radios to us that she sees someone in the bell tower of the building trying to signal to her, asking Artyom to make sure that nothing is going wrong inside. As we paddle through the sluice in their church, we're greeted pretty warmly and asked not to stir up any trouble, but as we get deeper into the building, we hear their leader giving a sermon, condemning technology for what it did to the world and branding anyone still using old world tech as heretics. Then a child shouts from the bottom of the bell tower, calling these settlers evil and blaming them for her father's death. So things are about to get interesting for us. As we reach the bottom of the bell tower, the settlers reveal their hand and lock Artyom's boat in to not allow him passage outside of the church. We climb the tower and find the little girl we heard before, along with her mother, introducing herself and her daughter as Katya and Nastya. Katya tells us that Silantius, the leader of the nice cult downstairs, locked her and Nastya up in the tower over a year ago when they were found in the area, then offering us information about the area if we can free her and her daughter. We're sent out of a window on the perch of the building and we sneak through the settlement, arriving at their exterior dock and stealing a boat to get out from under their control. As we paddle to the shore, a massive mutated catfish knocks Artyom from his boat, though we get washed ashore and pulled out of the water by Duke. Thanks, Duke. Anna radios to us that Katya and Nastya were able to escape while the cult searched for Artyom, so we're all heading back to the Aurora for a chat about how to proceed from here. When Artyom pulls up to the Aurora, Miller is grilling Katya about the surface, asking about any foreign operatives in the area. Katya seems confused about the questions and assures him that she isn't important enough to have met any military personnel, so Miller pulls Artyom aside for a private chat. The colonel is a little confused about Katya's lack of information, but tells us that she did mention that a mechanic recently posted up in the area after cultists disabled his train, asking Artyom to try and find him so we can get the Aurora back up and running. Before we head out, we can check in with the crew for a bit, catching Stepan taking a liking to Katya and Nastya, and getting a new toy from Tokarev, the Tihar, an old friend from the last 2 entries, returning in a big way. The Tihar and Exodus becomes an immensely helpful tool at our disposal, but with it being introduced, I want to talk about all the guns we can employ throughout the game. I said it a moment ago, but Exodus has the smallest arsenal available to a player out of the entire trilogy, though the number of guns available to the player might be a little bit deceptive thanks to the new extended and deepened weapon modifications. Since there aren't any more traders shilling out laser sights for a couple of bullets anymore, now we're expected to collect parts off of guns we find out in the world, either hidden for the purpose of finding a unique mod or just ripping pieces off of guns dropped by enemies. Mods we find are then stored in Artyom's backpack, ready to be pieced onto your weapon as needed. There are a limited number of parts, and some pieces are shared between weapons, like the laser sights. You only have 1 red laser, 1 green laser, and 1 infrared laser, so you can't have a single laser attachment spread across your whole loadout. Otherwise, the parts you find for guns are typically unique to that weapon, like the increasing cylinders for the revolver or the additional barrels for the A-shot, which I really enjoy. I think it's fun to have clear progression paths available for each weapon. I do think that these parts can be given out too frequently or steadily through the early hours of the game, making your guns objectively stronger much too quickly for a playthrough, and lessening the purpose of looting guns later on, because again, once you have a mod for a gun, it'll always be available for you to slot it in. But since those mods are always in Artyom's bottomless backpack, we can swap them out on the fly, even without a workbench. This is where Exodus weapon modding really shines to me. Being able to rebuild a gun to change its functionality or purpose in combat, or to fit it to a specific scenario is so good, and has remained one of my favorite aspects of replaying Exodus to this day. You can take your revolver and mash it into a suppressed sniper carbine, or swap the bastard from a pistol to a full auto assault SMG. It's extremely satisfying and always feels rewarding to be given this freedom to engage fights however you see fit whenever you want to change things up. Sometimes parts are just objective upgrades though, as I said just a second before, like upping the revolver's cylinder from a single action 3-shot cylinder to a double action 8-round capacity. But again, you have the freedom to use whatever parts you want. I actually abstain from some of the upgrades like the 8-shot cylinder since there's a natural inclination in gameplay to conserve resources and navigate fights at a more deliberate, slowed down pace, so even if it's less optimal, I still feel rewarded for engaging with the game at the speed it typically expects. And let's be completely honest, single action revolvers are just way cooler. Getting back to the Tihar we just got, I think this gun is where weapon modding, and in a way the crafting system, really get to show off. The Tihar is always available, taking up a special weapon slot to always be carried by Artyom, so throughout a playthrough you'll likely get very familiar with it. The Tihar has the most modularity of any gun in the game I think, taking on a range of different sights, changing the functionality of the pneumatic pump, swapping to a full auto variant, or even becoming an extremely powerful railgun. You can really tailor the thing to whatever experience you want to get out of it, which I absolutely love, even though it is technically Artyom's stealth weapon since it fires completely silent. Another huge plus for the Tihar is its ammo, which you can craft for a very cheap cost of materials wherever and whenever with no need for a workbench. On top of the incendiary ammo you can craft for the gun later, which is much more resource expensive but extremely powerful. Again, while the Tihar might be the best in class for its modularity, the weapon modding for your entire arsenal is fantastic, letting you change the functionality of guns on a whim, or just to experiment and find what you like best for your favorite gun. I am shocked that the system of modular, dynamic attachments hasn't found its way into other games, but if it ever does, I'd welcome it with open arms, because Metro Exodus has seriously ruined weapon modding in other games for me. Continuing on our mission, we clear out a nearby shipyard and eventually meet up with the mechanic, with him quickly taking a liking to Artyom and introducing himself as Crest. Crest tells us that he'll take any chance he can to get far away from these cultists, so he's happy to join up with the Aurora and work for his place on the crew, with the only problem in front of us being that all of his stuff is stuck in a railcar that the cult has locked down in another port in the area, asking Artyom to free his little engine and link it up to the Aurora for mutual benefit. On the way back to report to Miller, we get a radio call that Anna has been missing for a few hours when she left to scout out a local radio tower. Investigating the area, we fall through a hole in the ground and find her right there too, having fallen into an irradiated bunker and breaking her gas mask. We get a mask on her quickly and find a way out, helping her back to the Aurora with the help of some other Spartans. Back at the train, we're stopped by Stepan, one of our fellow Spartans, asking us to make a case for Katya and Nastya to join our mission, telling us that Katya has experience as a nurse that could help keep the crew in working order, along with a train car nearby that Katya and Nastya arrived on a year ago to provide more than enough space for everyone on the Aurora. To push it further, Katya and Nastya themselves beg Artyom to speak up for them, so now it's time to speak with the Colonel. Sitting down with Miller and Crest, they devise a plan to get out of the river valley. Crest tells us that a trader caravan comes through on boats to deal with the cult, coming right up to their main compound on the bridge leading out of the area, suggesting that we can sneak aboard the trader ships and approach the cultists in their place, then lowering the rail bridge from inside to allow the Aurora to continue east. Stepan and Anna interrupt this talk to speak on Katya and Nastya's behalf. Thank God, because we know Artyom wasn't gonna speak up. They beg Miller that they should be given a chance to join them, adding that if we can find the old rail car that they mentioned, space on the Aurora will never be a problem. Crest even jumps in to say that if we go get his engine, we can link up Katya's cart without having to risk the Aurora at all, leaving Miller in no position to deny the group. Miller sends Artyom to sync up with Duke as he's been surveying the area for a few hours, catching us up on points of interest in the area and letting us step out into the Volga on our own to dig our teeth into exploration. The biggest departure from the gameplay seen in the Redux titles is the introduction of large, non-linear spaces. Metro Exodus isn't quite an open world experience, it's really just big levels that let you approach objectives at your own pace in whatever order you'd like. That might sound like a pedantic difference from an open world, and yeah, kind of, but it's my video, so deal with it. And honestly, it's true. This isn't a traditional open world. There aren't quests to find or respawning enemies, no tiered areas that need to be accessed once you have a better gear score. The levels in Exodus are just large open spaces that let you freely engage with whatever content you find, even letting you ignore anything optional to just drive straight to the main objectives in a given level. I think this is a great change of pace from the previous entries, going along with the radical change in the setting taking place across the entire country. We might as well have the option to move around freely now that we're out of the cramped underground. I really do believe that Exodus is a culmination and evolution of the design seen in the previous two games, coming through as an upgraded powerhouse to show off what they've learned and how the team has grown to present Artyom's struggle in new ways. But let me not get ahead of myself too much. Instead, let's speak more on how these open levels are designed. To find points of interest or get optional objectives throughout a level, they actually come up pretty naturally. You can overhear a conversation between some of your crew or locals in the area, you can find somewhere with a decent view of the land and scout things out with your binoculars, or you can just stumble around and see what you find, all letting the player fill out their map with icons and objectives for you to pursue. I love how it feels to gain information about the world around you in Exodus. Again, it's just natural. If you heard about something, well, now go see what that is. And though some things that you find can include bandit camps or mutant nests, or things like scavenger hideouts and forgotten caches. And yeah, I acknowledge that it doesn't sound too dissimilar to what you might find around the map in other games. The points of interest, or POIs, are then made meaningful with tangible upgrades to your gear, and the scarcity of supplies that permeates all of gameplay. The upgrades that you can find include things like improved battery life for all of your electronics, increases to your ammo capacity, a wrist-mounted compass or motion detector, improved armor plating, and more. Plus, you'll find a lot of higher tier gun mods in these places, typically offering you better stuff than what you'd find off of a random bandit, like the night vision scope or the high-capacity magazine for your Kalash. Sometimes eavesdropping, or even being directly asked by your comrades, will lead to additional objectives too, like Stepan mentioning some bandits playing a guitar nearby, or Nastya asking Artyom to look for her missing teddy bear, and I like these a lot too. They're kind of side quests, but they aren't giving you a reward in XP or some extra cash to spend. They're simple pieces of these characters' narrative being woven into the open world, with the payoff being how these characters react to and feel about Artyom going forward. The optional content seen throughout the large-scale levels in Exodus is phenomenal, providing you with real, tangible rewards in equipment upgrades and those ever-important resources to keep on keeping on top of some developments for the growing cast of characters surrounding us during our journey. Side content in this game just feels more rewarding. It all comes together to provide more substance to the player, not just more content like other open-world titles might, which is a large part of why I hesitate to call Exodus an open-world game. There's intent behind each of these little locations, even if it's just a small story to tell or a new wristwatch for Artyom. It's more than just filling in the map, everything you find feels placed with purpose. To wrap up talking about these open levels, I want to cover some more of the mechanics we'll be engaging with during the game's runtime, like the new day and night cycle, with time passing in game to change how we see the game world. There honestly isn't a whole lot to say. Early on we're told that during the day there might be some more bandits bandits around, and at night, mutants take over to lurk in the dark. But that's really the extent of how the flow of time is used in Exodus. I will say, for a franchise that has so far totally committed to true darkness in its presentation, even still here in Exodus when you go inside of a building, the outdoors at night is weirdly well lit, and it takes away a lot from the horror of being alone after dark. I know there's no light pollution from cities, and naturally the wilderness can look plenty bright in real life, but this is a horror game, you know? I would expect it to be a little dark. Around the open levels, we can also find some safe houses that Artyom can rest in, letting him pass some time to jump to the early morning or just after sunset, allowing the player some control over what time they explore. You can almost always find workbenches in these safe houses too, but I think some are disabled in the Ranger difficulty. Otherwise, I do think they're in every safe space, but feel free to correct me on that. The safe houses also might include some collectibles like journal entries or audio recordings, so you can feel a little less alone in the world, despite the empty room you find yourself in. I like the day and night cycle for what it is, mostly for how it visually affects the game since the changes in gameplay aren't super impactful. Again, I still think the darkness of night isn't dark enough, but that's my only real complaint. The safe houses let you manage time if you want to, or give you a break in the action to heal, gear up, and repair things, so they're a good natural inclusion to this open level formula. I really love the approach to non-linear design in Exodus, and much like the weapon modding, I'm sad the game hasn't been more influential to the industry at large. Open worlds can be great. I still love losing myself to them for hours on end, but those games that capture me like that are few and far between, instead giving players bloated additional content for the sake of extending playtimes that's unfortunately become the norm, steering further away from the intentional and subdued side of things seen in Exodus and so few others. Whether or not you engage with exploring the Volga region, eventually we still have to free Crest's car from the shipyard that it's been locked up in. As we poke around the terminal, we have a long tense sequence with the massive fish from before slowly closing in on us, ripping up the surrounding area and eating mutants while we fight them off, leading me to another talking point in Exodus design. The horror of Exodus is approached a lot differently than its predecessors. I would even say it's a lot less present, which both supports the game's overall more hopeful tone, but detracts from the core identity of the franchise. When I think of Metro as a whole, I tend to think about the weird things happening in the underground maze, the River of Fate seemingly being able to transport Artyom, the anomalies found in the tunnel capable of frying anything that moves, the shadows and ghosts of people long dead clinging to the world in desperation, and unfortunately, Exodus is missing a lot of that. And before you start typing up the comment, yes, I know the electrical anomaly is in Exodus, but it feels like a weird offshoot to tie into the older games more than a real threat that exists in the world after the fallout. The best way I could describe Exodus' departure from the Redux titles would be to say it has a lot less abject, incomprehensible horror in the world, and instead more player-facing tension in gameplay. Where 2033 or Last Light might show the player something to make your mind wander, to question the possibilities of what's to come, Exodus just kind of puts you in a scenario where something bad might happen if you don't play the game well enough. This design was present in the Redux games too, don't get me wrong. Creeping through the dark while creatures are slowly closing in is just as prevalent, but it was in tandem with that wider, supernatural essence of the Metro, which is what is entirely lost in Exodus. I like the tense moments of encroaching danger. Hell, 7 years later, and I still hesitate to paddle a boat around the Volga River in fear of a shrimp or the czarfish catching me. But it needs to exist with that other side of what Metro established for itself. Exodus feels like it's missing something to be part of the Metro series of games. And this loss of identity, the loss of the weird and fantastical parts of the world, this is the only part I tend to agree with when fans might say Exodus was a misstep for the franchise. I know leaving the Metro physically might be the driving force in changing the approach to horror, but I want the inexplicable. I want the strange and terrifying nonsense that I can't even begin to comprehend, and I sincerely hope that Metro 2039 can bring this aspect of the games back to their roots. Eventually, as we push through the dockyard, we'll come to Crest's railcar and we have the chance to kill the czarfish if we mess around with its feeding instructions. Something Pavlovian response joke. That's just what I wrote in the script. I didn't even put, hey, time to improvise. Whatever. With Crest's engine and Katya's railcar in tow, oh yeah, we killed some bandits to find that, nothing really to say, we can head back to the Aurora to outfit her with some new additions. With everything hooked up, we can begin our next leg of our plan, infiltrating the cultist base on the bridge in place of their expected visitors. Artyom and Duke take point on this infiltration, and since we're being forced to sneak through here, this feels like as good a place as any to talk about how stealth gameplay has changed in Exodus. to be completely honest, not much has changed. Enemy detection still works on line of sight and sound detection, now a little smarter to seemingly pursue sounds more aggressively instead of going back to their patrols after investigating for only a moment. You can still mess around with light sources in the environment to give yourself more darkness to prowl in, which seems to have been extended to different and new light sources for even more options, which is a plus. Throwing knives this time around are more consistent, actually being thrown at the center of where you're looking and seeming to have better hit detection or maybe just a wider hitbox to collide with enemies. Either way, they're finally worth using in Exodus. A new addition for stealth is a throwable item, lures, which do exactly what the name suggests. These are craftable for an extremely low cost of materials, but I don't think they're very necessary as you can just stick behind cover and focus on staying in the shadows. But again, it's a nice thing to have if you want to set up some shots or if you feel like you need to move someone out of your way. We also have the Tihar like I mentioned before, so really if you need to move someone, you can just shoot them instead since this thing is always on your back. The stealth gameplay hasn't changed much, but there are small improvements if you look for them, both in how the player engages with it and how enemies react to you, which is fine. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Though something I do have against the stealth gameplay in Exodus is that it's now become mandated for some karmic choices throughout the story. Silly viewer, you thought I was done complaining about the karma system in these games? I'm gonna save digging into it for later again for that sweet watch time incentive, so please stick around to hear me complain about it some more if you want to try and tell me that I am wrong. With our pacifist stealth operation on the cult hideout, Salantius, their leader, decides to give the Aurora safe passage as long as the crew swears to never to return to the Volga region. Fair enough, we're out of here anyways, so we get back on the train and begin chugging further east, arriving at the Ural Mountains in the coming spring. We cut into Artyom being woken up by Anna, then asking him to sit with her to chat for a while before we have to get back to business. We can choose to sit with her, which I do, and Anna shares her thoughts on the last few weeks. Anna tells Artyom that she's hopeful more people on the surface can be trusted, wanting to rely on human nature and the kindness of others. She also talks about a conversation she had with Katya, hearing about how the people on the surface have suffered too, with Anna lamenting that they've had it worse than everyone trapped in the metro, how they're just another abandoned thought like everyone's stuck in the underground, only anyone above ground was left to brave the surface. She also asks Artyom what he had dreamed about when searching for a signal for so long, telling us that in her own way, she always hoped that Artyom would find a new home for them, though she admits that she likes the adventure we're on today, seeing it as something of a late honeymoon. If we mess around with the radio in our room and hear more local broadcasts, Anna will also admit that she has some doubts about the existence of occupying forces in the area since she hasn't heard anything like that since we've been on this expedition, questioning their presence on the surface as there haven't been any patrols, roadblocks, or anything really, though still resigning to believe her father for now. This small talk with Anna is just a piece of a larger portion of Exodus storytelling, one that I love, but one that is difficult to communicate in a video without me just relaying every conversation we can have. Much like the expository nature of dialogue in the Redux titles, we can move around the Aurora to chat with and overhear our friends throughout the game. It's all entirely optional, you can just beeline to whatever progresses the story next, but you'd seriously be doing yourself a disservice to the narrative the game is telling. These interstitial train conversations are great for building up these characters, laying down the foundation for the plot, giving insight into how these characters act or how they might be feeling about the way things have been progressing, and I think it's incredibly well done. Everything about how you interact with the crew in these small ways just feels natural. It feels like you really are a part of a team that's trying to figure things out one step at a time, again if you bother to engage with it. Obviously, Artyom still doesn't speak back to them, and yes, that might still be a little silly, but that veneer of awkwardness fades away when you let yourself believe in these characters. Even the smaller conversations throughout the game add so much to their development, hanging around Tokarev as he tinkers at the workbench, jamming with Stepan if we got him the guitar he asked for, stopping to take a celebratory shot with the boys. It just feels alive on the Aurora, just like the Metro managed to feel, but in a much more personal way that I absolutely love. Once we're done checking in with everyone, we meet back with Miller in the engine room, with Miller playing Artyom a recording of the conversation he recently had with the Ark. They sound noticeably nervous on their end, but Miller's overeagerness seems to convince them to play into Miller's optimism, with him excited that this new mission is finally coming true. The Ark then signs off from this chat with instructions for us to follow to reach them at the Yamantau bunker. In his narration for the next chapter, Artyom begins to express doubt about the Ark even more, noticing Miller's complete faith in the mission and the concerns concerns rising amongst the rest of the crew, especially considering the lack of occupying forces. The Spartans and company have begun to question everything Miller has told them. On approach to the Yamantau bunker, we get a hike of radiation in the area, so we're forced to splinter from the Aurora with just a small crew, sending Artyom, Anna, Miller, Sam, and Idiot ahead to make sure things are running smoothly. The entire squad gets a bad vibe on the approach, but ultimately we are greeted at the door and let inside the secure bunker. Sam and Idiot hang back with Crest's railcar in case anything happens to us, while the main three continue inside. Immediately, we're greeted by bandits, overwhelmed and taken captive. We're then gathered by their leader, sarcastically claiming to be the last remnants of the Russian government, claiming to be the only government that anyone left alive deserves in this new world. Miller pieces together that this group must be cannibals with their choice of decor and how they've been mocking us, surviving off anyone they're able to trick inside of the bunker, and with that, they begin to split the group up, taking Anna away for a medical check since she's had a nasty cough after we've all woken up. After Anna is dragged deeper into the facility, Sam and Idiot arrive just in time to free Miller and Artyom, letting us fight through the bunker in hopes of saving Anna before anything happens. This extended fight in the bunker brings me to talking about the level design and pacing of a few chapters we'll see throughout Exodus. We talked about half of it just a moment ago. Again, Exodus features a new approach to levels with big, open, non-linear spaces, but it still reverts to its roots occasionally with traditional linear levels like the bunker here, and like the sequence at the beginning of the game in Moscow. There's a few more we'll see throughout the game's runtime, but I don't want to get ahead of the narrative just yet. Breaking this down and looking at the divide of non-linear and linear design, we get about 8.5 hours of content in these traditional levels, with around 10 to 12 hours in the open play spaces. Give or take a few hours in those open levels depending on how thoroughly you explore. I don't really mind this divide, it's about a 60-40 split throughout the game, and I think that's fine. It's reminiscent of the older titles while letting you breathe in the new design in the bigger levels. It lets the game focus in on narrative beats like the reveal here at the bunker or the setup for the entire story scene in Moscow, but I will say that these chapters vary quite a bit in the quality of that content and how the player progresses through those levels. Now, I will be speaking a bit about the chapters later in the game, nothing too specific though, just an overview of the gameplay seen in those levels. Starting from the top with the opening in Moscow, there isn't a whole lot for me to dig into or complain about. We're being tutorialized on some mechanics like stealth and combat. We're introduced to our new supporting cast, it's the opening of the game, and it takes its time to guide the player in a mostly natural way. I do enjoy this opening as a goodbye to the metro, both for our characters and for the player, though I do think a little more time actually down in the tunnels, letting us poke around and get another view of the life we're leaving behind, like seen in the openings of 2033 and Last Light, would have been nice to have, even if it could feel a little fanservice-y. Here in the Yamantau bunker, our problems begin. This chapter is nothing more than an hour-long fight sequence. There are big developments coming for the plot at the very end of the chapter, but otherwise, yep, just a really long fight. I think opening the bunker up even just a tiny bit would go a long way in making this level feel a lot better, even just allowing for a break in the action once in a while to creep through in stealth, because it really is just a constant barrage of bullets until you reach the end. This level is entirely built around the plot beats coming up, but I don't think the hour-long fight in between is a great way to break up those developments. It ends up feeling boring and reminds me of the worst parts of the design in Last Light, bringing an over-reliance on combat and action compared to the usual slow pace and tension the series does so well. This level could be washed away with a single cutscene from entering the bunker, the reveal that the ARC project is dead, and the closing moments of our next steps, and I would think nothing of it. In fact, I'd probably be happy to keep moving along into something more engaging. In a couple of hours, we'll come into the next linear space, the Taiga, which I'll complain much more about when we reach it in the narrative. To whet your appetite for my bitching and moaning, I'll spoil part of my issues with this level in the fact that it's effectively a 3-hour-long stealth sequence, if you want the good outcome for this chapter. Mandatory stealth is fine, it can be digestible, I really don't mind being forced on a singular playstyle for a while, but for 3 hours, especially with some other complications we'll dig into later, this level is the absolute worst part of the entire experience. And last, for the traditional level design, we have the final chapter throughout Novosibirsk. Again, I don't want to reveal too much to jump ahead of the narrative, but this chapter is great and a solid return to form for the gameplay seen in the previous 2 games, while still feeling like it has something new to show you. We're back underground, there's there's weird shit all over again, and it makes me feel right at home in this franchise. Again, I don't really mind these breaks in the non-linear design. I understand the purpose of a more hands-on experience to deliver specific plot beats, developments for the story, or even just to make sure there's a guaranteed fight or cool moment to play. My issue with these levels comes at the cost of player freedom and the lack of interesting engagement throughout them, namely the bunker and the Taiga chapters. A little more wiggle room for these two levels would go a long way to make playing these feel more rewarding past the ways they progress the narrative, because both of these chapters suffer from far too much bloat that isn't very fun for the player, while they both focus on only one avenue of gameplay for far too long. The Novosibirsk and Moscow chapters, though, are a lot of fun, a great return to form and farewell to the previous entry's design while still providing enough player agency to not get repetitive, even in the opening chapter that's meant to be teaching you how to play the game. Getting back to the story at hand in the bunker though, we fight our way deeper into the facility until we find Anna in their medical bay. We untie her from some bindings, but Artyom is jumped by the man playing doctor. As the two men struggle, Anna grabs Artyom's knife and the doctor begs for his life, trying to warn her about something he found in her medical report, but she cuts him off. She's weak from the doctor's tests, and probably after putting up a good fight against the bunker's men, but together, Artyom and Anna are able to regroup with some of these Spartans in the main communication hub. In the comms room, we find Miller and Idiot holding up the bunker commander, begging for his life and trying to rationalize his community's turn to cannibalism, asking what they were meant to do when rations ran out, when the radiation ruined any chance of cultivating crops, and Miller coldly tells him that they should have died like humans, then executing the commander. Miller is happy to see his daughter alive and mostly well, but he begins to think about the last few months, following a dead lead, being misguided by some higher forces claiming to be the government, progressively getting more upset about his complete faith in the brass that seems to no longer exist. While we're here, Idiot has the idea to use the bunker's communication and satellite equipment to find a new lead for us to pursue, maybe to send us to similar military outposts, and luckily enough we get 2 hits, so the gang at least has something to fall back on. Anna asks if her father just plans to drag everyone to another bunker in a blind search, but he concedes and tells her that everyone should come together to make a decision. We all make a final dash to the railcar outside of the bunker, narrowly escaping with the entire crew. Reaching the Aurora, everyone is gathered to figure out our next steps. Miller is reliving the upset at his discovery that he's been played for a fool, and the room is quiet. Anna breaks the tension by asking what we can do now. Stepan asks if it's possible to go back to Moscow to try and tell everyone the truth about the non-existent government, but Miller thinks we'd all be shot on sight for stealing the train and disrupting an operation. Returning to the Volga won't work either, with Slantius warning us to never return, but Anna makes a case for another option. Anna wants to pursue Artyom's dream, to find a habitable place and build a colony, and while Miller agrees that it's a nice dream, he questions if it would be possible to find somewhere safe enough to live. Idiot chimes in with some of the data he scanned and printed from the Yamantau bunker, directing us to a satellite communication center in the Caspian Sea, seeing that it was one of the active signals still running. If we can reach that comm center, we could get satellite imaging for radiation maps and rail lines to safely navigate with the Aurora, so we're off to our next stop. A few months later, the team arrives at the arid coast of the Caspian Sea. The journey from the Yamantau has been arduous, supplies and fuel have been dwindling, but the team is still together and mostly in good spirits now that we've arrived at our destination. Immediately, on our approach, we're spotted by the locals driving around in a makeshift truck, shouting at the Aurora that we're going to be reported to the Baron. With our team running on fumes and the train barely pushing forward, regardless of what the locals think, we need to stop and scavenge for supplies while we track down the Caspian bunker. Anna and Damir leave the Aurora to scout the area and try to find anything we can use while Artyom investigates the locals, sending us to make contact with the men we just passed. They aren't very friendly at all, so we've got some new generic baddies to shoot at for the time being, but we get to take their ride, giving us a car to drive around the Caspian dunes. With Exodus featuring large open spaces for the player to tackle in any order, naturally we have a few ways to get around in the Volga and now the Caspian. Obviously we can walk. This is always going to be your slowest option. Artyom might move a little faster in Exodus when compared to the Redux games, but still, he is lugging around all that gear and the levels are pretty big. It is always quiet though, always available, and usually accounted for. On the Volga River, we had many rowboats scattered in the swamp for us to climb aboard, letting Artyom cross any body of water, typically as a shortcut when compared to walking around. The boats are pretty slow, but again, if you can use it to cut across the lake instead of navigating the shore, yeah, they're worth hopping on. They're pretty common to find, but their locations seem to be persistent, so you do have to be mindful of where you ditch a boat if you want to use it again. The boats are definitely encouraged with the design of the physical space in Volga, but they absolutely are not not mandatory, and thank God, because I hate getting pounced on by a shrimp or the czarfish while he's still active. Water in games always gives me a unique sense of dread, big thank you to Jack and Daxter for that irrational fear, and with the creatures in Metro already being so unnerving, the boats are just something I avoid entirely, but I can appreciate the thought behind them. Thankfully, the car we get in the Caspian level doesn't trigger my fight or flight somehow. The car is quick enough, there's a satisfying heft to its movement, and it's easy to control. Honestly, the car is just a good time to ride around it. You only have the one car, so you do need to consider where you leave it and how you get back to it, which I don't really mind. There's no real reason to go anywhere without the car, and most POIs throughout the Caspian shore funnel the player out back to the car nearby, so you're never very far apart. I like the inclusion of both of these traversal options, even if I actively avoid one. It's fun to have something unique to engage with, and it's neat to have the world feel physicalized and realized in a way to need a vehicle to navigate, and both levels achieve that, even if the Caspian only does it because of how big the play space is. And on that note, I do want to comment on the narrative content, or main quest content, seen in the Caspian chapter. This level can be really short if you don't care to engage with any exploration or any side objectives that might pop up, which I kind of feel conflicted about. On one hand, I do like that everything out there is truly optional. If you just want to see the main story play out, yeah, screw it, ignore what the game is trying to show you. You don't have to grind or get a higher gear score, just play the main missions. Opposing that though, I think if you really tried, you can get through this entire level in like an hour, which kind of feels off to me. It's a strange push and pull with optional content. You want it to be something players don't have to engage in, but would like to seek out. But if a player chooses not to engage with it, it can lessen the entire experience as a whole, or like in Exodus's case here in the Caspian Sea, it makes for a really short overall experience. I think Exodus does try to make engaging with that side content worth your time, again by giving out unique gear upgrades, higher tier weapon mods, and your constant need for more resources, but I do believe there could be more of an effort on the critical path stuff to feel a little more fleshed out. Getting back to the main mission here, Demir eventually contacts us as he thinks a local lighthouse might be housing the satellite equipment beneath it. Then soon after that, Miller will call us to let Artyom know that a local freedom fighter opposing the Baron, a woman named Gyul, reached out to him to ask for assistance at the lighthouse, coming under fire from the Baron's people. Sounds like we can knock out two birds with one stone, so we head on over to the lighthouse. Together with Gyul, we kill some bandits and greet her at the top of the lighthouse. She tells us about the Baron's forces, the Munai Bailar, who moved into the area a while ago and forced the Kazakhstani natives into slavery, adding that she might be the only one left to fight against the Baron to try and free her people. Miller calls Gyul to fill her in on what we're doing in the area, and luckily for us, Gyul is very familiar with the bunkers since her mother worked inside before the war, and she's happy to help us get inside for our satellite imaging. We head inside with her, and Demir catches up with us to join in, sending us deep underground to shoot some spiders and retrieve the radiation maps and images we came here for. And while Artyom delves into the darkness, Gyul and Demir seem to bond over their mutual Kazakhstani origin, with Demir excited to see someone he can relate to after being trapped in the Moscow underground for so long. Artyom pokes around the satellite base on his own, eventually finding the radiation maps we're looking for, and we even bring Gyul a memento of her deceased mother since we're such a nice guy. When we return with the maps, Miller admits that things aren't looking good. He confesses to Artyom that he's gotten desperate enough to reach out to the Baron to try and strike a deal, but the Baron refused us, forcing Artyom and Demir, the two most able-bodied men left, to attempt a heist on one of the Baron's water tankers, hoping to hook it up right to the Aurora. The heist goes well enough, we free some of the Kazakh slaves as an extra fuck you to the Baron, and we managed to get our water tanker, even driving it back to the Aurora just fine. Unfortunately, as we arrive with the water, the Baron is actively driving an assault on our people. We hold them off for a while, none of our guys get hurt or anything, so it's kind of just a weird distraction for a couple of minutes. I guess maybe this could push an ignorant player into realizing the Baron is a threat we should deal with if you didn't think his active slave owning was enough. Still, we got a supply of water, now time to solve our issue with fuel for the train. Gyul suggests that we put some more pressure on the Baron, telling us to head to his headquarters on an oil rig and steal it right out from under him. So we head out, with the Baron suddenly inviting Artyom up to his base as a guest, wanting to speak with him directly. We make our way up to his nest at the top of the rig, getting to see the Baron's depravity on full display with sex slaves being beaten and battered by his men. Yeah, he seems like a real stand-up guy we should listen to. Reaching the man himself, the Baron gives Artyom a deal, offering us a tank of fuel we can attach to the Aurora in exchange for Gyul. Naturally, Artyom is about to refuse, but before he's forced to speak up, Gyul and Demir are nearby and begin gunning down his guards. We go through a lengthy fight against a dozen or two men, and eventually we get to confront the Baron directly. Demir and Artyom barge out onto a platform where we find the Baron holding Gyul over the edge, ready to drop her but caught up in monologuing, something about trying to bring order to chaos. I don't know. He isn't a very compelling villain, so I don't care to try and analyze what's going on with him. Anna radios to us that she has sight of the Baron but lacks a clear shot, so she takes one anyways to get things moving along, forcing the Baron to lose his grip on Gyul. Demir and Artyom head over to help her back onto the platform, but the Baron gets to catch Artyom by surprise, hitting him with his cane and holding Artyom to the ground. Anna chirps in again, asking Artyom to get some space between their heads, and this time, she gets a shot off to take out the Baron. Gyul thanks Artyom and Demir for helping her continue the fight for the Kazakh natives, and Demir tells us that he feels he has to join this fight too. He wants to help Gyul liberate the prisoners and refugees, seeing this life with his people as the life that he was meant to find, the dream that he's been chasing. And somehow that is apparently the bad ending for his character. Morality points return in Exodus, but thankfully to a much lesser extent with a lot fewer variables to try and balance. Now these morality points actually do reflect objectively good and bad actions exclusively, such as killing certain ne'er-do-wells, rescuing hostages, sparing surrendering bad guys, and so on. It's a lot less meaningful than the impact I think the points have in the Redux games. Again, those points mostly represent Artyom's growth and curiosity of the world, but it's also a lot less confusing and less annoying to keep track of. Those random points, or what I suggested to be called knowledge points, are now used as information throughout levels, like journal entries that will tell you the details of where to find some good loot, which I like fine. That supports the new wide open spaces, not much to say about it really. However, now, these morality points do not affect the ending. Kind of. The small ones that you earn, like freeing some hostages in the Volga, won't tally up to a hidden total you need to reach the good guy threshold. Instead, there's now independent thresholds through specific actions for each non-linear chapter. I'm sure that sounds confusing and overly complicated, but strangely it's a lot more simple than what we had before. Each of these levels essentially ask you to not be hostile to a specific faction. In the Volga, you can't kill any cultists. In the Caspian, you can't kill any of the slaves, and you have to free them when you can. In the next chapter, the Taiga, things get more complicated, but I'm saving all of that complaining up for one big emotional release. If you play through these levels correctly, in their respective finales, one of your companions will be changed in some way. For Duke in the Volga, he lives or dies depending on your actions. For Demir, he either stays with Gyul or continues with the Spartans, which again, I'm still confused on how him staying behind for his people is the bad outcome. And for the next chapter, one of these Spartans can be permanently crippled if we don't play along to its tune. You only need 2 out of 3 of the good outcomes for the good ending of the game, and yes, good and bad endings do return in Exodus. So while the actual morality point tallying isn't as ever-present and detrimental to the entire game, there is still a strange background calculation running at all times to make sure you go through the game like Artyom would. I mind Exodus's handling of this a lot less though, since the morality actions are now entirely optional, and really, the only thing you need to worry about is being overly aggressive by killing people that don't need killing. It's pretty easy to get the good outcomes for all of your friends, except I don't like Demir's. I really prefer that he stays behind to liberate the slaves with Gyul. It seems like good motivation for his character. For the sake of brevity going forward, I'm just going to talk about what outcomes I got for this playthrough. So Duke is alive and well, Demir is staying with Gyul, and we'll see what happens with Alyosha in a bit. With our water and fuel in tow, we're finally free of the Caspian Sea, and thanks to the satellite images, we even have a new destination, showing us a couple of areas ahead that seem to have been hardly affected by radiation, sending the Aurora crew further east to check out a few new stops powered by a newfound hope for their future. A few weeks go by and we greet the summer in transit, together with Anna in our private car again. Artyom and Anna share a cigarette after an intimate moment and we get to chat with her again. Anna opens up some more, talking about how lucky the crew has been, with her and Artyom happily together, and now Stepan and Katya spinning up a new romance, then reflecting on what she thought about romance as a child thanks to her parents. She tells Artyom about her mother and father's relationship, with Miller heavily drinking after long shifts in the military, leaving her mother and Anna on their own for long stints, and how her mother turned to alcohol to cope with everything. When Anna's mother drank, she says she would get sentimental sentimental with Anna, telling her that one day they would leave the metro behind and visit the city she was born in, then settle down together in a village on the ocean shore. As a child, Anna believed her and dreamt of the village with her, until one day her mother took her own life. From then on, Miller stopped drinking and became inseparable from his daughter, taking her everywhere, cleaning up his act, and forming a relationship with Anna. Anna tells Artyom that she's happy now because her dream and her mother's dream are coming true, thanks to Artyom and his drive for this mission. Then she wonders what her father dreams of, wondering what truly makes him happy in his life outside of his position in the military. Anna continues with her dream, wanting to raise a family with Artyom on the beach, happy to have a destination for her life and glad to see that her friends on board can search for their dreams too, now that we're all out of the metro. I really love this moment with Anna. The second half of this conversation reinforces the main theme of the story I've mentioned a few times, the choice of resigning to your life or pursuing the one that you dream of. And I think it's really sweet that in some ways, she's following her mother's dream in her place. I appreciate the depth being added to her relationship with Miller too. You can kind of feel this overbearing protection he has for Anna, but it could come across as just a father concerned for his child. Now we have additional context that Anna was all he had, or maybe all he was left with that he strived to change for. It gives complexity to both of these characters, and it even adds to Artyom's relationship with them, so again, this moment is fantastic to me. Eventually, the two leave the train car to join a celebration for Stepan and Katya, celebrating their engagement and beginning a quaint wedding ceremony between them in just a moment. Miller wants to ride the high spirits and announce that our final stop could be coming, having located a river valley nearby with a hydroelectric dam, dense forest in the surrounding area, and being far enough from civilization. Back to the ceremony, Miller officiates the marriage between Katya and Stepan, but as the crew stands to toast and celebrate, Anna has an intense bout of coughing, even spitting up blood on the table, then falling unconscious. She wakes up shortly after and apologizes for not telling anyone what's been going on, revealing that the doctor back in the Yamantau bunker told her that she took in a severe amount of radiation when she fell into the radio station in the Volga, leaving her lungs in a pretty bad shape since, but hiding this truth to not get in the way of Artyom pursuing his dream. I want to take a moment to appreciate Anna as a character a little more. I mentioned it a bit earlier, but Exodus really does justice to her character this time around. She feels human in this game. She admits to her faults, she lets herself get excited about things, she even outwardly enjoys Artyom's stoic company, and overall, she comes across as more than a fuckpiece for Artyom like she was in Last Light. A lot of personality comes through in her character, and the entire relationship is carried on her back throughout the game, carried in her dialogue, the voice acting, and even her animations with Artyom. It's extremely well handled for a first-person game, and especially with a silent protagonist. I really enjoy how she seems to ground Artyom in the narrative too, making him feel like more of a character and less like a player insert. Artyom is a character. We're reminded of that in the narration between levels, but I think it's nice to have another avenue to remind the player of that sometimes, and Anna is the best representation of that, even though every character seems to acknowledge him outside of what we control in gameplay. I also really like this reveal coming off the heels of Stepan and Katya's ceremony, with the vows of swearing to each other through sickness and in health. It's a neat parallel, if a little heavy-handed. I just really appreciate that there seems to be an earnest attempt at redeeming what was established in Last Light for Anna, which was nothing. She was a nothing character that added little to the story. It's great to see that 4A wanted to write a compelling supporting character, and hey, it's good representation for a feminine character this time, which, actually, now that I'm writing this, Exodus has a really strong female cast overall. Isn't it crazy what a couple years of growing up can do for writing in video games? After Anna's reveal, Artyom rushes to speak with Miller and Katya about what they can do to help her. Miller immediately seems to be directing his frustration onto Artyom, seeing Anna's condition as his fault, but Katya pulls him off. Katya suggests that trusting the Yamantau doctor's diagnosis is a bit dicey, going as far as saying the Caspian air and sandstorms in the area might have messed her up a little bit, but Yermak chimes in that coughing up blood might be a sign of tuberculosis. Lucky for them, it is in 1899, and Katya tells us that she remembers an experimental drug specifically for radiation exposure being researched and manufactured in Novosibirsk, another major city in the country. Pretty convenient for us, but alright, sure. With it being a long shot to risk going to a major city, let alone finding the drug, Miller says we should still check out the river valley since it's on the way to Novosibirsk, keeping a close watch of Anna to see if the fresh air out of the desert might clear her lungs, though making it clear that if her condition worsens at all, we leave immediately. Since we've kind of had bad luck luck ramming into places with our big-ass train, Miller suggests that Artyom and Alyosha take the smaller engine to recon the river valley first, then report back to the Aurora to see if it's safe to travel through. On the forward scouting operation, Alyosha radios back to the Aurora to try another path deeper in the valley since the tracks down here are pretty bent out of shape, with the two then getting dislodged from the track, falling into the river below, and separated by the current. Artyom gets rescued and dragged out of the river by a stranger, but they don't stick around for us to recover, forcing Artyom to find his way through the woods and back to the Aurora at the top of the dam in the area. And now that we're entering the Taiga chapter, I want to finally expand on why I think this level is the worst part of playing through Exodus. I mentioned it earlier when talking about the linear versus non-linear levels, and I'll be honest, I lied to you. The Taiga is a non-linear space, letting you poke around at your leisure, hunt down small POIs, and so on. But the game is lying to us too. This chapter is a large level, it's an open-ended one, but it really boils down to being a big hallway with some distractions that funnel the player from one end of the map to the other. The progression through this level follows the flowing river beside the forest, always pushing us further along towards the hydroelectric dam to get back to the Aurora crew. It might look open, and it might feel like a larger space to explore, but ultimately, it's just a wide open corridor. The Taiga feels the exact same as the Yamantau bunker in a lot of ways, just taking place outside instead of underground. I really don't like this framing for the open play space. It's weirdly deceptive, though not in a malicious way. I don't think 4A's intent was to trick a player into thinking this was another big open level. I just think the visual and physical design is at odds with how we progress through this space. But don't worry, if you aren't bothered by another linear level, I'm sure the 3-hour mandatory stealth sequence will start to annoy you. Throughout the Taiga, we learn that there are two factions operating here, the Pioneers and the Pirates. Originally, a single group of survivors that have since splintered off after a violent attack from outsiders caused a rift in their beliefs. As Artyom, if we want to get the good outcome for this level, we have to make sure to not attack any Pioneers, and if we do engage them, they must be knocked unconscious and not killed. With the Pirates though, we can kill them as we would any other bandit. You might be wondering why that could be an issue. We managed to spare the cultists in the Volga while we killed plenty of bandits, and yeah, that's true. But the fun thing about the Taiga chapter is that the Pioneers and Pirates are often mingling together, and they're almost entirely indistinguishable from each other. I think the Pirates use more technology than the Pioneers, like they'll have headlamps equipped instead of lanterns, but otherwise, during the day, without their light sources, I really can't tell them apart. This issue gets compounded in the fact that, since both groups are usually together, both factions will engage Artyom if he provokes either, and since I can't tell them apart, I don't really know who I'm shooting at. And you can say, hey, that's fine, just don't kill anyone and use stealth consistently. Eventually you'll sneak through and it won't matter who you knock out. And sure, that would be great, but you only have one way of knocking out enemies. You're only able to grab them for non-lethal takedowns when you're in melee range, and these takedowns aren't exactly silent. They are quiet, but nearby enemies will hear them, so often you physically can't knock out anyone without detection. I'm sure it's possible through very specific circumstances. I'm positive there's a dozen guides to show you where to precisely throw a lure to get this guard the right distance away from this bandit to make sure he doesn't hear the takedown, and if you wait for 30 seconds by this path, you can actually sneak right past everyone and blah 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 blah, but that's not fun. I don't want to follow your precise moment-to-moment play-by-play of how to sneak around enemies. I just want to play the game. I think a lot of my frustration with this level would be remedied with a very simple solution, by just introducing any other means of non-lethal engagement. When Artyom falls into the river, his backpack gets washed away, so we're forced to use the Helsing a bit, a crossbow returning from the Redux titles. This new weapon, now about 3/4 of the way through the game, would be a great opportunity to give the player a powerful new tool. A tool like a non-lethal ranged option. Let the player craft dull bolts, or bolts with heavy rubber tips, or something to make all of the enemies we can't kill more digestible. On top of that, this would be a great way to introduce the player to the Helsing and let them use it more freely, because I really like it, and I think fights with the Helsing are a lot of fun in this chapter. Both sides are using this crossbow, so everyone is taking these slow, intentional shots, having to knock back another bolt each time they fire, creating a unique flow of combat compared against any other fight in the game. It's a shame that we're not really allowed to shoot it though, but if we had those non-lethal bolts, hey, now it's a viable option for for the entire level. Another way my frustration could have been solved would be to have the pioneers only appear after a certain point in the level, or to have killing pioneers only be punished after that point, which would make sense narratively with the structure already in the game. About 2/3 of the way through the forest, we meet the woman that fished Artyom out of the river, Olga, and she can tell us about the history of her people, how the pirates are the aggressors, the one that won't give Artyom a chance. But the pioneers are pressured into fighting, they're more passive to outsiders when given the opportunity. Here, after this conversation, would be where I think the player has the chance to consider their actions. Do they want to kill the pioneers even though they're not outwardly hostile, or are they willing to spare them now that they've learned about their true intentions? Like I said, this could be taken a step further with pioneers only appearing for the rest of the level, not exclusively spawning pioneers, but now that we know there's truly a difference, we'd have to be more considerate of how we operate. I really hate that when you come into the Taiga, if you want to get the good outcome for Alyosha, you're forced down an annoying path with only one form of engagement that doesn't work very well thanks to the larger group of enemies and poor readability of who we're not allowed to kill. It's too restrictive for this level. I don't think that it's asking too much to not kill one faction. Again, the Volga did this too, but at least I know who I'm shooting at there. They don't mix in with the regular bandits to make things needlessly confusing. I like this chapter for what it is in the narrative. The tension about Anna's worsening condition that Artyom is now removed from, the forced isolation he's in while he tries to get back to his friends, but it's too hard of a departure from the established gameplay we've had so far in the Caspian and the Volga. Eventually, while lurking through the woods, Artyom gets caught in a net trap. Pioneers and pirates come to argue about who gets to claim Artyom for his gear, but a massive bear comes up to scare everyone off, chasing them away. Artyom frees himself from the chaos and continues heading towards the dam. Soon after, that bear catches up with us again, so we fight it for a bit. There's really not much for me to say about fighting the bear. It's just like the awful boss fights in the last fight, but without the distracting mobs around you, so I guess it's somewhat of an improvement. With the bear repelled but not killed, one of the pioneers reveals herself to us, Olga, the woman I mentioned a moment ago, the one who saved Artyom from the river. Chatting with Olga, she can tell us about the conflict going on in the valley, about the divide between her people caused by a horrible attack from roaming bandits, slaughtering children and destroying their homes. This attack led some of the remaining pioneers, many of which who were still children, to follow the bandit tracks in the night and violently return the favor. The pioneers' leader, who they called the teacher, saw these children be twisted into a cycle of violence, then exiling himself and taking a vow of silence. The few pioneers that rejected to go along with the retaliation were now branded as outsiders too, while the rest of the group spiraled into more violence, now becoming the pirates we're dealing with today. Together, the pioneers and pirates exist in kind of a stalemate, understanding that they were once brothers and sisters, but disapproving of how the other side operates. It's an interesting enough story, and this is a shortened retelling of those events, but it doesn't really change anything. This level is still frustrating to play through. Olga tells us that she actually ran into Alyosha too, with him telling her that he was in a hurry to get back to his people. She tells us that we should get moving along too, since the pirates announced that they're planning an assault on the Aurora, so she sends us on our way to get there before they strike. While we're here, and while I don't have much else to say about the Taiga chapter, I want to talk about the visuals seen throughout Metro Exodus. I don't think I have to tell you this, but Exodus is truly a beautiful game. I'm playing through on the Enhanced Edition, and that's the footage you're looking at, which released a short while after the original Exodus release, introducing ray-traced illumination, reflections, and emissive lighting, which is all to say that the Enhanced Edition pumps up the visual fidelity of the game. I've played both the original release and this enhanced version, and either way, Exodus is a gorgeous game throughout. Much like the Redux titles, Exodus employs a strong, dramatic use of light consistently, which looks great thanks to that ray-traced enhancement and fuller, darker shading. Detailed, disgusting creatures are still here too, now in even greater detail, along with high-definition models for characters that were crafted with clear intent to show their visual design, even with a progression of these characters to showcase how they might change throughout the story. Vast, beautiful, and dense vistas are even more plentiful than the previous entries thanks to our globe-trotting journey, showcasing the beauty of the Russian countryside as we progress further to see new landscapes and climates. The sense of scale in these environments is retained too, which I think is impressive with the open nature of the levels. The worlds feel big visually, but still feel grounded as a place to explore, never coming across as overwhelming to me. Animations are still a pain point for characters in the game. They still warp and snap between actions or just kind of overlap with different motions, but it's kind of charming to me in a way. Even with all this graphical fidelity and advancement of tech, 4A still hasn't nailed down how how human beings actually move. Exodus is a visual feast for the eyes. I genuinely still believe it's one of the best looking games on the market 7 years after its release. I still stop to take in the view from time to time. It's just that good to look at while not losing any of the identity of the franchise's gameplay. Shocker, just because a game looks nice doesn't mean it has to be boring to play. Shortly after our meeting with Olga, we catch up with Alyosha, telling us he's been in contact with the Aurora. He mentions that they've taken a closer look at the dam and learned that it's in awful condition, ready to burst and flood this entire valley. So even without the pirates and pioneers gunning for us, it won't be safe to stay here. Alyosha also tells Artyom that Anna's condition hasn't changed, so we really need to hurry back to the train to get on track to Novosibirsk. Alyosha also confides that he's developed a bit of a crush on Olga and that he hopes he can meet her again once we settle down somewhere, but our talk is cut short with the bear coming back for round 2, managing to separate Artyom and Alyosha for a one-on-one. It's the exact same fight as before, just in a smaller arena, and this time we kill it. We find a zipline that leads straight down to the dam, how convenient, and as we mount up, Olga and her people approach, with Olga making a case to allow our passage out of the valley since we spared enough of their people. Alyosha begs Olga to come with us, but she knows that she needs to help guide her people back together and away from the looming threat of the dam bursting, promising to wait for him if he's able to return one day. We ride the zipline back to the train and just barely climb aboard as the Aurora rushes out of the river valley. Miller pulls Artyom aside and tells him that Anna has suddenly gotten much worse. The clear air here and drugs on board haven't helped, so we need to track down that experimental drug for her as soon as possible. In his narration into the next chapter, Artyom begs Anna to hold on for a little longer, saying that without her, he doesn't have anything else to live for, saying that his dream was meant for them to build something together, even condemning himself for bringing her along in the first place to let her get sick on his mission. It's some real emotion out of Artyom, which doesn't come up often in his narrations. He's thoughtful and questions things to bring the player into his line of thought, but there's some real desperation in his words here. It's a very humanizing moment for our silent hero. We join Artyom sitting with Anna a few days later, looking at a postcard of the ocean, dreaming of the village her mother always wanted to find. She barely gets these words out thanks to her cough and shortness of breath, but she's in surprisingly good spirits. She tells Artyom that she always knew they'd reach the Pacific Ocean together, asking him to make sure to save her one last time so they can see the coast together. Anna makes sure to tell Artyom that she doesn't blame him for how things have turned out. She doesn't blame her father either. She accepts her illness as a stroke of bad luck. Our time with her is interrupted by an intense coughing fit, with Katya rushing in to take care of Anna. Morale around the Aurora is real low as we approach the engine room for our next mission. Idiot tells us some bad news to further the mood. Apparently the radiation maps we have were misprinted as errors, and with high Geiger counter readings even a few kilometers out, it looks like we might be heading into a radiation hotspot in Novosibirsk. Miller decides the only course of action is for Artyom and himself to head into the city alone, with Miller blaming himself for the path of their journey and Artyom for dragging everyone out of the metro in the first place. All of the Spartans protest, seeing it as a death sentence, but Miller has some good points, suggesting that there will be other places to search for medicine and that the Aurora will need new equipment to help combat the upcoming winter, sending some of the Spartans to a nearby research lab while the rest of the gang hunts down a snowplow at a railway museum. Miller continues that since Novosibirsk is so irradiated, it might actually be a boon for us, suggesting that the city might be mostly untouched since the initial bombing. Tokarev fills us in that he should be able to assemble 2 hazmat suits to ease the radiation poisoning, while also lining the walls of the truck from the Caspian with lead sheets to make it sort of a mobile bunker. It isn't perfect, and these precautions won't protect us fully, but it will buy Artyom and Miller a few hours to operate inside of the city. As Miller and Artyom drive through the dead city, Miller presses Artyom for his dream of finding life outside of the metro, asking if he regrets putting everyone on this path, but understanding that regret if he did. Miller guides us through the city streets, and eventually we hit a huge pileup of cars. Continuing on foot, we come across a crater in the road, leading us into the metro system beneath the city. Together, Artyom and Miller press through these foreign tunnels, pushing past decades-old corpses and destruction, but eventually finding some sign of what life was like in this metro. We find mass graves, piles of bodies branded traitors or murderers, though only appearing to be just a couple of months old. Deeper in, we see signs of a war that broke out, destroyed armored transports, busted barricades, barricades and even more bodies tracing the walls of the station. We even see a sign of ghosts again, seeing the shadows of some of the victims from the assault. Eventually, we reach a station's main gate, again flooded with the bodies left from a conflict. At the top of the platform, Miller identifies canisters of chlorine gas, inferring that the entire station must have been poisoned to ensure no one was able to escape. Throughout the metro and deeper into the tunnels, Miller thinks on what happened in this metro, wondering if, like Moscow, the people were meant to hide in the tunnels, and if this retaliation had happened back home, if the Moscow citizens would have been executed in the same fashion, ultimately leaving Miller unsure if a life in darkness was better than taking that risk. In a ventilation shaft, we find a survivor, a child hiding in an air duct. He immediately runs from Artyom and Miller, assuming we're enemy soldiers, but we manage to chase the kid and corner him. Miller plays into the boy's soldier fantasy, addressing him as an equal that they've come to report to. The facade works and the kid introduces himself as Private Kirill Klebnikov, bringing us back to his home and telling us that his father has been missing for a few weeks on an important mission. Inside the base, Kirill tells us more about his father and what happened in the metro. Apparently, people inside had been surviving just fine for the past 20 years, much like the Moscow metro. But recently, a civil war broke out, leaving only his father and himself alive in the station. Kirill says that thanks to some green stuff, he and his father have been able to survive just fine in this irradiated hellhole, with Miller and Artyom putting together that it must be an extremely potent anti-radiation drug. Kirill tells us that his father left recently to a satellite communication base, trying to find a recent radiation map for the two of them to leave the city and find somewhere to settle, much like our plans for our journey. Miller uses Kirill's radio to chat with the Aurora and update them on their mission, filling them in that Miller is now heading to the communication center to find some maps and hopefully Kirill's father, while Artyom continues the search for Anna's medicine. Kirill gives each of us a dose of the anti-rad just in case we need it in the city, and we split up, heading deeper into the metro tunnels alone to hopefully come out closer to the research lab. The majority of the Novosibirsk chapter takes place in the city's metro, thanks to the awful conditions up on the surface. I really love this level. It's bringing the player right back home with what we experienced in the first two entries. Mutants are back in full force, the hunt is on, and they turn up the tense atmosphere we'd been all too familiar with. The linear, thrill-focused gameplay is entirely back in focus once Artyom heads off on his own, and it honestly feels great to get a full taste of the Metro formula in a more modern feel. Novosibirsk doesn't entirely fall back on its predecessors though, still giving us some new ideas and enemies to find, still innovating and expanding the gameplay found in the tunnels. It feels like a proper send-off to the traditional experience. It shows the player some new concepts and creatures while still respecting the traditional gameplay that has been ushered out with Exodus's main design. I think this final level is a great way to send off fans of the series, giving more of what you loved in a new experience. Eventually, while Artyom paddles through a contaminated tunnel, he begins to hallucinate a train passing by, until he falls unconscious thanks to the high amount of radiation seeping into the underground. We wake up sometime later, seeing a vision of Anna beckoning Artyom to push on, with Artyom jabbing himself with the anti-rad Kirill gave us to give us the strength to keep going. The rest of this trek is filled with surreal and haunting visions of Anna, oozing with that mystique and intrigue that the Redux games have in spades, and I love it. Like I just said, it feels like a proper goodbye to the gameplay seen in previous titles, now complete with the more fantastical elements. We finally reach the research facility, but we're immediately caught by a new creature, the Blind Ones, aggressive mutated gorillas that are left to dominate the city. Their inclusion here is reminiscent of the Librarians in 2033, but your approach against them isn't anything special. They're blind, as the name would suggest, so you just have to move a little more cautiously, otherwise they're a mean, beefed-up hurdle that we'll have to put down. Inside the facility, we dodge Blind Ones for a bit, but Artyom seems to progressively getting worse from the radiation, bringing on more and more visions of Anna trying to motivate him to keep pushing forward. These visions are fucked up in the best way possible. It's heart-wrenching how Anna is the only thing keeping him going, and how a lot of the bodies we find lead Artyom to believe that he's finally saving her. Against the odds, we do end up finding the medication we're searching for, giving Artyom the final burst of hope needed to narrowly escape the building from a blind one that catches up to him, but the struggle with the monster has Artyom exhausted, seeming to succumb to the radiation and wounds from the fight. A short while after, we see Miller approaching in the lead-lined car, exiting the vehicle and seeming pretty weak himself. He injects Artyom with his dose of the anti-rad and tells him he better not die now cause he doesn't want to face Anna without him. We cut to Artyom coming in and out of consciousness in the back of the truck as Miller begs him to stay awake long enough to reach the Aurora. Artyom passes out again, and we see Kirill in the car with us, trying to wake up Miller since the kid can't drive the car well enough. Artyom climbs to the front seat and checks on Miller, seeming to understand that Miller hasn't made it and passed away from the radiation that he took in. The entire drive back, Kirill sits with us and talks about how much of a hero Miller was to find the map his dad was looking for, how Miller protected Kirill and fought off mutants to keep him safe, wading through water with the kid on his shoulders and ultimately saving Artyom at the end. The scene really is beautiful. It kind of comes out of left field for this game, having such an emotional moment, but I think it's a great send-off for Miller. With the music swelling and Kirill's excitement juxtaposed by knowing that Miller is already gone, it's honestly hard to talk about without getting a little choked up. As we drive, Artyom struggles to stay awake and eventually falls asleep again, just a few feet from the train tracks nearby. Artyom wakes up again a few hours later and checks on Miller, confirming that he has passed. Kirill climbs onto the hood of the car to get Artyom and tells us that the train is approaching, and we see it barreling through the snow to reach us. The Spartans disembark to help Artyom aboard, and we get this super cheesy slow-mo shot of everyone coming to the rescue. On board, Artyom is rushed inside to treat him for radiation poisoning, flashing in and out of seeing himself back inside the metro tunnels. Katya tells everyone that they need to donate blood now or Artyom will be gone too, so everyone steps up to give Artyom blood transfusions. And with enough of these Spartans around thanks to our actions throughout the game, we get to see which ending we've earned. We'll start with the bad ending because I want to end this chapter of the video on a nicer note. The crew begins the blood transfusions, but while Artyom is trying to recover, he has a recurring nightmare. He sees himself trapped on the tracks of the metro as a train is rushing down the tracks, eventually colliding with him. When it does, Artyom wakes up on the Aurora, though it seems to be abandoned and supernaturally twisted. We're greeted by Eugene, one of the men on the caravan that left Exhibition Station with us in 2033, though his face is obscured and he's upset with Artyom for not being able to recognize him. Just to break the fourth wall for a second here, Eugene does have a larger part in the 2033 book, while he's pretty minor in the game, so I think this is kind of a joke or Easter egg for players that might not recognize him. Walking towards the engine room, we also see Bourbon, the smuggler that brought us part of the way to Polis. He tells Artyom that he is sad to see us here, but we have to understand that's just how the world goes. You can struggle and fight, but ultimately, you'll still get chewed up and spit out. Bourbon says they'll have plenty of time to catch up though, and he'll wait for us once we figure out what's going on. In the engine cabin, Khan is waiting for us. He seems to only be visiting this place though, brought here by some kind of ritual, and he tells Artyom that he's sad to see us, expecting a much greater fate for someone like Artyom. Khan tells us that he'll have to leave soon, but Artyom will be damned here. This train never stops and he won't be able to get off. Miller bursts into the room and tells Khan he doesn't care if the train can't stop. He wants to ride the train further and faster, beginning a long, eternal voyage. Khan excuses himself and tells Artyom he will give the people of the metro his regards and vanishes. Miller continues, telling Artyom that they can't be upset they ended up here. They acted like good soldiers and did what they had to do. Something appears in the distance, further down the tracks, and the two begin to pull the brakes on the train, stopping it for just a moment. Artyom steps off the train and stands on the tracks, finding a postcard of Lake Baikal. Then we fade away from this hell to the real world, seeing two graves on the shore of the same lake. Anna speaks to Artyom, telling him that she hates him for giving up his life for hers and making that decision for them. She resents him for leaving her alone, but says she will go on out of her love for him, and the scene ends with the Spartans firing off in a salute for the deceased. Jesus, that was depressing, but I'm gonna save all of my thoughts for after we go over the good ending too. Speaking of, if enough of our friends made it with us this far, we're awarded a much more pleasant end. We're rushed on board the train and the transfusions begin just like before, but instead of a nightmare, we have a vision. Artyom lays on the tracks of the metro and Miller greets him, helping him to his feet and asking to take a walk with him. We see Miller leading Artyom by his hand as a child, telling him that much like his adventure to open the doors that began his ties to the Dark Ones, this place will be a new beginning for him too. Miller shows Artyom to Lake Baikal, telling him that it looks like the dream he had of life outside of the metro could be possible, unlike the sad lives they all had down in the metro. Miller admits to Artyom that he was right all along. Artyom was right to dream of something more, but Miller says that he was too afraid to accept that, wanting to play the old fool to rest on the only life that he's ever known. Miller continues that a chance at something new should always be worth fighting for, that he's sorry he couldn't accept that truth sooner, then blaming himself for what's happened to Anna and now the both of them. We suddenly see Anna in this vision too, begging Artyom to hold on and stay with her to begin this new life together, and Miller agrees, telling Artyom that he has to look after Anna now that he can't anymore. Miller tells Artyom that he loves his daughter but admits that he always wanted a son, a child that he could see himself in, and conceding that Artyom has become that son to him. Jeez, it's getting me choked up just reading it. Miller continues with his approval of Lake Baikal, asking to be buried here so he can stay with them in their new home. And finally, Miller leaves Artyom with one last order as a Spartan, to take up the mantle as their leader and remember their mission to protect and save the people of the Metro, reminding him to never forget that like he had. Miller says that it's time to wake up and salutes him one last time, with Artyom seeming to finally recover back in the world. We end with a final narration from Artyom, telling us that he's found what he'd been searching for. His dream had become a home for his people, a future outside of the dark and damp tunnels, now underneath the sky and sun as humans were meant to be. Idiot announces to the Aurora crew a proposition to make Artyom the new commanding officer of the Spartans, and with a unanimous vote, he's sworn in as their leader. Idiot asks what Artyom's first command shall be for the Order, and Artyom decides that they need to go share this wealth, that the Spartans were meant to save everyone in the Metro, so it's time to bring everyone into this new chapter with them to begin the lives that they were all meant to lead. I love the good ending for this game. It's a beautiful, hopeful message for the future, and it ties a nice bow for the progression of our characters. We found our place and followed our dream. I really enjoy the final talk with Miller too, to let him grow and move past his position as a pawn in the war, reconciling with how he treated Artyom and accepting him as his family. I choose to believe that this vision is brought on by some supernatural intervention, like this is truly Miller talking to Artyom for a final face-to-face, and not just a fever dream from the radiation. We've seen weird stuff like this happen with other visions, so I think it makes sense here too. It's a wonderful, emotionally packed goodbye from a protagonist we've watched grow throughout the entire franchise, while giving us a final farewell from his main supporter. I can't ask for much else. I do find the bad ending interesting, but I don't think I like it very much. It feels a little on the nose with both 2033 and Last Light's endings and damnation of the if it's hostile you kill it mentality, with Miller harkening back to behaving like good soldiers, but I do think it's fascinating to see the eternal hell Artyom has created for himself. I wonder a lot if this endless train ride is something that the shadows and ghosts seen throughout the game's experience too, if this damnation to the Metro is common for anyone that can't escape. But again, while this ending is interesting to think about, I prefer the tone and end cap for our characters in the good ending. I like a nice happy ending, what can I say? Even though there's still some content I want to cover, I want to close out my thoughts on the core experience found in Metro Exodus. I said it much earlier in the video, but Exodus is by far my favorite of the original trilogy. While the game does depart from some of the core ideas and themes found in the first two titles, namely the more fantastical side of things and its use of horror, along with the very strong themes against xenophobia and the acceptance of things outside of your own worldview, Exodus instead delivers on a more human-focused narrative, this time actually delivering on an interesting cast of characters, a cast that grows and feels different by the end of your journey. I love all of these supporting characters in Exodus, even if some of them don't get nearly as much attention as others. The game strives to make the player and their avatar, Artyom, feel like they belong in a group, grounding a player with characters that exist in the world that are impacted by our actions. The gameplay throughout Exodus is another highlight for me, and this time being an entire overhaul and improvement of the experiences that came before. Last Light feels like a step up from 2033, even in the Redux release, though in some ways a misguided step, but Exodus truly comes across as a leap forward for the design of these games, even standing as a title that I think other games should look towards for inspiration. Exodus is a masterclass in creating interesting play spaces, guiding the player into exploration and rewarding their curiosity, while delivering on a solid first-person shooter experience to revolve everything around. All of that praise doesn't come with some caveats though, with the game still falling back on some easier, maybe even lazier methods of engaging the player, along with long stints of gameplay being too restrictive to truly embrace the improvements and core design of this experience. There's also the loss of the franchise's identity that I mentioned a moment ago, which is entirely a detraction from the experience I look forward to in the Metro franchise. The strange and paranormal side of these games are always what have stood out to me, the way that they uphold the mystical side of the world and let it breathe alongside the norm, the way humankind interacts and tries to understand these things and maybe even embraces the weird. I really love this side of Metro as a franchise, in the books and these games, but unfortunately, Exodus loses a lot of that identity and trades it for tense moments with cheap scares. Metro Exodus is a crowning achievement for a development team. It is a culmination of their experience in making their previous titles and an evolution of their work in a lot of ways, but it still has some chinks in the armor that I think could be improved, that I hope to see remedied in their upcoming release. Exodus is one of my favorite games. I think it's a game that absolutely needs to be played, but I think it tastes even sweeter when you experience these games as a whole, letting Exodus close the book on Artyom's journey. With the campaign over, we're not quite done talking about Exodus as the game got 2 DLC releases. The Two Colonels, a companion piece to the main narrative, and Sam's Story, an extension and epilogue for one of our supporting characters. The DLC in Exodus, thankfully, is actually pretty good. It's not going to be like Last Light this time around where we gloss over everything pretty quickly since there isn't much substance to it. Instead, I want to actually talk about these DLC chapters and speak on what they bring to the world, the character, and Exodus as a whole. We'll start with the Two Colonels, since it's a much shorter, contained experience taking us right back into Novosibirsk to see Miller's part of our final mission. The Two Colonels is a pretty short, digestible chunk of DLC that recenters the focus back on the narrative and even sends us back into the metro, with strong storytelling and cinematic presentation that is fun to see for the series, along with growth and development for one of Artyom's biggest supporters. Though I do have to admit, I lied again because this isn't Miller's story, at least not entirely. The Two Colonels begins with a narration from Miller, seeming to be planning a speech intended for Anna. Miller says that his time in the metro has been misguided. He was stuck in the past, stuck in a life of duty and honor when he should have been focusing on his family, on spending his time with his daughter. He apologizes to Anna that it's taken him so long to realize this, but he promises that he will return to make it up to her. He also sees Artyom's guilt for how things have transpired, adding that he'll make sure Artyom doesn't lose his life in an effort to save Anna. We cut into partway through our time in Novosibirsk, just after meeting with Kirill. We've sent Artyom on his way, and Miller is thanking Kirill for his dose of the anti-radiation drug, giving the two of them a chance to find the medication for Anna. Miller takes a second to speak to Kirill about his side of the mission, following Kirill's father and looking for satellite imaging to secure a safe haven away from radiation. Miller instructs Kirill to be in charge of communications between everyone, then asking him what life was like in their metro before the Civil War. Kirill says that his dad was really busy in the military, out on patrols in the metro, but he always made sure to spend as much time with Kirill as he could, like a memory he has of the last New Year's celebration that the station held. We then move into one of Kirill's stories from just a year prior, changing our perspective to join Colonel Klebnikov during a cleaning patrol for his station, burning off the slime and ooze growing in their water reserves. In our time in Klebnikov's boots, things are going to be a little different. The most major change here is that this colonel plays a voiced protagonist. We'll be hearing Klebnikov comment on things, his thoughts while he speaks to people, and more, and I think it's an interesting change. There isn't enough time with him or enough depth to really dig into Klebnikov as a character, but I think the colonel does enough to feel like a good change of pace to the storytelling. We'll see an example of this being a poor change in the next DLC entry, but for a shorter, focused experience, yeah, I don't mind it. Since this is a shorter, linear mission, there isn't a whole lot to comment on in gameplay. This opening section focuses on Klebnikov clearing the walls with his flamethrower, asking the player to point and shoot at any ooze that might be in our way or any that's too gunked up in the facilities for us to leave. The flamethrower is a fun tool to mess around with, but it is limiting on how we engage with anything for the first 20 or 30 minutes. You have to pump it up occasionally to keep the pressure of the flame up, there's ammo to manage, but it's fun enough even if it starts to get stale. A strange choice in this opening though is a weird reliance on some base game systems, specifically on weapon modding and crafting. Through the tunnels, eventually we find dead operatives that had flamethrowers too, taking their modifications for ourselves, slowly improving our tool with larger fuel capacities and better pressure systems. We can slap these mods onto the Colonel's flamethrower if we find workbenches, and these benches are always just a few steps away. On top of that, like I mentioned a moment ago, we also need to watch our fuel reserve to make sure we have enough gas to keep burning things down, but we'll be able to find plenty of crafting components to keep making more fuel, so that really isn't an issue. Both of these feel like weird inclusions, never really benefiting the experience. I like the additions to the flamethrower, but why bother with the workbench? Why doesn't Klebnikov just add the parts as we find them? They're always objective upgrades, so why don't we skip the need of the bench entirely? And why not just place more fuel around the levels to remove the need to craft any? I get that being able to craft the fuel ensures that if a player runs out, they have the option to make some more, but again, if there were instead more ammo pickups, I think the flow of this level would feel a lot more natural. The last thing I care to comment on for the gameplay of the Two Colonels would be the inclusion of these big worm things, a new mutant found in the Novosibirsk metro. You will fight a few of these centipedes as Artyom during the last chapter of the base game, but fuck it, we're talking about them now. I really don't enjoy fighting these things, especially as Klebnikov. They aren't a huge threat physically, meaning they don't deal much damage and they don't have much health, but the way they move and behave just kind of gets annoying. They burrow in tunnels and move throughout space quickly, letting them pop up suddenly for ranged and melee attacks, both of which happen so quickly that they're kind of impossible to predict. I think throughout these encounters, there's a few too many gotcha moments against them, with the player just forced to take damage or reset the scene if they can't react with a sixth sense to where they might spring up. Otherwise, I guess they're fine. They're creepy for sure, they do a little more than just run at the player and try to attack. They introduce a new threat for the end of the game and this DLC, but I don't know, actually fighting them gets frustrating sometimes. That's really it for any gameplay to comment on. The rest of the DLC will just use Exodus's bones to tell a new story, and that is the focus of this experience. So the rest of our time with this expansion will be focused on the narrative. Speaking of, let's check back in with our new colonel. As Klebnikov, we clean out some gunk throughout the Metro's water treatment facility. This slime isn't really ever explained, at least I don't think so, but it reminds me of the ooze found in the bowels of D6, without this strange eldritch abomination hiding inside. We wrap up the cleaning for the day and head back to our home station, disrobing from our protective gear and hitching a ride with Petrovich, an older man who is a friend to the colonel. Klebnikov and Petrovich both get offered an injection of some of the anti-rad medicine that Kirill gave Miller and Artyom, with everyone generally referring to it as the green stuff, but Petrovich denies the injection and pockets his dose, claiming that he's more comfortable doing it himself at home. As we pull away from the guards, Klebnikov asks if Petrovich's daughter is getting worse, seeming to understand why he refused the injection. Petrovich says no, his granddaughter is mostly fine, but the allowance of the anti-rad isn't enough to keep her stable, so he's been hoarding any spare doses he can for her. We ride with Petrovich all the way back to our home station, with the old man asking Klebnikov to make an appearance with Kirill later after the New Year's celebration. Disembarking, we're expected to report directly to our General Tolya. As we enter his office, we see him dismissing a scavenger and we sit down to chat. He tells him that the scavenger just brought him recent radiation maps from the surface, the same out-of-date maps that Miller and Artyom found in Kirill's base. Tolya knows the maps are a little old, so he orders Klebnikov to take some of his men to the satellite bunker to print out some new ones, so the people of this metro will know where to go. Klebnikov questions this, curious why they would ever want to leave the safety of the metro, and Tolya confesses to him that their supply of the green stuff is running out, with the station soon coming under stricter rations and even confiscation to try and support everyone. Klebnikov asks why this is a secret, that people should be excited to get out of the metro, but Tolya tells him that the decision came from above him, adding that even though things will get rough in the station, once we're all able to evacuate, the people will understand. Before we can leave, Tolya gives Klebnikov a personal gift of a month's worth of the anti-rad drug, then inviting him to drink and smoke for a while before the New Year's festivities. Choosing to chat, we can talk to the general about his son, hearing about him rising through the ranks, while Klebnikov questions his parenting if he could be a firm enough figure to see his son succeed in the military too. Tolya tells Klebnikov that he's doing fine as a father, that his son is growing up into a good man, and Klebnikov shouldn't be worried. Kirill will be military material in no time. Klebnikov. I'm just gonna call him Kleb. Kleb adds that he's worried how his son idealizes the military though, that his son has a twisted perception of a soldier, seeing his father as a shining knight and admitting that real service is much more complicated, saying that as a soldier, Kleb has to do certain things he often wonders if Kirill would understand if he told him. Tolya reminds him that a soldier isn't just the idea of goodness, but someone that isn't afraid to get things done, even in blood sometimes. Someone that still does what they need to because it may be necessary. Kleb says that this idea might be getting too close to the ends justifying the means, which Tolya pushes against, saying that if you're too afraid to do hard things, then nothing will ever get done. The men end their talk with a joke about philosophizing at a time like this, and Tolya sends us back on our way home to Kirill. I really enjoy this chat. I wanted to include it in my retelling because it kind of frames the entire story of the two colonels, that idea of the ends justifying the means, which we'll see more of as we continue. We walk through Kleb's home station, and I think it's great to see a metro alive and active again. This sequence really puts me back at home in the franchise. But eventually, Kirill finds us, tackling his father as we wrestle him off, and the two play out a little military roleplay, with the colonel asking for a debriefing of Kirill's mission today, and Kirill saluting him with a proper status report. Kirill tells his father that he was worried we wouldn't make it in time, with the colonel being late seeming to be a recurring issue, but Kleb insists that he was out doing important work to make sure other families get to enjoy time together too, and Kirill accepts that as they finish installing the last bulb in their decorations. Kirill surprises his father with a watch, telling him that Petrovich fixed it for him for the holiday, and they come in for a hug. Kleb tells Kirill that they'll be seeing Petrovich a little later after the general's speech, again continuing the soldier facade by telling Kirill he'll need to be in proper dress uniform for the occasion, and Kirill excitedly accepts his orders. It's really sweet to see this interaction between these two. They seem like a very loving father and son. It adds a layer of heartbreak to Kirill's part in the main narrative, but it is nice to see the normalcy they had before. Kleb really comes across as a likable character, a caring father and a thoughtful soldier, and even though the time with him is short, you really can't help but like the guy. Kirill and his father watch as the general gives a speech to the station, wishing everyone a happy new year. But as the countdown for the year ends and the lights flash to celebrate, the power cuts, leaving the station in the dark. In the darkness, we see Miller break through in the current day, readying a flare to begin searching through the station. Miller reports back to Kirill to ask him for better directions, and Kirill sends him deeper inside, showcasing a more in-depth and gruesome look at the aftermath of the station's war. As Miller flips a switch to restore local power, a broadcast begins playing over a speaker nearby, serving as an announcement of the upcoming shortage of anti-rad and asking citizens to comply for the common good, fading into 6 months prior as Klebnikov listens to the same message. Again, I want to quickly highlight and praise the use of more cinematic or movie-like techniques that are seen in the two kernels. It's a lot of fun, with the team stretching their legs a bit past the usual locked-down first-person perspective. I really enjoy the extra bit of flair here and there. We join Kleb as he's reporting back to the general, now a few months after the new year. Kleb gives the general a small haul of anti-rads, and the general worries about how the evacuation can proceed, having learned that Novosibirsk is in the middle of one of the hottest spots for radiation in the entire country. General Toya says there was some hope that their people could be evacuated to Lake Baikal nearby, but with the lack of drugs and lack of equipment to counter radiation, there's no way all of the citizens could be moved safely out of the city. Toya decides the only course of action is to split the evacuation, to escort out the core people, then come back for the rest of the metro in the future, which Klebnikov speaks up against, but the general reassures his order. We can sit with Toya again for a chat, and he asks Kleb his thoughts on the recent troublemakers in the station, ones that are trying to topple the military and start a new way of life, asking specifically about the optics of moving out some VIPs while leaving behind other citizens. Kleb says that naturally people will start to talk, that there will be rumors that the leadership is abandoning its citizens, but Toya tells him it's a matter of saving who they can, and if you have to shoot to protect your people, you have to think about any opposition as the living dead, a clear attempt to dehumanize anyone who disobeys his order. Kleb doesn't exactly agree, but tries to appease the general, telling him that his squad will be ready to act when he needs them. Klebnikov excuses himself and heads out to the station at large. The life and excitement we saw from before on New Year's Eve has been replaced with crowded ration lines, upset citizens, and armed forces holding everyone at bay. The crowd is broken as a soldier comes to report to Klebnikov, telling him he received a tip about a stash of the green stuff. We move with the soldier to check on the rumor, and we find Petrovich, the old man we rode into the station with before. Klebnikov knows that he hoards the medicine for his granddaughter, so we get a choice of stopping the search prematurely or making sure that all of Petrovich's supply is taken. I don't really understand the inclusion of this choice because the outcomes for it aren't very meaningful. We'll either see Petrovich again and he'll be happy with us or upset with Klebnikov, and regardless, we kind of already know what happens to everyone in this station. Moving along, Klebnikov heads back home to see Kirill, half-heartedly greeting us at the door. Kleb asks Kirill to report to his commanding officer, and Kirill tells him he wants to drop the soldier act, adding that he doesn't want to be a soldier anymore at all. Kleb asks him to talk about what makes him feel that way, and Kirill tells us that he saw one of our soldiers taking anti-rads from traitors, even beating ones that refused, with Klebnikov promising to speak to those soldiers as soon as he can. Kirill presses his father, saying that the military is supposed to protect people, but all they've done the last few months is take away their medicine and hurt citizens. Kleb tries to explain that there's a shortage of the green stuff, that the military is trying to stockpile it for anyone that really needs the medicine, and Kirill can't really argue with that logic. Kirill seems to understand why the anti-rad must be taken, but the colonel promises that those soldiers were out of line and will be punished. Kleb gives his son a shot of the anti-rad for tonight, and we return to Miller poking through the remains of their home. Miller finds a mass of bodies, piled up against the hermetic gate to the station platform. He radios to ask Kirill if this is where the final battle took place, and we transition into Klebnikov's morning, the day of the last attack. Kirill asks Klebnikov if he really has to go fight, and his father insists, telling him that the protesters are forcing them by advancing into military territory. Kirill questions why soldiers would fight citizens that disagree with them, and Kleb answers in sort of a riddle, saying that life is a complex thing, that telling people the exact truth about the evacuations could be dangerous to the wrong people. Kleb explains that the command, his higher-ups, see the entire picture to make these tough decisions, and while they might seem harsh, they are necessary ones for the greater good. good, while the common man would only make decisions for himself. Klebnikov sends his son home and tells him to lock up until he returns, readying a weapon and heading out towards active combat. The scene with Kirill really begins the narrative core of the two colonels, I think. We're starting to see more of a flaw with Klebnikov, the same flaw that Miller had, his immovable belief that his orders are just and true, and even with his son questioning these beliefs, he struggles to maintain the thought and fails to fully convince Kirill and himself. It's an interesting way to view Miller's struggle throughout Exodus, showcasing that even outside of Moscow, outside of whatever they had been through, a similar man and his similar sense of duty can lead him down the wrong path. Reaching the front lines, we're let out into a hail of bullets, with an order to shoot to kill, reminding our soldiers that these aren't our citizens now, they're just enemies. We lay down suppressing fire on these civilian forces, but soon a missile passes through the crowd, hitting our barricade. We're knocked down but not out of the fight, and other soldiers clear the way while Klebnikov recovers. We get an order from General Tolia to reach a detonator to blow some charges that have been planted, sending us into another conflict. We're forced into a fight with more citizens until we reach the engineering team that failed to detonate the explosives. Klebnikov sets off the charge and washes the tunnel out with the explosion, leaving few survivors. Kleb radios to the general again, letting him know that the explosives didn't collapse the tunnel like they'd hoped, so we're forced to fall back and try again at another platform. We proceed and reach the new checkpoint as the soldiers turn flamethrowers onto their people, immolating the crowd. The citizens press on, taking out the flamer, and we all fall back for a final stand, with Klebnikov rallying his men to fight until their last breath, stating that it's either us or them. We hold out for a while, but another barrage of missiles come through, breaking the military's line and knocking Klebnikov out. As he wakes up, he sees the rebel forces executing soldiers, until another squad arrives just in time to prevent the colonel from being shot. The soldiers begin to regroup, but a leak of chlorine gas begins to pour through the platform. Klebnikov is pulled past the hermetic gate by a soldier, barely surviving the gassing, and the two ascend the stairs to the surface platform. At the top, our savior is executed with a single shot, hearing two more ring out soon after. We hear General Tolia speak on his radio, telling someone that all of the pawns have been dealt with and he's now ready for evacuation. Klebnikov waits to catch him off guard, overhearing the radio that they've already left without the general, then pouncing on him to get some answers. Kleb beats Tolia, asking him who they plan to evacuate if we just had to execute everyone, and Tolia tells him that this is what he told him from the beginning, that a certain core group was going to be evacuated while the rest were doomed to their fate. Kleb lays into the general some more but loses steam, with Tolia knocking him down and holding Kleb at gunpoint. Tolia radios command to get his son on the radio, but he's told his son was killed in the fight below. Tolia tells whoever's on the other side of the call to get a rocket launcher from the arsenal and blow the evacuation train off of the tracks, then resigning to nothing being left for him now and shooting himself in front of Klebnikov. The colonel struggles to stay awake and eventually falls unconscious, with Kirill eventually finding him in the dark. Kirill apologizes for leaving the home against our order, but Kleb tells him not to worry. The colonel tells his son that he was wrong. It's not up for anyone to decide who should know the truth. The real truth should always win and be shared freely, seeming to condemn his blind faith in his command. We then see Miller on the surface, arriving at the satellite bunker in the modified Caspian truck. He radios to Kirill that he's arrived, and the boy tells us to be extra careful, with us joining Klebnikov again as he speaks to his son when he arrived at the base just a month prior. Klebnikov goes through a list of orders for his son, asking about locking the front door, charging the radio battery, what he's been eating, and what stations are offline. Kleb signs off his message by telling his son that he loves him, seeming to understand he might not return from this mission. We enter the comm center and begin poking around, fighting off mutants that have overrun the facility. Throughout the base, we take in a lot of radiation thanks to the exposure to the surface air, barely reaching the archive for satellite maps. But against the odds, Klebnikov finds the map he's been searching for, fighting against the radiation poisoning and exhaustion of this mission and crawling to the exit with the images. As he prepares his final dose of the anti-rad, he's startled by a blind one entering the room he's hunkered down in, dropping the injector and breaking the vial. Kleb manages to secure himself in the room and takes a seat facing the steel door, whispering to Kirill that he just needs to rest for a moment to make the trip home. Klebnikov falls asleep in the chair, and sometime later we see the gate open again, with a figure stepping inside. We watch as Miller pieces together the situation, seeing the broken vial, the dead blind one, and Kleb's final resting place. Miller admits that he needs a break too, taking a seat nearby and telling the fellow colonel how brave his son has been in helping him find this bunker. Miller tells Klebnikov he understands fighting through hell for your child, telling him that he's here for his daughter, though admitting he struggles with being a father against his life in the military, choosing to close himself off from her to not undermine his position. position. Miller then starts talking about Artyom, thinking he was a decent soldier at first, but coming to realize there was more beneath the surface. Upset with him and watching his obsession in finding the truth for his lot in life, then coming to terms that Artyom was right to want more, now re-examining how he himself had lived and reflecting on what he's learned about Klebnikov from his son. Miller admits that they both served the Great Lie, choosing to believe that their orders were necessary. Though thanks to Artyom and his incessant drive for more, Miller thinks there can be more to his life and has accepted a new purpose. Miller thanks Klebnikov for the maps, telling him that his effort will not be in vain and that his son will live on outside of this hellhole, giving Klebnikov one final salute and exiting back to the surface. We join Miller again as he reaches Artyom outside of the research facility, after he had found the medication for Anna and struggled with the blind one, heavily irradiated from the surface air. Miller injects Artyom with his dose of the anti-rad, completing the circle of how the base campaign concluded. This ending is such a sucker punch of emotion. I love how it's framed from mostly Klebnikov's view as Miller enters, kind of giving the player hope that maybe somehow he survived, but unfortunately stripping that away soon after. And the added depth to Miller's progression and development against the main theme of the story, it's just great. I think The Two Colonels is a fantastic expansion and companion to the main campaign. It absolutely should be played when revisiting Exodus. And while it doesn't give us any new insight on Miller, it does deepen that bond and understanding we see him come into with the good ending of the game. All of the stuff with Klebnikov and Kirill Station is fascinating too. I really enjoy seeing life in the Metro from a different angle, getting to see how they operate, the struggles that they had to deal with, and ultimately how they fell. The core of the narrative, that struggle with Toya's philosophy of the ends justifying the means, and Klebnikov's acceptance then denial of it isn't too deep or original. It isn't even original in this trilogy, but I do think that with the shorter runtime of about 2 hours, it comes across naturally in the storytelling and progresses to showcase the fault in that logic. I think cleaning up some of the gameplay throughout the DLC would help. Like I mentioned before, I would remove the excess mechanics in weapon modding and crafting ammo just because they don't really benefit from the typical resource management or variety in gameplay. But otherwise, it's just using Exodus as a base to tell this story, and again, what you're playing is taking a backseat to the story being told, which is very enjoyable and a great addition to the main narrative. The second and final DLC that released brings us Sam's story, again an epilogue and extension for one of the supporting characters in Exodus, Sam. Sam's story is a more traditional expansion of the Exodus formula though, bringing us a big open-ended level with a breadcrumbed narrative throughout it. It's about the same length as the Volga or Caspian levels if you poke around thoroughly and explore, bringing us a 5 or 6 hour experience while giving players a satisfying expansion of gameplay and some new tools and guns to use, new enemies, and a unique setting. Unfortunately, I don't really like this DLC chapter, and my issues with it largely revolve around Sam himself and the lackluster narrative that we find him in. Much like The Two Colonels, I understand that not everyone can be fully developed characters, and the story here has to be condensed for the size of the expansion, but where The Two Colonels still allowed a simple story to breathe while tying it into the larger narrative seen in the base game, Sam's story is fleeting, sparse, kind of messy, and pointless. I don't really know if that's a hot take with fans of the franchise. I think Sam's story is pretty positively received, but let me explain my side of things as we move through the expansion. The DLC begins with Sam explaining his reasoning for wanting to leave the Spartans at Lake Baikal, seeing his duty as the Colonel's personal bodyguard fulfilled and wanting to find a new purpose for himself, landing on searching for his father back in the United States. Throughout Exodus, we can talk to Sam a bit and hear more about him, and even just hearing him outright, we learn that he's an American that was trapped in Moscow when the bombs dropped 22 years ago. His heritage led him into a lot of strife in those early years, and one day a group of Russian citizens tried to hang him, seeing him being an American as a threat to their safety, until Colonel Miller intervened and took him as a personal guard, giving Sam a new life and purpose that unfortunately ended pretty recently. So again, he's heading further east to the Pacific Ocean, to then sail across the sea back home to San Diego to find out if his father is still alive. This is a pretty improbable and irrational hook for the narrative, but I do get it as a loose thread to follow for Sam to leave Lake Baikal. I don't know, 22 years of post-nuclear fallout tends to leave very few survivors running around, so I don't really buy into the reason for this journey, and I'm kind of shocked this is the only thing the team could think of. I'd honestly be more inclined to believe that Sam just wants to see what America is like, to see if there's any chance of rebuilding in his homeland, but whatever, I'm sure his at least 60-year-old father is fine out there in Wasteland, USA. On this journey, Sam has reached the final hurdle, the Pacific Ocean, landing himself in the port town of Vladivostok, forced to find a way to cross the Big Blue. Shortly after his arrival in town, Sam overhears a ship captain being hunted by bandits. We help him out and Sam gets straight to the point, asking if he has a ship to help him sail across the sea, and sure enough, the captain brings us to look out towards the port, showing us a submarine resting just a few miles away. The captain asks him where home is, and Sam tells him that he wants to get back to the United States, which the captain damns and is surprised to meet another American in these parts. This talk is cut short by a massive demon approaching, what the captain calls the Batwing. Are we sure that's not trademarked? Whatever, we fend off against the Batwing in a short encounter. We'll talk more in depth about fighting it in a bit, but I do appreciate the effort to create some new threats for this DLC. The Batwing does manage to separate Sam and the captain though, so our free ticket home has been dangled away a little further. Recovering from the Batwing fight, Sam gets caught by a couple of bandits, holds his own for a while, but ultimately gets captured, with the bandits also intrigued in meeting a second American. After Sam wakes up a little while later, we're on the boat with our captors, who decide to radio into their boss, the aforementioned American, Tom. Tom the American wants to speak to Sam, inviting him to the port as a guest of honor to speak with us directly, with Sam reporting straight to the captain's quarters on the submarine. Sam tells Tom his tale, his desire to get back home to the US, and Tom is sympathetic, offering to help us out because he wants to leave Russia too, wanting to profit off the state of the world as an arms dealer and by using the warheads aboard the submarine as a show of force to anyone in his way. Yeah, Tom sounds like a great guy. The captain we met before didn't like being part of this idea, so he recently escaped the port and has been trying to hide from Tom's people, with Tom now asking Sam to convince the captain to come back to repair the submarine and refuel it, telling Sam that if he can get the captain to play along, he's gotta ride back to the United States. Sam is willing to help for now, even if he says to himself that he doesn't like what Tom plans to do, so we're let loose into Vladivostok to follow a couple of leads on where the captain could be hiding. Much like the two colonels, our player character now has a voice outside of the occasional narration, and as I mentioned in that section of the video, this becomes a bit more of a detriment to the experience for me here in Sam's story. Sam is fine in conversation, he asks leading questions, gets more information, and generally operates as a decent protagonist to guide the player, but in gameplay, when it's just Sam and Sam alone, he tends to speak to himself a little too much, with it coming across as awkward and forced, maybe trying to compensate for all the silence and brooding Artyom has been giving us for the last decade. Seriously, Sam never shuts up. He has quips for killing enemies, commentary for what he loots, little exclamations for disarming traps. He does not stop talking when he's by himself. It gets pretty annoying. There's almost never a quiet moment like the rest of the trilogy feeds off of. Sam insists on talking and ruins a lot of the atmosphere that the rest of the games have built. And personally, I think a voiced protagonist for the entirety of the narrative is at odds with Metro's strength in storytelling. Artyom's narration and introspection guides the player occasionally in the loading screens, but never feeds them thoughts directly. Ultimately, how you feel about any given scenario is up to the player. Sam doesn't have any of this. He does have some narration for the DLC and loading screens, but with the pacing of the level and the entire lack of loading throughout it, it's likely you've never heard these. What Sam does say that is player-facing is extremely shallow dialogue with the people around him. He just speaks when spoken to, other than his constant need to quip in gameplay. There's never a chance for Sam to think, to monologue, to express himself and how he feels, and I really do believe that's a point against playing as someone other than Artyom. I think Metro 2039 has announced that it will be introducing a fully voiced protagonist, and I'll be honest, I'm worried about that after playing through Sam's story again, but I'm open to the possibility that they've learned from this iteration. The difficulty I have with Sam as a character is only reinforced by his conversations with other players in the narrative, like the captain and Tom. These talks aren't engaging, they don't introduce any depth to these characters, so truthfully, it doesn't feel like his voice is needed to be a part of the equation to tell this story. It's just convenient and easier to bounce off of someone that talks back. I want to emphasize that I don't hate Sam's performance. Trust me, I love getting to listen to Steve Bloom, even if his delivery on some of the Russian lines and phrases can be iffy. It's just that Sam as a character doesn't do anything for me or for the larger storytelling. With the story of this DLC being pretty shallow, and honestly it only really progresses in this opening and at the very end of the chapter, I'm gonna talk about everything else that Sam's story introduces or changes now, then wrap up everything with the little bit of story we see in the back half of the experience. One of the most obvious inclusions are a couple of new guns, two specifically, and the return of military-grade ammo, kind of. The first new gun is the Stallion, a modified M1911, clearly here to play on Sam and Tom's American roots. It's a fun addition, a fast-firing yet powerful handgun that can house some modifications to switch up how it performs, letting you mix up its utility and gameplay. You know the drill. It's treated like any any other gun in Exodus, and it's a fine weapon to mess around with. My only real complaint is I can't use it in the base game campaign, honestly. It's a solid choice and clean as hell. We also get Sammy, a new AK variant, becoming our primary rifle throughout this chapter. Like the Stallion, it's respected on the same level as any other gun in Exodus, with bits and bobs to swap into a burst-fire assault rifle, a semi-automatic sniper, or some strange combination in between to conform to your liking. This takes the place of the Tihar being a special weapon that cannot be swapped and will always be on Sam's person, so I guess you'll get used to it. I will say that I don't think there is a suppressor for Sammy, but there's plenty of other options for stealth throughout the DLC, so it doesn't affect me too much. One of the biggest additions to the Sammy is the reintroduction of military-grade rounds. Again, kind of. These aren't actual MGR from before the war, but thanks to Tom's upcoming military-industrial complex, he's been able to manufacture clean, high-performance rounds for his men, giving us military-grade rounds. Kind of. You don't use them as currency in this expansion, but that would have been cool to try and reintroduce. So instead, you can just fire these off in place of dirty rounds, giving you an extra punch to your shots and lighting enemies on fire when they connect. They're fine, it's a good way to boost your damage output, but there isn't much else to say. Lastly, for new equipment here in Sam's story, we get the Universal Detector, a gear upgrade for Sam's bracer, much like the compass or motion detector that we can fit onto Artyom's wrist. The Universal Detector points out mines or traps placed by enemies and pickups valuable to the player, such as new gun mods or more gear upgrades, like better armor plating or increases to ammo capacity. It's a neat addition, it's always helpful, and again, my only real issue with it is that I can't have it when playing as Artyom. Sam's story builds off the core of Exodus and adds enough new stuff to play with that I think it's a satisfying expansion of gameplay, not overextended to feel out of place or overwhelming. It's just some new tools to do much of the same you've been doing in Exodus, so I can't really complain. They're all good additions and fun to use. If you don't like them, well, you don't have to equip them, so what can I really say? Next, I want to speak on the setting for the DLC and some inclusions to the base gameplay, namely how we'll be getting around the map and the new enemies that we'll encounter. Vladivostok is a wonderful setting for a Metro story, bringing us into a dense urban environment with layered, intricate level design through collapsed buildings with broken walls and ceilings that allow rooms and floors to flow together seamlessly. Seriously, a lot of the fights in Sam's stories are some of my favorite in the entire game thanks to the arena design and the space that you're forced through, creatively using apartments, theaters, fire stations, and more to let the player shift through the bones of civilization and get the drop on your enemies. It's a lot of fun, especially if you enjoy that warped perception of normal life that post-apocalyptic settings tend to lend themselves to. Adding on to that, Vladivostok is now largely a flooded swamp, creating rivers and passages through land left by the remnants of old buildings. You can find speedboats to quickly move through the water, letting Sam zip into alleyways or the shells of long abandoned warehouses, which again is a really interesting visual and perception of familiar settings. The speedboats are all over the place, much like the rowboats, and they persist where they're left, so you again have to be mindful of where you end up ditching them. They're a solid addition to gameplay and fun enough to use, letting you move around quickly through the water, but they're not forced onto a player if you don't enjoy using them, again much like the rowboats. Vladivostok also brings on two new threats, one we've met, the Batwing, and one that comes up a little further along in the narrative, Zap Spiders. The Batwing is a recurring boss throughout our time in the city, and surprisingly is an okay boss encounter in this franchise. The Batwing is just a beefed up demon, one of the mutated bats we can find on the surface, but he has some new tricks. The main difference is the Batwing's command of smaller bats, sending the normal-sized critters in for sweeping attacks while the big one repositions and tries to flank the player. It's something at least, it isn't just a big enemy that rushes you, so I'll give them points there. The Batwing also tends to find Sam in more interesting arenas, slowly closing in the walls as you fight him, which adds some tension to the fights in a much needed dynamic layer to feel slightly more interesting. I think it's fun to have this recurring threat too, always looming, ready to strike, then giving us a satisfying payoff when we finally take it down. A little later on, we'll meet the Zap Spiders, apparently an evolution of the spider bugs seen throughout the trilogy. Against my best judgment and running against my actual phobia, I really like these guys. It's cool to see that the creatures of Metro can change. They can get worse and pose even bigger threats than they are now, and the Zap Spiders are a very interesting progression of those spider bugs. Their new gimmick is that they can sound out an electromagnetic pulse, disabling electronics in a short radius around them, which, if you remember how we deal with spider bugs, is a very big threat to our means of killing them. Now, Zap Spiders can turn off your flashlight for a couple of seconds, letting spider bugs close in while Zap Spiders try to flee and catch you off guard and turn your lights off again, removing your best chance at easily taking out any spider. It's an interesting layer of tension, and again, despite my phobic tendencies, I like them. They really do amplify the scare factor for going up against these guys in an engaging way. Vladivostok as a setting and as a means to introduce some new ideas, threats, or design to the series is a great inclusion to Exodus's gameplay and the franchise at large. The area you traverse is probably my favorite setting in all of Exodus, and the new enemies bring on a good progression of what we've already encountered and mastered in the games. So altogether, with the new guns, new enemies, and unique setting, the gameplay in Sam's story is extremely solid, thanks to the base of Exodus design, but also in large part in how they evolved that design further. Remember when I introduced the difficulty options in Exodus, specifically the Ranger difficulty, and how I wanted to complain about how this mode handles autosaves? It was like 72 pages ago in my script. I won't hold it against you if you've forgotten, but we love a callback around here. So I want to get into that now, specifically now because I want to uphold the mostly positive perception I've given out for Exodus. I do love this game, I think it's a wonderful experience, but the autosave system on the Ranger difficulty really tests my patience, then it gets highlighted and worsened in Sam's story. Autosaves, if you're somehow unfamiliar, are the game saving automatically for the player, taking a brief moment to create a snapshot of your progression for you so that you don't lose any progress in the game if you close it, the game crashes, whatever. Basically a means to give the player a semi-regular checkpoint that can be loaded back up to not lose much progress if you haven't saved the game manually, if the game offers that option. So what's the deal in Exodus? Well, the Ranger difficulty removes the entire option of saving manually, including exit saves when closing the game, what players call hard saves when you save the game manually, or quick saves, which are like hard saves but done much quicker, hence the name. In place of manually saving, the Ranger difficulty forces you to exclusively operate on autosaves, which are infrequent, sparse, and only trigger when you've been out of combat for a sufficient amount of time, and that amount of time isn't very clear or conveyed to the player at all, which means if you die at any point in combat, you'll be forced to some point before the encounter, which could be anywhere from just a moment ago to a dozen minutes before, depending on the fight and your approach through it. And on loading that autosave, you'll be forced to scavenge the area again, kill enemies, loot their bodies, pick up their gun parts, remember to swap gun mods, craft ammo, clean your guns, or whatever else might have happened between the 10 minutes since the save was created. You are constantly retracing your steps if you ever die on the Ranger difficulty. It is extremely annoying and can lead to a lot of frustration in having to repeat every small action, animation, or whatever else to make sure you're back where you had left off, not to mention any deviation in how enemies react and behave, so you might get sent back anyways just to do it all over again. I think this issue is made worse in Sam's story somehow, because in the base game, while I was occasionally frustrated by having to repeat a fight once in a while, in Sam's story, I'm often sent back to a save created well over 20 minutes prior, forcing me through all of the content and interactions I had made again to reach the point where I just died. A very easy way to mitigate this would be to force the game to autosave on a set time interval, maybe every 3 or 5 minutes, regardless of being in combat or not. Then, on top of the frequent, timed autosaves, include multiple save slots, let's say 5 slots, to allow the player to go back to a prior save that was only a couple of minutes back to avoid any issues with soft-locking the player in gameplay if for some reason they can't progress. In fact, I think this was attempted to be fixed in a post-launch update. When I played Exodus in 2019 for the first time, I played through on Ranger and at some point, the game auto-saved outside of combat as usual, but the save was created while I was falling off of a cliff, so every time it was loaded, I was falling to my death again and again, with only a single save slot available to me, forcing me to restart the entire game from the beginning. Now, there's 3 slots, likely to avoid an issue like this, but even still, those saves are made infrequently, leading to large gaps of playtime still being lost, which again I think could be remedied with more save slots that always save on a regular interval. And I know, this is just a skill issue, I should play the game better, I should save all my looting for once a fight is over. But no, I should be able to play the game how I want, and I shouldn't be punished for an awkward save system that I'm forced to depend on. This really isn't something I would normally mention in my videos. Save files and how you save your progress aren't an integral part of the experience in games, unless it's something like Resident Evil, I guess. But I felt inclined to complain about how I felt about the save system when I saw it come up a lot in discussions online. This is a bad system. I would even say it's a broken one because it can seriously hamper the experience of playing the game on what I would otherwise consider the best way to experience Metro Exodus. I think that's all I have to say on the gameplay scene in Sam's story, and now I've gotten the autosave debacle off my chest, it's time to wrap things up with Sam. After Tom's request to find the captain, Sam is sent to the city ruins to follow some leads on where to track the old man down. Quickly, we find the captain in one of his hideouts, and he fills us in on his side of events. He tells Sam that he can't be a part of Tom's organization because he doesn't want to be remotely involved with a chance to damn the world into another nuclear apocalypse. Even if Tom says he wants to use the submarine as an empty threat, the captain cannot bring himself to join him. Fair enough, and yeah, it's pretty shitty of Sam to sign up for this, but we'll see how things play out. The captain tells Sam that he had a plan to disable the submarine with some of Tom's men, but Tom's second-in-command, Clem, caught them in the act and disbanded the group, sending the captain on the run. The captain also suggests that Clem kept this information from Tom because Clem might be planning to undermine Tom and topple his leadership, which Sam decides could be a bargaining chip for the captain to work with Tom. We speak with Tom on the radio to talk about Clem's shady dealing, and the two come to an agreement for the captain to repair and refuel the submarine, and then allowing the captain to stay in Vladivostok alone if Tom promises to leave for good. So everyone's happy. The captain got over his fear of handing Tom keys to a nuclear Armageddon, and Tom gets his submarine up and running. Yay! The captain tells us that we'll need special fuel rods for the submarine and that he's located them in a local military bunker, but that bunker is extremely irradiated, so we'll need a couple of specialized rad suits. We steal these suits from a local bandit troop and make our way over, finding the rods without much of a hiccup other than those zap spiders, and now we're on course to the port to deliver the fuel to Tom. En route, the captain comes clean to Sam, telling us that he can't really let Tom take the submarine, reminding us that he believes it would doom the world to another nuclear holocaust, so he gives Sam a choice. Understanding that Sam needs the submarine to cross the Pacific, but hoping to appeal to his senses. The captain tells us that he's fit an improvised explosive inside one of the igniting agents of the fuel rod and gives Sam a detonator to blow the ship up from the inside, saying that the captain is likely to be searched or he'd do it himself, but Sam might have a chance to hang on to the detonator, being a less likely suspect. Together, we meet Tom with the captain, but our chat is interrupted by Clem, recently ousted from Tom's numbers, now coming back to take over with some goons. Tom sends Sam out behind enemy lines to open the port so the sub can sneak out while under fire, so we go for it and reach the control terminal. Here we get caught by Clem. We're forced into a quick-time event to fight against him, but eventually we kill him and we're left with the final choice for the ending, to either blow the ship up with the sabotaged fuel rods, losing Sam's only lead to cross the ocean, or to board the ship as expected, crossing the Pacific with the knowledge that Tom has the opportunity to plunge the world deeper into ruin. I think it's pretty obvious which choice is the good one and which one is bad, and there isn't much to say about them. If you blow up the submarine, Sam says that losing this opportunity to cross the sea is for the greater good. If you let Tom keep the sub, he says it's a necessary evil for his mission, and that's it. The narrative is underwhelming in Sam's story. I don't care about any of these characters, there isn't enough time to get to know them really. Sam himself is a little weird and half-baked, feeling like an overextension from having a silent protagonist for too long, and the runtime of actual main mission narrative content is incredibly short. Without the large, non-linear play space, it would be a very brief experience, probably even a shorter length than the two kernels. But thanks to Exodus' core design shining through in Vladivostok, I still think Sam's story is worth playing. The new tools and design of the chapter are some of the best the franchise has to offer. It's just a shame that it's tied to such a disappointing narrative. Metro as a franchise represents a pillar of my taste in games. All three entries are unparalleled in how they approach player immersion. The world is fantastical, weird, and complex, while the people suffering through this setting are just as interesting and compelling, though only really nailing this approach to characters in the final part of the trilogy, bringing me some of my favorite supporting characters in any narrative. Artyom as a protagonist is a fantastic avatar for the player, bringing a unique twist to the silent protagonist with regular narrations that guide the player's thoughts but allow you to fill in the blanks with your own reactions and ideas, while still committing to delivering the world through the eyes of an established character, giving Artyom a clear and motivated journey to grow as a man and become a phenomenal player character. Through gameplay, all three entries thrive in emulating the struggle and hardships of the world in simple resource management, tense combat, and terrifying encounters with men and beasts, grounding the player in the world to experience the Metro through the soft lens of an interactive experience. While the gunplay and enemy behavior might be a little simple, it feeds off intentful gameplay that guides the player into well-thought-out actions and encourages slow, methodical gameplay above high-octane action, continuing the loop of feeding the player into the world naturally. The strange and supernatural elements of these stories are some of my favorite parts of the entire trilogy, leaving the player in the dark to wonder about the possibilities of this new world while slowly pulling back the cover to distort your perception and accept that you can't put simple labels on the horrors that lurk in the depths of the Metro, slowly giving the player the impression that it would be impossible to understand exactly what is going on. This element of horror is lost slowly throughout the trilogy, in small ways in its sequel and almost entirely gone in the third game, and I do think that is a detrimental loss of identity for the franchise, one that I truly hope returns in the next release. The Metro games are a wonderful experience from start to finish, but it is important that they're experienced as a whole, as a complete trilogy. The evolution of gameplay, of writing and storytelling, and the progression of Artyom's character is one of my favorite rides in any game I've ever played, and it is a genuine joy to see how a team can commit to creating and innovating on their design while creating a satisfying narrative for their protagonist. Thanks for watching. If you've made it this far in the video, consider subscribing to see more from me in the future. I don't entirely know what will be next and what's coming from me in the future, I never really do, but if you enjoyed this video, maybe you'll like whatever random video I make next. I can tell you that when Metro 2039 comes out, there's a very likely chance I will be covering that. So if you enjoyed this video, then you can look out for that one close to the release of 2039. If you're unfamiliar with my videos, after the conclusion I usually do these unscripted parts where I just kinda talk about the production of the video and having finished this project. It is currently 5:24 in the morning, and I think I've been working on finishing this video for the past 16 or 17 hours straight, so I can't think of anything sarcastic or clever to say. But I can say that I'm very happy and I guess proud to have finished this video. Metro 2033 was actually going to be the first video I ever published on my YouTube channel, but at the time I was more insecure about my coverage in games, so I pivoted to something simpler in a game that didn't mean as much to me. Sorry to any State of Decay fans out there. But yeah, it's kind of a weird full circle moment for me. Finally being able to finish this video, and I guess 2 other videos along with it, I don't know, it's kinda cool in a weird way, I guess. It definitely took me a lot longer than I would have liked. 3 months between projects isn't really ideal for me, but it was a big change. Talking about 3 games at once was a bigger undertaking than I would have expected. Metro Exodus is a really big fucking game, and it was just a lot more than I thought it would be, so that's on me, I guess. I don't think I have much else to say right now. I'm proud of this one, but glad to be done with it. Sorry it took so long for me to make it, and I'll see you for the next one.